Man's better nature triumphed then. Kind words welcomed and soothed him, the rude conquerors seated the captive with their chiefs, he chose a bride among their maidens, and at length seemed to forget yet ne'er forgot the wife of his first love, and her sweet little ones, butchered, amid their shrieks, with all his race. 77. Thus even in that rude time the social passions triumphed over the savagery and fear of solitude. The cycle of things is, as Bryant says, repeated in the evolution and decay of all living things and all nations. The triumphant red man now relives the experience of the mound builder, and his hunting cry is replaced by the domestic hum of the bee and the Sabbath song of white maidens and Christian worshippers. In a sense, this corresponds to Cotton Mather's idea that the white triumph over the Indian was a retribution, a vengeance in kind on the Indians for past crimes. Bryant has mellowed the process by making it seem as natural as the ripening of fruit. The social passion triumphed when the Indians adopted the captive mound builder. When civilization shall have absorbed and assimilated the Indian's prairie and the remnants of his tribe, the cycle will be complete. This, at least, is the poet's dream, from which a fresher wind awakes him, breaks my dream. Gone are the mound builder ruins and the visions of multiplied green fields covering the prairie like herds of white buffalo. Bryant is back in the real West, and I am in the wilderness alone. 78. But now the solitude is simply physical, for on a spiritual or mental plane Bryant still stands amid the domestic bustle of future comers. As the contrast between Mogmegon and the prairies suggests, the aura of the captivity narrative cast a sanctifying glow on whatever figures it touched, whether of Indian pagans or Daniel Boone, while the shadow of the hunter invested the ill-clad and worse-educated figures of the Davy Crockett's and Simon Suggses with a dark and threatening power for evil. As a protector of the family and rescuer of captives, Daniel Boone might play a hero's role. As a hunter and lover of wilderness solitudes, he was a threat to the existence of civilization. Early Western accounts of Boone that were aimed at Eastern audiences, such as Hall's The Backwoodsman, played more or less successfully on the association of Boone with the rescue of captive Christian maidens. 457. After the furor of the Jacksonian advent had somewhat died down and after the crisis of New England's feelings toward the West had passed from fear to patriotic approval, John M. Peck, a Western Baptist minister, succeeded in placing Boone in the pantheon of American heroes that New England's Jared Sparks was then erecting in his multi-volume library of American biography. Peck's Life of Daniel Boone, which appeared as Volume 13, Boston, 1847, portrays Boone as a domesticated being, the protector and conservator of American and Christian values. Peck's Boone is free of greed and the desire for social preeminence. His motivation for emigrating is not Faustian but rather a puritanical dislike of the fashions, and the oppressions of the rich in North Carolina. 79. The rich of Boone's time, however, are to be equated, not with the present upper classes, but with the tyrannical, monopolistic, and royalist aristocrats of pre-revolutionary days. Boone abhors their economics as he abhors their un-Puritan periwigs, and his own economic aspirations are not unlike those of the Massachusetts merchants of the 1770s. Oppression forces him to an act of rebellion, compelling him to desert a model household for the wilderness. His action, however, is comparable to the colonials' declaration of their independence, a regrettable breach in good order made necessary by circumstances which Boone, like the Puritan captive or emigrant, is unable to prevent. Peck elaborates on Filson's description of Boone's first home as a peaceable habitation. Boone is described as a perfect family man and Rebecca as a model housewife, his affectionate wife, who was an excellent household manager, kindly and quietly consented to the separation, and called into requisition her skill as a housewife in assisting to provide the necessary outfit. 80. Peck completely ignores the fire hunt legend, which characterizes Rebecca as a spirit of the wilderness. He also ignores the evidence of her own considerable prowess as a hunter and pioneer, which had been brought forward by Hall in his account of Rebecca's return to Carolina during Boone's captivity. He gives Boone an efficient housewife for his helpmeet, a woman of great domestic virtue, rather than a wild and exotic wood nymph or a rugged pioneer matriarch. This attitude is echoed in Peck's presentation of Boone's relationship to civilization and the wilderness. Flint presented Boone as delighting in the solitude and wildness of the woods, Filson showed him reveling in its picturesque and terrible beauty, McClung showed him enjoying the absence of all signs of human cultivation. Peck's Boone admires neither scenery nor wildness nor solitude. When he arrives in Kentucky, he is already very conscious of his role as a pioneer of civilization. Thus he experiences 458. No great change of heart at the sight of the West. Peck shows him simply noting the lay of the land and avoiding the Indians during his first expedition. His captivity, which Filson represented as a stage in his initiation into the wilderness and which Flint's sketch depicted as the spiritual crisis of his life, is seen simply as an interruption in the real work of tilling the soil and laying the foundations of civilization. Boone's later emigration from Kentucky is ascribed by Peck to his unfortunate failures to maintain his rights by law. He is presented as a man driven from Kentucky by evil men, rather than as a willful exile from society. The final chapter of Peck's biography contains the author's account of a visit to Boone and a eulogy on his character by Kentucky's Governor Moorhead. Peck's own sketch is intended to dispel the old image of Boone as a coarse and violent Indian killer. In boyhood, he had read of Daniel Boone, the pioneer of Kentucky, the celebrated hunter and Indian fighter, and imagination had portrayed a rough, fierce-looking, uncouth specimen of humanity, and, of course, at this period of life, a fretful and unattractive old man. But in every respect the reverse appeared. His high, bold forehead was slightly bald, and his silvered locks were smooth, his countenance was ruddy and fair, and exhibited the simplicity of a child. His voice was soft and melodious. A smile frequently played over his features in conversation. His clothing was the coarse, plain manufacture of the family, but everything about him denoted that kind of comfort, which was congenial to his habits and feelings, and to a happy old age. 81. Peck found him a representative of the better class of Western pioneers, although not of the best class. As a minister he found Boone's religious sentiments particularly interesting. He does much to render Boone's religious backgrounds and sentiments acceptably orthodox. He claims that Boone's father was an Episcopalian, who taught his children the rudiments of faith and forms of worship used in that church. In reality, Boone's immediate ancestors were largely defrocked Quakers. Peck found Boone himself not destitute of religious sentiments, despite the fact that a large portion of his life was spent without the influence of gospel ministry. Peck found him reverential toward his Creator, moral, temperate, and chaste of character, and free of superstition and religious credulity. Unlike the superstitious and illiterate classes of the frontier, he told of no remarkable dreams and strange impressions. Although he had always believed himself the instrument of his Creator, he was free of the wild messianism of some Western zealots. He attributed his accomplishments as a pioneer, not to any foresight of his own, but to his simple 459 suit of his duty. 82. In short, Peck's Boone is a humble, virtuous man, obeying his Creator's designs rather than seeking to create his own, and thus emerging as the most heroic of common men. Governor Moorhead's eulogy, which closes the Peck biography, carries Peck's characterization one step further. Moorhead sees Boone as the type of the Western hunter, who came originally to the wilderness, not to settle and subdue it, but to gratify an inordinate passion for adventure and discovery, to hunt, to roam through the woods, to admire the beauties of nature, in a word, to enjoy the lonely pastimes of a hunter's life, remote from the society of his fellow men. His sagacity was limited by his lack of education. He was powerless to originate plans on a large scale, although adept at executing the designs of others. Yet he was exempt from the rude characteristic of the backwoodsman, from the lust for human murder, and from the lack of familial love that characterizes most solitary nomads. 83. Where Peck's account of Boone seeks to make Boone respectable in conventional Eastern terms, Moorhead's eulogy places Boone in his proper rung of society, above the run of his class but inferior to the true leaders of American society. Southern image of the Boone figure. The South had been the slowest of the sections to develop its own literary printing and book-selling trade. Hence it remained dependent on English presses and productions for its literary fare and never developed a popular literature analogous to that of New England in the colonial period. Where every Indian skirmish in New England, and later in the west of Hall, McClung, and Flint, produced a deluge of cheap books and magazine copy, Southern Indian wars were less thoroughly reported and less intensely imagined. Whatever literature those wars produced appeared first in London and was then reimported to the South and circulated among the small literate population in the scattered towns and plantations. Where New England and Middle Colony authors and printers could produce books with an exclusively American audience in mind, Southern writers and their English publishers had to suit the tastes and interests of both English and American audiences. Moreover, the Southern literary audiences were dominated, like Southern politics and economics, by the semi-aristocratic planter class. During the colonial period this class formed the bulk of the Southern reading public, and their tastes in religion and literature ran more to the latitudinarian, rationalist philosophy and neoclassic literature of the Enlightenment than to Calvinist interpretations of the in. 460. Dion Wars. Their social position as rulers of a population of slaves, tenants, and marginal farmers reinforced their association of themselves with the liberal noblesse of pre-revolutionary France and later with the nobly born or nobly constituted romantic heroes. During the colonial period the New Englanders had created a considerable body of specialized literature on the Indian Wars, devoted to the symbolic interpretation of their historical experience in the light of the violent conflict between Indian and settler. The lack of such a body of literature in the South restricted the Southern author's artistic vocabulary and frame of reference to contemporary thought and current literary trends. Trumbull's interpretation of the West, to be sure, owed much to the current attitudes of New England conservatives toward the emerging states of the West. However, Trumbull was able to create, for his New England audience, the impression that his vision of history represented the culmination of the historical continuity of American experience. He accomplished this primarily through subtle allusions to the symbolism and terminology of the literature of Puritans like the Mathers. Having no such tradition, the Southern writers had to create one through retrospective views of Southern history, based inevitably on contemporary social and literary conventions. It was perhaps this lack of a tradition of popular literature and lack of a prosperous popular press that cut the South out of the direct line of literary commerce that linked the presses of the Axis cities with the mythogenetic sources of the West. Even Southwestern humor, that distinctly sectional genre, found its chief journal, Porter's Spirit of the Times, located in New York, and writers of that school, seeking the wider circulation and fame that a book collection of their stories might achieve, tended to have their works printed in the Axis. 84 Southern writers who engaged the subject of the frontier: William Gilmore Simms, James K. Paulding, Joseph P. Kennedy, and Robert M. Byrd, among them seem to have been responding to literary depictions of the West originating in the Axis cities or in Europe, rather than to the original productions of Western mythologists. The example of Daniel Bryan's Mountain Muse is instructive in this connection. A kinsman of the hero, presumably having access to the kind of folk material Flint made use of, he nevertheless composes his epic in incompetent imitation of Milton and Collins. Likewise, William Gilmore Simms, perhaps the best of the Southern novelists, came to a literary consideration of the historical mythological character of Boone long after he had begun practicing the art of writing historical romances about the border. His portrayals of the Southern frontier in Guy Rivers, 1834, and the Yamasee, 1835, are clearly responses to the literary West of Cooper, rather than the Condom 461. Prairie West of Crockett or the legendary West of Flint. Simms's contemporary, Robert Byrd, specifically compares his own border romances with those of Cooper in the introduction to his Nick of the Woods. Not until I-845 did he deal directly with Boone and give evidence of acquaintance with sources outside of the genres of high culture literature. His sources, even so, were second-hand. He cites Wilder's edition of the Filson narrative, a work originating in the Axis and partaking as much of New England and of Europe as of the West. The essay on Daniel Boone appeared first in Sims's Charleston magazine, the Southern and Western or Sims magazine, which was to perish of a lack of audience that same year. It was also printed in the Axis as part of an anthology of critical pieces by Sims called Views and Reviews. Sims's treatment of Boone, following as it does his formulation of an image of the frontier in his novels, is interesting as an indication of the values Southern writers brought to frontier material. In describing Boone, he disregarded Wilder's hostile assessment of the hero as a white Indian and presented him as a natural aristocrat with roots in the chivalric tradition of the South. As a romantic nobleman, Boone is a fit representative of the South in its confrontation with the American wilderness and the Indian. Where Wilder condemned his hatred of the Yankees, Sims admires him for his disdain of Yankee commercialism. Hall, McClung, and Flint made a similar judgment of Boone's character, but where the Westerners substituted the love of hunting and adventure for a Yankee love of gain, Sims substitutes an aristocratic love of romantic beauty and the chivalric ideal. He compares Boone successively to an inspired poet or painter, a crusading knight-errant, and a romantic rescuer of captive beauty. Where the Western writers boasted that Boone was a common type of frontiersman, a notion with which Wilder ironically agreed, Sims seeks to portray Boone as an uncommon type. He was born a pioneer. It is useless to talk about training here. A man like Boone is as much the creature of a special destiny as the poet or the painter. He has his office appointed him the mere influence of the community in which he is reared, though these may contribute to his passion, cannot at any time subdue it. In an age of chivalry during the Crusades, Boone would have been a knight-errant, equally fearless and gentle. That he would have been a squire of dames is very uncertain, but he loved his wife, and risked his scalp more than once to rescue beauty from the clutches of the savage. Boone's romantic love of solitude and picturesque scenery motivates his emigration to the West. 462. His native mood prompted his adventure. He had an eye for the picturesque in nature, as is the marked characteristic in all very great hunters, characteristics of which Cooper has given us an exquisite ideal in Leather Stocking. His mind was of a contemplative character, and loved to muse undisturbed by contact with man, upon its own movements, as influenced by the surrounding atmosphere. A constant desire for change of scene and object, is the natural growth of a passion for the picturesque, and an impatience of the staid and formal monotonies of ordinary life. 85. Later Sims pointedly compares Boone to Byron's Childe Harold. 86. Sims's portrait of Boone suggests that what a Southern writer wanted in a frontier hero was evidence of an innate nobleness of spirit, expressed not as some vague, natural moral sense but as a genuine gentility of spirit, of blood. The metaphors of this innate quality are aristocracy, a knight-errant, and poetic or artistic genius, poet and painter, lover of the picturesque. Both aristocratic nobility and genius are qualities unattainable by mere effort. Their possession comes either by blood inheritance or divine grace, and it sets the possessor distinctly and immutably above and apart from the mass of his fellows. Sims's Boone is the antithesis of the Western confidence man hunter, whose pranks and swindles make him a leveler of social hierarchies. He is rather the promise that Southern aristocracy, translated to the West, will retain its essential, its racial characteristics. The derivation of this figure is both social and literary. Sims's debt to literary romantics like Byron and Cooper is explicitly acknowledged. Other reasons for the fixity of the Southern image of the Western hero in this romantic guise can be found in the peculiar structure of Southern society. The institution of slavery gave the South its own unique internal frontiers, where the territory of the whites was broken by the savage islands of the slave quarters. Beyond those borders lay a primitive world, peopled, for the white Southerner, with nightmares of vengeful savagery and bloodlust or with fever dreams of forbidden eroticism. The Southerner's relationship to his slaves was psychologically equivalent to the early Puritans' relationship to the Indians, with one qualification: the Southerner's contact, especially his sexual contact, with the slaves was far greater than the Puritans' contact with the hostile Indian cultures on his borders. These internal frontiers produced much the same attitudes in the South as in New England toward those who, literally or figuratively, overstepped the boundary between the kingdoms of light and darkness, civilization and savagery. If anything, Southern hostility toward, or guilt feelings. 463. Racial amalgamation grew more intense than New England's. The Southerner's preoccupation with race spilled over into his conception of social classes as well and imparted something of the feeling of racial antipathy to the relations between poor whites and plantation aristocrats or nouveau riches. Democratic leveling was seen as akin to racial treason, and this exacerbated the South's objections to the Northern reformers. The most important consequence of the Southern tie to European literature was the Southern writers' inability to deal with the West as a psychological problem of immense national significance. Unlike the New Englanders and Westerners, they did not try to reconcile the Indian and American aspects of the frontier character or to confront the problem of the marriage of Indian and Christian through the hunting and captivity rituals. They did not treat the West, as Bryant and Whittier did, as a field for psychological exploration. Rather, they dealt with it as Potter dealt with England, as a stage for a conflict between rigidly defined social classes, each represented by distinct and unproblematic types. To the slave-holding South there could be no question of the degeneracy inherent in any form of race mixing. Any figure who blended Indian and white traits would be automatically suspect. The South, however, did not share New England's antipathy for the figure of the hunter. For the Southerner the idea of democracy was equated with the attainment of economic equality with his economic betters, a standard which he shared with Crockett and his ilk. However, where hard cash, profitable trade, or a successful sale of peltry defined prosperity and equality for Crockett, the possession of slaves was for the Southerner the hallmark of success. Until a man owned slaves and cotton or tobacco land, he was of an ignoble, impoverished class. With slaves, he was the associate and ally of the wealthiest and oldest plantation families, even if he continued to live in a scruffy frontier cabin in the Mississippi or Alabama backwoods. Thus the Jacksonian impulse toward attainment of democratic equality of conditions was strongly associated in the Southern mind with the twin distinction of race and social class. The South's literary bias toward the European tradition of social fiction was reinforced by these social and racial preoccupations of the planters and would-be planters. The consequences can be seen in the South's literary contributions to the American Renaissance. Where Northeastern and Western writers like Cooper, Hawthorne, and Flint delved deeper into the mythological and psychological problems and significances of the frontier experience and the quest for American identity in the Indian wilderness, Southerners like Robert M. Byrd and Sims were 464. Strict to the conventional formulas of the historical romance, in which identity is predetermined by social position and the wilderness is a stage for social more than psychological conflict, although Byrd's Nick of the Woods stretches those limitations considerably. Thus between 1800 and 1845 a distinct version of the Daniel Boone type of American hero was developed in each section of the United States and in Europe. Each vision was shaped in part by the social conditions of the particular section, especially its class divisions and tensions, and by its proximity to the access routes to either Europe or the West. In the West these forces gave rise to the figure of Davy Crockett, who embodied the Western ambition for self-improvement and the attainment of equality, equated with economic prosperity, and whose career reflected the concept of economics and politics as a hunt, in which he who bags the most and biggest prey is the best man. But the West also developed the almost mystical image of the hunter delineated by Flint, as a myth hero whose deeds of violence and destruction are deeds of love that lead him to a marriage with the wilderness. The aura of sanctity that invests Flint's hunter, who is the hero of an Indian-like myth of sacred marriage and creation, is the source of the halo that for a time circled the fool's head of Crockett and made his entrepreneurial bear slaughter seem a kind of exalted American profession. The Westerners frankly exalted the figure of the hunter. They accepted both the Indian view of his creative function and, paradoxically, the traditional European view of his fatal limitation to the pursuit of transitoriness, of material and worldly things. In the new country of the West and Southwest, the social climbing ambitions of a Crockett were seen as admirable and necessary, in fact, the underpinning of society. This was equally true in the South, which depended for its existence on the expansion of slave territory by ambitious entrepreneurs. In New England, however, Boone was acceptable as a hero only if he could be assimilated into a society whose social, political, commercial, and literary traditions were Puritan in origin. In the context of its more firmly established institutions, a figure such as Crockett threatened social upset and perhaps anarchy. Most threateningly, such a figure represented the encroaching interests and beliefs of an alien outside world, the riotous, radical laborers of Europe and the powerful commercial competitors who ruled them, the Western speculator and debt-ridden farmer, friends of cheap money and foes of protection for the fledgling industry of the East, and the Southern planter, likewise the foe of protection and, moreover, the proponent of a repugnant system of chattel slavery. 465. The captivity myth best expressed New England's sense of its relationship to these people and forces. In the worldview structured by that myth, the highest values are those represented by the passive, virtuous, Christian female. The male hero, her husband, or father, and rescuer, is physically stronger but morally weaker than she. The strength that gives him power over his adversaries is also the sign of his kinship with them, his latent tendency to become a man of action rather than of thought or feeling, his potential as a hunter. The hero's function is conservative, rather than creative or procreative. He resists change as he resists the temptation to sin. He protects the feminine avatar of the social virtues instead of seeking the woman of his dark, wilderness dreams. The hunter is the antitype of this conservative hero. Chapter: The Leatherstocking Myth, 1823–1841. True myth concerns itself centrally with the onward adventure of the integral soul. And this, for America, is Deerslayer. A man who turns his back on white society. An isolate, almost selfless, stoic, enduring man, who lives by death, by killing, but who is pure white. You have there the myth of the essential white America. All the other stuff, the love, the democracy, the floundering into lust, is a sort of byplay. The essential American soul is hard, isolate, stoic, and a killer. It has never yet melted. D. H. Lawrence, Studies in Classic American Literature. By 1830, the popular literature of the United States and Europe had generated several stereotyped images of the frontier hero, Daniel Boone, images that became conventionalized and fixed in the popular imagination. These fixed images expressed a simple perception of the American situation as seen through the eyes of a Westerner, a Southerner, a New Englander or New Yorker, and an Englishman or Frenchman. The relation of this symbolic hero to the surrounding peoples and natural conditions, the Indians, the settlements, the wilderness, reflected the social philosophy and political and economic anxieties of each of these sections and nations. Such images were developed as responses to problems, as symbolic means of reducing the complexities and ambiguities of the American situation to a simple, satisfying formula. This method of problem-solving does not proceed by the difficult path of study, experiment, argument, and full intellectual and emotional engagement with the dark unknown. Rather, it replaces the troublesome and problematic facts of the real world with a counter-world of pseudo-facts. The reader is thus given a new world to perceive, more consistent than the real one and more in line with his own hopes, fears, and prejudices. 467. Had the several communities that made up the United States been able to remain isolated from one another, these fixed images might have served as durable explanations of the ultimate nature of American history and only slowly been subjected to challenge. As the publication of Wilder's book indicates, the sections were not isolated, they were linked by a communications system whose nexus was the New York-Philadelphia axis. Here works on the frontier by Westerners, Southerners, Europeans, and New Englanders appeared side by side and even, as in Wilder's book, between the same covers. The juxtaposition of these variant views posed a problem for the reader, it offered him irreconcilable alternatives and thus engaged his intelligence in a deeper examination of the subject. Thus for the first American novelists of stature who dealt with the frontier, Cooper, Sims, and Burt Wilder's book and others like it were primary sources. However, Wilder and his fellows did not attempt to explore the problems their works posed. Their interest in and knowledge of human psychology ended with an ability to assess and serve the popular taste. They neither knew nor needed to know the psychological factors which shaped that taste or the significance and consequences of the popular acceptance of a particular reading of the myth. In relating the works of conscious artists like Cooper, Sims, and Burt and of supreme artists like Hawthorne and Melville to those of popular mythologists like Hooper, Flint, and Trumbull, we confront a number of critical problems. The concerns of the serious art novelist go far beyond those of the purveyor of popular images, although he may take popular materials as his point of creative departure. Similarly, his powers of analysis and of composition enable him to see further into his material and extract more from it in the way of moral, social, and metaphysical meaning than do his purely commercial colleagues. Then too, within the ranks of serious artists there are important differences in talent and intellectual powers that affect the author's ability to get to the bottom of his material. Thus any discussion which emphasizes the bond between cultural history and popular mythology, on the one hand, and the works of a serious artist, on the other, risks oversimplifying the interpretation of those works. However, it is important for our understanding both of the individual works of art and of the culture that has produced them that we be able to see how such works relate to the living culture of their period, how they function within the mythology of their place. That such works do function in the evolution of popular mythology is demonstrable, as a glance at the career of Cooper will show. His first group of Leatherstocking novels appeared in 1823-27 and derived their power. 468. From a blending of the literary conventions of English romantic fiction with materials from the popular literature of New England and the New West. Cooper's novels themselves helped to provoke a further literary interest in the figure of Daniel Boone among Western and Southern writers. McClung's anti-romantic strictures, Flint's meliorative combination of Western roughness and Eastern gentility in his Boone character, Sims's appropriation of and Burt's refutation of Cooper's view of the hunter and the Indian all testify to the impact of Cooper's fiction on the popular mind of the time. His vision of the mythic hero became a figure in the popular imagination, to which all subsequent versions of the hero had perforce to refer, whether in emulation or denigration. As a consequence, his return to the series in 1840-41 yielded novels in which the author makes the reader aware of his own consciousness of having created a myth. Cooper's preeminence among mythologizers of the American frontier derives as much from the manner in which he, and other artists of equal or greater power, approached the literary task as it does from his fortunate choice of subject matter. The purveyors of the popular fiction that had dominated American letters since Puritan times had generated myth images and suggested the presence of archetypal patterns in frontier history. But they had relied on the feelings and prejudices of their audiences to supply the extra imaginative effort required to illuminate the significance of the tales and transmute them into articles of a mythic faith. Alternatively, as in the Puritan sermon, they had restricted the force of the myth by imposing a moral interpretation and applying it simplistically to the solving of limited social problems. Only the superior literary artists were capable of the imaginative effort necessary to perceive the fundamental ambivalences of desire and value that undergulfed the fixed features of the popular myth and to carry it forward in time to the point where its ultimate consequences and meaning revealed themselves. For the popular writers and their audiences, the presentation of the evocative myth image was the end in itself. For the literary artists, the images were the bare beginning. George C. Bingham's painting of Daniel Boone leading the settlers through Cumberland Gap into Kentucky exemplifies the fixed image of Boone and the patterns of association that had become conventionally associated with the hero in the first 50 years of the 19th century. As in Greenough's evocation of the captivity mystique in his rescue group, Bingham's painting evokes the emotions traditionally associated with the frontier by visual references to the several streams of lore about the Fron. 469. Tyr and Frontiersman. He treats the problem of the wilderness visually, reconciling all ambivalences into a visual whole, while leaving the fundamental question of Boone's meaning for the American character unanswered. In this his approach is essentially the same as that of Wilder, Henry Trumbull, Abraham Panther, and those other writers of captivities and Indian war tales who offered their puzzling materials straightforwardly, with almost no perception that their tales had reference to fundamental problems of history, politics, and psychology. At the center of Bingham's painting stands Boone himself, clad in yellow buckskins and with a rifle on his shoulder. He leads by the bridle a milk-white horse, whose lowered head is level with his own. Seated upon the horse, visually above Boone, is the Madonna-like figure of a woman, her head and body covered in a flowing, gray cloak or robe. The other women in the scene wear white bonnets, emphasizing the strangeness of her garb and thus underlining the association of the emigrant group with the Holy Family fleeing into Egypt. The woman's face seems mature, her expression is pensive and perhaps sad, her eyes look abstractedly downward. Boone's eyes look up from under thick, somewhat coarse black eyebrows, out of a craggy, coarse face. Behind the enigmatic pair come the rest of the settlers, a blend of quiet, domestic figures, a girl with a bonnet, an older man looking affectionately at a younger man, perhaps his son, who walks beside him, and harsh, crude figures in violent motion, most notably, a man frozen in the act of flailing a beast with his whip. The whole group forms a triangle in the lower center of the frame, with its apex at the bright face of the Madonna-like woman, its base points are a hunting dog and a dead tree. The group is framed by the mountain pass and by the sky, stormy overhead and calm in the eastern distance. Dead trees lean dramatically away on either side of the calm, stolid triangle of marching men and women, giving the impression that for all the quiet, repose, and order of the group, some latent force within them has blasted a breach violently through the hills. Like Wilder's catch-all edition of Filson, the painting is a collection of images, each one conventional and apparently self-explanatory, but the juxtaposition is productive of questions. What is the relationship of Boone to the Madonna-like woman? Clearly, Boone is no saint or aristocrat, the coarseness of his features belies such an interpretation. Visually, he is below her, just as the Boone hero in the captivity-oriented literature of New England and the stories and biographies of Hall and Peck was morally subordinate to the females he rescued. Yet there is a possibility that 470. The two are man and wife, halves of a whole and not alternatives of passivity and force. What is the relationship of Boone to his fellow emigrants? The hunting dog to the left and the mustachioed hunter who walks beside Boone on the right are offset by the background figure of the farmer beating his animal with a whip. Clearly Boone has neither the brutish look of the hunter nor the brutal nature of the farmer who exploits and abuses animals. The domestic group behind Boone may be more closely associated with him, but like him, they bear weapons of conquest, albeit axes instead of a rifle. The images evoke the various schools of sentiment in regard to Boone's character, his class, his historical role, his profession, hunter or husbandman, explorer or settler, and his moral significance as an archetype of the American character. But with the fixing of the image, the painter's interpretive power ends. The literary artists of the American Renaissance attempted to set this picture in motion, to convert statuesque fixity into dramatic movement, and thus discover the ends or consequences of the American myth. They engaged their artistic intelligence in the study of the problem and the projection of solutions. In the process of making their own discoveries and projecting them into literary form, they created fictional versions of the myth that were capable of evoking a stronger sense of audience identification than had been possible for the writers of early popular literature. Several factors shaped the course of development of literary myth fiction in the 1840s and 1850s. Individual genius and the peculiarities of intelligence and sensibility that characterize individual writers exercised a more profound influence over this type of fiction than they had over the popular fiction of the 18th and early 19th centuries. In the popular fiction there had been no great or profound engagement of literary intelligence with a fundamental problem. In great or near great literature, such engagement is the primary characteristic. The writer of popular captivity succeeded through his ability to see events just as the majority of his audience would like to see them. The literary artist enlists his audience's attention by showing him perceptions that he may not have achieved and thus surprising or violating his normal expectations. The literary intelligence, however, does not exist in a vacuum. Conventional notions of the proper form and function of literature help to shape the artist's perceptions, once he attempts to set them down in writing. Moreover, his perceptions, like those of his audience, are seen through the lenses of myth and tradition. Hence the factors that shape the fixed images of Boon in the several sections also influence the literary efforts of writers in those sections, conditioning the manner in which they set the fixed image in MO. 471. Shin and the conclusions they drew about the end or consequences of the mythic drama. Writers in the various sections and in Europe saw Boon in the context of the political and psychological problem of individualism, the conflict between society and solitude as images of the good life and the American way of life. The political and social factors that led them to frame the Boon myth in this way grew out of the economic and political evolution of Europe and America in the post-revolutionary, proto-industrial era. The movement for political democracy was complemented by the Romantic belief in the unfettered expression of self as the ultimate in literary and religious freedom. These in turn were paralleled by the drive of the entrepreneurial new men to make their way in the world without the artificial checks of establishments and institutions. In politics, religion, economics, and aesthetics, the central conflict was that between the individual and the collective entity, between the personal and the public or organizational will, between the right of the individual to solitude and unfettered expression and the right of society to impose order in the name of the public. In America, the growth of the settled area and the decline of available land in the open wilderness reinforced the contrast between a world in which man was free to seek God and the good life in solitude and one in which his behavior was compelled by social necessities. In a Europe recovering from the excesses of revolution and counter-revolution, extreme images of social regimentation and Byronic anarchism formed the poles of myth and fantasy about the old world and the new. While romantics like Byron might dream of a Boon-like solitude, they knew, as did their opponents, that society was the European's proper sphere of action. The European novel had, from its beginnings, been shaped by the conviction that character is best discovered or revealed in a social context, in which manners and class characteristics are portrayed with reasonable accuracy. In the American West, as we have seen, the solitude of the individual and his right to untrammeled freedom of movement and expression were the mythic ideal. The Northeast was more ambivalent, torn between the Western and European views as it had been since Puritan times. The South, likewise, was torn between Europe and the West, but it inclined literarily to the former. New England literature traced its ancestry to the Puritans, whose literary ideals were embodied in the personal narratives in which a man, alone and unaided, confronts his God in the absolute solitude of his mind and the worldly wilderness. For the Southern writer, whose purpose was to sustain and justify an elaborate social structure that blended democratic upward mobility with anti-demo. 472. Cratic racism and class distinctions, no solitude could be absolute. Even in the empty wilderness, Sims's Boon bears with him the marks of his place in Southern culture. He remains spiritually within the context of society and does not blend with the Indian wilderness. Thus the early literary fiction of the American Renaissance bears the same stamp of sectional culture as does the popular literature dealing with Daniel Boone. The literary and intellectual consequences of these differences can be seen in the contrasts between the short tales of Hawthorne and the magazine fiction of the West, and between the historical romances of Cooper, Sims, and Bird. The historical romance itself was a European literary form, and all three men adopted the form as practiced by Walter Scott. Scott's historical romances were the product of the rise of nationalistic enthusiasms in the late 18th and early 19th centuries and of the consequent romantic vision of history as the dramatic clashing and final reconciliation of philosophical, moral, cultural, and racial opposites. The historical romance as practiced by Scott defined history in terms of the conflict between individuals representing nations and classes, and the definition of these class and national types was a primary interest of the writer. Reconciliation between the opposed groups was achieved through the revelation or discovery of a fundamental racial kinship between the parties. Thus the Scots and English in Rob Roy and the Saxons and Normans in Ivanhoe are reconciled through their common racial heritage of valor, nobility of mind, generosity of heart, and love for Christianity and the soil of England. The family ties that bind the chief characters of the historical romance provide the metaphorical structure of the work. The division within the family reflects the social disorder of the nation, and the achievement of a familial peace is the conclusion of both the social problem and the family drama. Scott's historical romances were the most important European source for Cooper, Sims, and Byrd, although Chateaubriand also had an important effect on Byrd. Scott himself suggested the adaptation of his favorite genre to American history in the introduction to Rob Roy, in which he compares the conflict between Augustan England and wild Gaelic Scotland to the conflict between whites and Indians in America. There were, however, certain problems native to America and American literature that Scott's formulas could not resolve. The question of racial kinship between the opposed parties was especially fraught with psychological tensions not present in Europe. For one thing, Americans were closer to their struggle with the Indian than Scott was to the era of English-Scottish warfare. The English and Scots had been historically reconciled and united, while the 473 Americans had become symbolically united with the Indian, sharing both his love of the land and his mythopoeic perception of his relationship to it. It was always difficult to acknowledge the kinship and to embrace the idea of a racial amalgamation. For the American writer, the conflict of cultures meant the replacement or extermination of the Indian. The reconciliation of white and Indian could be seen only as the reconciliation of the hunter and his prey, a flash of sympathy and fellow feeling that caps the climactic moment when the long hunt ends and the kill is achieved. This myth of the hunter's path to the discovery of identity and to reconciliation underlay the literature that formed the American Slotkin material of Scott's American imitators. That literature was also characterized by a tendency to see the world in a mythopoeic manner and to borrow consciously from the mythology of the American Indians. Most significantly, it was a literature in which the Puritan personal narrative tradition was strong. Hence it approached its subject matter, both the experiential or historical and the mythological, in terms of a confrontation between figures and their gods in isolation, both the physical solitude of the wilderness and the dark isolation of the psyche. The Scott novel treated man in his social context and revealed his hidden but immutable innate character through social interaction. What traditionally emerged from the American solitudes was the creation of a new character out of the old. The Puritan personal narratives were originally accounts of conversion, of the generation of a new and better soul from the broken shards of the former proud and sinful self. The belief that a new nationality had been created in America, a new and better race of men, characterized the nationalistic fervors of the post-revolutionary and Jacksonian generations. This social fervor was the social expression of the belief, derived from the Puritans, in personal regeneration and unlimited self-improvement. The great emphasis on the theme of individual initiation into the life of the New World has at its roots the same dream of the recreation of the self in a new image. This conversion, or self-creation, or initiation, is essentially a personal process, taking place within the individual. But in American society, the experience of acculturation and of nation-building made this individual experience a social one as well. All men, individually and collectively, were engaged in becoming Americans, in making a new, American identity for themselves and, by extension, for the whole culture. This, at least, was the direction in which American literature had been moving at the time of Cooper's, Sims's, and Byrd's emergence. The aesthetic poles of their world were defined, after the fact, by Hawthorne in 474. His preface to The House of the Seven Gables. Hawthorne there opposes the novel as a form to the romance. The former aims at verisimilitude and accuracy in depiction of manners. It is careful, in its attention to the limitations of its audience's mind, not to surpass conventional expectations in regard to human behavior. The romance, by contrast, aims at a psychological rather than a material or a social realism. It is based on an examination and depiction of the human mind and heart, with all their fantastic impulses and motivations, a vision that, though true, challenges the reader's perceptions instead of coddling them. 2. Cooper, Sims, and Bird stand somewhere between the two types, between the European concept of literature as a social and familial drama and the American concept of literature as a psychological drama with mythic implications that transcend social phenomena. In the course of his career, Cooper moved toward the latter model in his treatment of Leatherstocking. Sims and Bird, hampered by the South's dependence on European literary sources and models and by the Southern social mystique, did not stray far enough from their models. Although all three began with the same sources, Wilder's Boon Anthology and the novels of Scott, Cooper delved more and more deeply into American and especially Indian materials and myths, while the Southerners, after exciting preliminary explorations, limited themselves to the retelling of stable, sterile stereotypes. The short fiction of Hawthorne and the early Western writers is at the opposite literary pole from the historical romances of Scott, and these two types of writing frame the artistic development of Cooper and his Southern imitators. The short story, as it appeared in American literary periodicals and anthologies, was the direct descendant of the Puritan personal narratives, brief, vivid tales which aimed at revealing both the nature of a fundamental change of character and the nature of God's will for man in an emotionally convincing, intensely concentrated drama. If the concerns of the novelist and the writer of historical romances derived from the conventions of social commentary and comedy, the concern of the short story, as Hawthorne and other Americans practiced it, was man in solitude, pursuing an inward quest in a realm that is empty of all but a few people, with the teeming social world of the novel thinly suggested on the tale's periphery. The Western writers, as we have seen, were very much in debt to the Puritan-born literature of the northeastern states, both for literary interest itself and for literary values and symbols. New England and New York were among the longest established colonies and had the longest and most copious history of literary effort, hence their literary forms and values. And 475. Their mythological conception of the American experience, with all attendant symbols and conventions, were fairly well formed by the 19th century. In the new country of the West, where printing was more recent, experience in the land shorter, and the population composed of recent emigrants from diverse areas and nations, neither sectional character nor sectional mythology nor sectional literary tradition was strongly formed. The Westerners had a unique view of their situation vis-a-vis the Indian, not only because their experience was more recent than that of the East, but also because they lacked the Puritans' elaborate ideology about natural man and his Indian avatar. Since their society was in the process of formation and since the population was in large part Southern in origin and slave-holding by conviction, they shared some of the South's preoccupation with the definition of fixed social types, as well as the Northeastern, myth-oriented, personal narrative tradition in literature and their own democracy of the upwardly mobile. The contrast between Hawthorne and his Western counterparts is that between a writer working within the framework of an established tradition of social values and mythic symbols and writers whose major task is to create a previously undefined conception of social character and the nature of the American myth. Significantly, both Hawthorne and Western writers treat man's relationship to the wilderness in terms of the hunter myth. Hawthorne's tales reflect a Puritan image of the wilderness as the land of the terrible unconscious, in which the dark dreams of man impress themselves on reality with tragic consequences. The hunter becomes like the beast he hunts, the would-be destroyer of bestial sin himself degenerates into a Belial. Western writers like Flint and Thomas B. Thorpe take a different view, an Indian rather than a Christian or Puritan view, of the myth of the hunter. In their tales it is presented as a white American equivalent of the Indian creation myths. However, the Western writers were only half aware of what they were doing and so failed to get beyond the expression of the myth to an analysis of the myth's origin and consequences. Hawthorne, who was aware of both the nature of his literary tradition and the mythic or legendary content of his tales, developed the consequences of the myth more fully. Indeed, his moral and philosophical concerns extend so far beyond those of popular hacks who used the same or similar material that any analysis limited to his use of traditional frontier myth matter is bound to oversimplify the works. Still, it is clear that such traditionary matter is a preferred point of departure for him, and his handling of it illuminates the ambiguities inherent in the popular mythology, even though such illumination is but one aspect of his artistic concern. 476. Hawthorne's tales of the frontier employ the method of the personal narrative in its purest form. The hero's experience is always one of self-discovery and conversion, either from a sinner to a good man or from an innocent to a sinner. Although Hawthorne stresses the social virtues of fellow love and domesticity, his heroes discover the importance of these values only through the confrontation of their isolated souls with the divine truth or reality. His vision of the wilderness is strongly influenced by that of the Puritans, as well as by the psychological theories of Romanticism. The wilderness is a screen on which the human mind and heart project images of secret guilts and desires. Because the wilderness is outside the realm of social order and convention, these desires become deeds and the dreams realities. True character emerges from the husk of social habit, to reveal the soul as either a white or a blasted ear. Hawthorne was widely read in colonial literature, and the symbolic vocabulary of that literature was his own. The Puritan association of the wilderness with religious fanaticism and Quaker radicalism appears in The Gentle Boy and The Man of Adamant. The latter tale portrays the fanatic as one who seeks God in isolation, forsaking social duty and love to pursue his quest in an isolated cave, and as a result turns into the stone of the cave that he sought as a temple. In The Great Carbuncle, the foolish and materialistic searchers for a jewel follow an Indian legend to its destructive conclusion in the forest, and the hero of Septimius Felton is enslaved to materialism by an Indian brewed potion of immortality. Roger Chillingworth returns from the forest in the company of Indians, perfected by them in malice and black science, to wreak vengeance in the Scarlet Letter. In the latter tales, the early dreams of the New World as a source of both unending wealth and the perpetual renewal of life are symbolically dramatized and rejected. Like Cotton Mather, Mercy Short, and Mrs. Rowland's Son, Hawthorne associates the sensual delights of the pagan dance with both the dark denizens of the woods and the dark thoughts of the hidden mind. The man who enters the wilderness hunting for something he regards as truth or power is always led to a place where devils dance in a ring, inviting him to a black Eucharist. The young kinsman of Major Molyneux meets the devil in Boston, and the devil, dressed as an Indian, opens the young man's innocent eyes to reality in a hellish dance scene. The mob, dressed as Indians, are playing the part of rebels and Jacobins by humiliating the figure of paternal authority, Major Molyneux. In Young Goodman Brown, the wilderness plays the role Cotton Mather feared it would play. It is the abode of a mocking devil of cynical. 477. Realism, whose power is to reveal and make concrete for Brown the dark impulses and suspicions he has suppressed, thus teaching him the hollowness of civilization and religion and robbing him of the unquestioning faith that alone binds him to man, society, and God. Brown, whose sires massacred the Pequots and scourged Quakers, becomes like his sires the victim of the disintegrative forces of the wilderness. His self-restraint is overcome by the temptation to know what the wilderness has to teach him, and his hunt for truth leads him to the circle where the witches dance. Even his subsequent recantation of devilish knowledge and rejection of the wilderness lesson, which sends him fleeing back to the safety of his hedged enclave, leaves within his heart the seeds of disaffection planted by the wilderness experience. These make him a man of solitude within the social pale, self-contained and in his denial of conjugality without heirs and self-ending. Hawthorne's tales are both critiques of and participations in the Puritan myth of the wilderness. Hawthorne sees that myth as a tale of man's fall and degeneration through the arbitrary grace of given experiences, not, as in Flint's Tale of Boone, a myth of self-creation and self-renewal through the hunt. The hope of his protagonists is the captive's hope, that his ordeal will expiate his sin. It is not the hope of the hero that his trials will make him a king. Hawthorne's most profound treatment of the hunter myth is Boger Malvin's Burial. This tale illustrates the effect on the frontier myth of a superior artist's engagement with its materials. When contrasted with Thorpe's version of the hunting myth in Big Bear of Arkansas, it suggests the nature of the different literary paths taken by Eastern and Western writers from their common source in Puritan personal narratives. The contrast between the myth of sin and expiation in Boger Malvin's Burial and the half-realized creation myth in Big Bear of Arkansas also defines the alternative views of the hunter myth that confronted Cooper and formed the basis of his problematical conception of the character of Leatherstocking. In Roger Malvin's Burial, the wilderness functions as the stage on which the guilt-ridden hero, Reuben Bourne, acts out his secret fears and desires. The wilderness is morally neutral, imposing hardships on the flesh but leaving the spirit free to choose between good and evil. The terror of Hawthorne's wilderness lies in its permissiveness, the scope which it gives to the darker impulses of man and the realization of evil dreams. Reuben Bourne, haunted by the guilt of having deserted Roger Malvin, his second father, after both were wounded in Lovewell's fight of 1725, attempts to 478. Flee from his guilt by emigrating to the farther frontier. But once he re-enters the wilderness, he is again alone with his soul. His guilt works outward into the realm of real action. He mistakes his son for a deer and kills him on the very spot where Malvin's bones lie unburied. Thus he expiates his symbolic parricide by actually sacrificing his son. The tragic conclusion is the result of his own flawed character. Moral weakness had led him to think about deserting Malvin, even before the old man begged his son to save himself. That same weakness leads him to conceal from his wife Dorcas, Malvin's daughter, his vow to return and bury Malvin. Ultimately it leads him to flee his place in society and the penance imposed on his fortunes by his own guilty conscience. So long as he remained within the precincts of New England society, he enjoyed temporary safety from the terrible power of his own heart. Within society he married Dorcas and raised a son. But his guilt and the moral weakness that prevented him from confessing it forced him into a morbid introspection, which made him, like Boone, a neglectful husbandman, hostile to society and plagued by lawsuits. Thus egocentricity symbolically drove him into the wilderness of his own mind and heart. At last, following this impulse of his psyche, he seeks refuge in the physical wilderness and there confronts the image of his own guilty character. In destroying the image, he murders his son, his hope of physical and spiritual immortality and happiness. The final scene of Roger Malvin's Burial, in which Bourne unwittingly sacrifices his son in expiation of his guilt, offers an implicit critique of the Western symbols and values expressed by the fire hunt legend in Flint's account and in the oral mythology about Boone. In both scenes the hunter performs a quasi-religious act of violence in which he appeases the spirits that haunt the wilderness in which he lives. In the fire hunt Boone mistakes Rebecca for a deer and nearly shoots her. The illusory metamorphosis of Rebecca into a deer and Boone into a panther suggests the kinship between this legend and the primitive myth of the divine king, in which a hero chieftain engages in a ritual hunt of an animal sacred to the goddess of nature. The hunt is a symbolic sexual union, which proves the vigor of the hero and restores fertility to the forest ruled by the goddess. Reuben Bourne's ritual sacrifice, however, ends his line. Instead of a symbolic intercourse with the goddess of fertility, Reuben's hunt becomes an act of self-mutilation, murdering his hope both for future happiness and for the immortality of fathering a line of sons. Like Shaktas and Renée in the works of Chateaubriand, like Crevecoeur's Winnebago Scott, like the frontiersmen condemned by Cotton Mather as breakers of the hedge, Hawthorne's frontier hero is doomed to impotence, to childlessness. 479. Thorpe's Big Bear of Arkansas also treats the wilderness as a realm of mystery in which there is an interchange of identities between the soul of the hunter and that of his prey. In Thorpe's tale, however, this represents man's attainment of the creative power of nature, not his moral degeneration. The tale itself is told by the hunter in what is ostensibly his own choice of words and style, but the personal narrative is framed by Thorpe's account of his meeting with the teller on a steamboat. Thus the context of the tale is social. The teller is environed with sharply delineated social types, reflecting the diversity of classes, conditions, and nationalities of Western society. In the eyes of the observing author, the teller of the tale himself is a social type of the backwoodsman. His class and condition are reflected in his dress, boisterous manners, and dialect. Admiration and condescension mingle in the author's attitude toward the speaker. He does not know what to make of him, whether he is a clown or a hero, just as the teller reveals that he himself was unable to decide whether the great bear he hunted was simply an outsized bear or some kind of avatar of mystic powers. Jim Doggett, the backwoods teller of tales, bursts on the startled company in the steamboat parlor, making sounds like an Indian and calling himself the Big Bear of Arkansas. It is some time before we learn his given name, and he seems much to prefer his chosen one. It soon emerges that Doggett is a hunter by profession, in the manner of Flint Spoon. He hunts for the love of it and as a means of increasing his stature and powers in his own eyes and in the eyes of nature and her creatures. His motives are like Crockett's, but without Crockett's calculation and greed. He rejects the idea that hunting is an amusement, a notion that Eastern writers emphasized in portrayals of Boone. Rather, it is an art and a necessity, requiring selectivity in execution and purity of motivation. A man must hunt from spiritual or physical need, not simply for pleasure, and for feeding both belly and ego. Petty beasts are to be eschewed in favor of the great beasts, the panthers and bears. A city dude, Doggett says, once asked him what the principal game in Arkansas might be, and Doggett replied, poker, and high-low jack. Animals are not game but meat. Game, indeed, that's what city folk call it, and maybe with them it means chippenbirds and chite pokes. Maybe such trash live in my diggins, but I aren't noticed them yet. 3. Doggett unwittingly reveals that his hunting is a means of gathering into himself the incredible power of the wilderness in which he lives, the power to destroy and to procreate. Size and fecundity are the symbols of this power. Even the mosquitoes in Arkansas are, in Doggett's tale, heroic. 480. In size, if they are large, Arkansas is large, her varmints are large, her trees are large, her rivers are large, and a small mosquito would be of no more use in Arkansas than preaching in a cane brake. Even the farmer must be a hero to master the fecund power of the wilderness, for the crops grow so quickly that planting in Arkansas is dangerous. 4. Doggett's own stature is appropriate to the setting, and he possesses, by his own account, a weapon of almost magical potency and a dog of equal powers. Moreover, he describes his use of weapon and beast in terms of the marriage metaphor that lies at the basis of the hunter myth. Tracking the bear requires that the hunter and dog know the bear's ways as the lover or seducer knows a woman's, and the attraction that brings the dog and hunter to the bear is compared to the universal human passion for marriage. That gun of mine is a perfect epidemic among bear. If not watched closely it will go off as quick on a warm scent as my dog Bowie knife will, and then that dog will you up. Why the fellow thinks that the world is full of bear, he finds them so easy. It's lucky he don't talk as well as think, for with his natural modesty, if he should suddenly learn how much he is acknowledged to be ahead of all other dogs in the universe, he would be astonished to death in 2 minutes. Strangers, that dog knows a bear's way as well as a horse jockey knows a woman's. He always barks at the right time, bites at the exact place, and whips without getting a scratch. I never could tell whether he was made expressly to hunt bear, or whether bear was made expressly for him to hunt. Anyway, I believe they were meant to go together as naturally as Squire Jones says a man and a woman is. Marriage according to law is a civil contract of divine origin. It's common to all countries as well as Arkansas, and people takes to it as naturally as Jim Doggett's Bowie knife takes to bear. 5. The tone of Doggett's self-praise seems to mark him as a buffoon, a braggart, a type of the Western loudmouth. The mythic content of his speech seems simply the exaggeration of a typical ring-tailed roarer until Doggett begins the tale of his greatest hunt and its mysterious course and consequences. Then both he and the narrator become fascinated by the mystery inherent in the events, and the mythic skeleton emerges more clearly from the color and furor of Doggett's rhetoric. I will give you an idea of a hunt, says Doggett, in which the greatest bear was killed that ever lived. His use of the passive voice sounds the first note of ambiguity. Although he is the hunter, he does not say that it was he who brought about the bear's death. Someone or something unspecified was behind the hunt from the first. 481. Doggett first sees the bear's signs when he has grown somewhat jaded with the ease of bear hunting. So proficient has he become that the bears either surrender or leave the country. The size and power of this bear are surprises that upset his previous belief in the completeness of his bear knowledge. In their first chase the bear outruns both man and horse, a circumstance previously unknown to me as possible. Impregnable in his power, the great bear helps himself to a hog from Doggett's stock whenever he pleases. Doggett has miscalculated the power of the fecund wilderness. The bear is the visible embodiment of that power that makes the corn explode out of the earth like cannon shot and the mosquitoes grow big as hawks. He has too readily assumed his power to dominate the wilderness, and for this hubristic sin he suffers an exchange of roles with the bear. The bear becomes a haunting vision, an embodiment, like the Puritan Indian devil, of the hellish powers of the wilderness. From a hero and hunter, Doggett has become a victim and virtually a captive besieged. I would see that bear in everything I did. He hunted me, and that, too, like a devil, which I began to think he was. 6. Thus the first stage of the ultimate exchange of identities between wilderness beast and civilized man is achieved. The next stage of the hunt invests the bear with a godlike nature and, at the same time, draws more emphatically the image of Doggett's kinship with the beast. Doggett and his hounds pursue the bear's trace and see him in the distance, climbing a tall, bare hill which is topped by a tree. Although the dogs snap at his heels, the bear's ascent is leisurely, and Doggett cannot decide if the dogs were either a match for him this time in speed, or else he did not care to get out of his way. The hunter's response is to see the bear as a thing of beauty in his stately performance of his role and to respond to the perception of the beauty and appropriateness of the bear's actions with a surge of love for the beast. But wasn't he a beauty though? I loved him like a brother. 7. Despite this love, or rather, under the aspect of the hunter myth, because of it he still seeks to achieve dominance over the bear by killing him. The bear by this time has ascended the tree and seated himself in the crotch, and the dogs harry him there. The bear is clearly an embodiment of the power of nature. The image is that of the hanging god of primitive mythology and, by extension, of the Chaosifiction. The hanging and mutilation of the god or his priest and avatar was part of the ritual of fertility, of death and resurrection for crops, beasts, and men, as was the rite of sacred marriage. The presence of the archetype here suggests the godlike power of the bear and the significance of Doggett's hunt for him. Doggett seeks to master the power of 482. Nature, the power of fecundity and natural resurrection, of self-perpetuation. He wishes to assimilate the magic of the bear as he digests his meat. The bear's next actions reinforce this impression of his godlike nature. He takes one shot square on his forehead and brushes it off, then walked down from that tree as gently as a lady would from a carriage. Although the bear is masculine, Doggett momentarily thinks of his prey as feminine, as indeed it should be, in the myth of the hunter and his sacred marriage. The bear flees, swims a stream, and disappears into the brush of an island. Then it reappears, is chased by the dogs, and is slain by the dog Bowie Knife, who is embraced by the bear in a lover-like fashion and falls clenched together with the bear into the water. Doggett fishes the drowned bear from the bottom of the stream, only to discover that the great bear has somehow created a she-bear and sent her out as a sacrifice while escaping himself. The elements of the archetype embodied in the fire hunt myth are all present here. The hunter and his victim confront each other in a wilderness above a pool of water. The symbolic environment of the hunt suggests that this is a quest into the unconscious for the vision of an anima, as well as a hunt in the wilderness for meat. The water and the wilderness both function as symbols of the unconscious, and the island, like the islands of the mystic Western Sea in pre-discovery visions of America, is the place where the principles and elements of the subconscious, the sea, are objectified and made concrete. Doggett is frightened and senses that he is in the presence of some mystery, but he has no comprehension of its ultimate significance or consequences. His reactions are like his previous ones. He sees the bear as the embodiment of the devilish, dangerous spirit of the wilderness and himself as the bear's victim. At the same time, apparently offhandedly, he identifies himself metaphorically with the bear and its power of procreation. The way matters got mixed on that island was unaccountably curious, and thinking of it made me more than ever convinced that I was hunting the devil himself. I went home that night and took to my bed. The thing was killing me. I grew as cross as a bear with 2 cubs and a sore tail. 8 Doggett now makes the ultimate commitment to the hunt to catch that bear, go to Texas, or die, and prepares himself for an ultimate struggle. He no longer relies with overweening confidence on his own powers. Realizing his weakness before the powers of the forest, he makes himself ready for final battle, leaving nothing to chance. As if in response to this change of heart and to the hunter's newly acquired love and respect for the bear god, the bear himself appears before the hunter, apparently. 483. Offering himself for the kill. The bear walks toward him slowly, looming like a black mist. Out of instinct the hunter fires, and again the element of mystery is complicated by the clownish nature of the hero, who was tripped up by my inexpressibles, which either from habit, or the excitement of the moment, were about my heels. By the time he reaches the bear, the beast's groans and thrashings have ceased, and he lies dead. Doggett then goes into an extravaganza on his size and ends by calling him a creation bear. 9. The allusion is to the creation in Genesis. There were giants in the earth in those days, but also to creation in general. The bear, as Doggett half realizes, is the embodiment of the creative potency of the wilderness. That power, presumably, is now his, as his taking the identity of Big Bear of Arkansas implies. But if Doggett is a god, he is an ignorant one, innocent of his own powers. He invites the company to warm their souls with liquor, in a vaguely Bacchic spirit, but there is no implication in the story that he is unwittingly inviting them to a kind of Eucharist or to the drunkenness that traditionally accompanied the rites of fertility and spring. Doggett remains troubled by the bear's last actions. He senses in the bear's submission some kind of fatality, but the character, motivation, or purpose of that fatality eludes him. But stranger, I never liked the way I hunted him, and missed him. There is something curious about it I could never understand, and I never was satisfied at his giving in so easy at last. Perhaps, he had heard of my preparations to hunt him next day, so he just gave up. But that ain't likely. My private opinion is, that bear was unhuntable here, and died when his time come. 10. The author-listener too is moved by the sense of mystery. Doggett had said in starting that the tale would be inscrutable to him, as a younger man listening to an older and wiser. But the author also strikes wide of the mark. In the context of the Steamboat Parlor Society, Doggett is Doggett, an ignorant woodsman, and not the mystical Big Bear of Arkansas. Viewed under the aspect of Indian or other primitive mythology, Doggett's tale is a myth of initiation and of divine kingship. Viewed under the aspect of civilization and Christianity, it is superstitious awe, resulting from the confrontation of a typical specimen of the ignorant children of the wood with anything out of their everyday experience. The same alternatives of vision divide Thorpe's hunter myth from that of Hawthorne. Hawthorne's Reuben-born suffers sexual mutilation and impotence in expiation for his guilt. His experience in the wilderness is a fall rather than an initiation, ending in decline of his powers and happiness. Thorpe's Big Bear gains the procreative power of the wilderness by 484. Merging his identity with that of its avatar, the bear. The result is a kind of elevation to heroic stature. Nor does Doggett lose his innocence as a result of the experience. On the contrary, he recovers lost innocence. Before the hunt he assumed himself to be powerful by virtue of the knowledge he had gained from worldly experience. After the hunt has proven the depth and strength of his power, he knows less, is sure of less, than when he began. Doggett's motives in the final hunt likewise differ from Reuben-born's. In the Christian context of Hawthorne's tale, Bourne's motivation is Faustian. By seeking new land in the West, he thinks to escape from the consequences of sin and dominate the moral power that informs human life. The result is the destruction of his dream by an ineluctable reality and the retributive justice which, as the reflexive mirror of man's mind, it embodies. Doggett is at first Faustian in his hunting of the bear, but he is chastened to humility. He learns the limits of his powers in the struggle, comes to respect and love the strength that nature's avatar embodies, and will play out his proper role with all the appropriate means at his disposal, not in contempt but in love and respect, not in the expectation of success but with resignation to failure. The Christian myth context of Hawthorne and the Indian myth context of Thorpe represent the halves of the dilemma inherent in American mythology. The Puritan and European tradition, in which the wilderness is a temptation to expression of the passions and consequent dissolution, is set against its polar opposite, the Indian myth in which the quest of the wilderness's beasts is the source of creative power. It was this dilemma that Cooper perceived and attempted to resolve in the Leatherstocking cycle. The Leatherstocking cycle begins with The Pioneers, published in 1823, and concludes with The Deerslayer, 1841. The first novel introduces the frontier hero, Natty Bumppo, in the social context of a frontier settlement in New York State, an idealized portrait of Cooper's own home in Cooperstown, New York. Natty is an old man on the verge of decrepitude, the representative of an admirable but vanishing breed of man, the Indian-like hunters of the first frontier. Natural and social necessity demands that he give way before the laws and the ways of settlement folk. In the last novel, Natty is a youth on the verge of manhood, embarking on his first warpath. Discarding the Christian name given him through baptism, he is seeking to make new names, new identities, for himself through his deeds as a hunter and warrior, for like the Indian he identifies with and takes his name from the things he hunts and slays. The Deerslayer's quest is enacted in conditions of almost perfect solitude, far from the settlements them. 485. Selves, in the physical and psychological isolation of the dreamlike forest. Leatherstocking, in the course of the cycle, passes from old age through death, in the prairie, 1827, into a new youth. Thus the legend of Leatherstocking, as it unfolded for the American reader of 1820–45, was a myth of renewal and rebirth of the hero. Moreover, the movement backward in historical time to Leatherstocking's youth was accompanied by a movement toward a more mythopoeic conception of the wilderness, a greater use of Indian mythology, and a concentration of focus on the psychology of a single personality, such as had characterized the Puritan personal narrative literature and made it capable of generating myth. The seeds of this ultimate development can be found in The Pioneers. The structure of Cooper's first serious novel, The Spy, had been very much in the Scott tradition, an historically important conflict, the revolution, between opposing components of a single race, mirrored in a family conflict. In The Pioneers, Cooper turned from an obviously important conflict to a more subtle one, that between the Indian world and the white. He shifted his interest from the artificially recreated world of the Revolution to the world he had known in his youth. Instead of applying the techniques of Scott to American events, he was re-examining his own past and heritage, his own perceptions of and role in the creation of the new American world. This turn toward self-examination and the examination of the real frontier world of Cooperstown was accompanied by a deep interest in the mythology and character of the Indians and of the white men who lived with and came to resemble them. The narratives relating to Boone's life, certainly the Filson text in Wilder's and Trumbull's editions and probably Flint's studies in the 1830s, formed part of his reading and supplied incidents and images to several novels in the cycle. Certainly he was aware of the literature of Indian captivities that was a staple of colonial and later New England popular literature. The capture of white women by Indians and associated villains and their rescue by Leatherstocking and his associates is the recurrent theme of the action in all the novels save The Pioneers. Perhaps his most important reading was in Heckewelder's study of Indian culture, history, and mythology. From Heckwelder he took what he believed to be myths expressive of the Indians' own conception of their history and an idea of the importance of their sense of spiritual intimacy with the land, an intimacy that gave them strength while it lasted but made them vulnerable to moral degeneration when the preemption of the land by the whites had displaced them. Although he had immersed himself in American source materials while writing The Pioneers, Cooper was still very much under the spell of 486. Scott and of the myth of progress through conflict and Christian reconciliation which informed the historical romance. Thus The Pioneers first exhibits the characteristic formal division of the Cooper novel into a plot and the thematic Leatherstocking saga. The plot, involving romantic themes of star and class-crossed love and family division, justifies the writing of the novel in terms of the literary conventions established in Europe and imported to the East. Its sources are essentially European, as are the attitudes it embodies. The romantic heroes and heroines, and their foils or accomplices, are almost always stereotypes, two-dimensional stock figures from Scott or the novel of manners. The thematic saga, which has its origin in the quasi-fictional narrative literature of the colonies and in the Indian legends collected by Heckwelder, relates to the character development of the hunter-hero Leatherstocking and his Indian associates. The two parts of the novel interact at various points but are in many essentials independent. As the cycle approaches its culmination in the Deerslayer, Leatherstocking's personal narrative comes to dominate plot, and Leatherstocking himself becomes the single focus of the novel. This formal ambivalence in the novel is not simply a result of Cooper's hasty writing and defective craftsmanship. The two formal elements grow out of different mythological antecedents, Indian and European, and these myths prove to be the sources of the central conflict in The Pioneers. The novel tells two stories: the reconciliation of the Temples and the Effinghams, families divided in the Revolution, through the marriage of Oliver Effingham and Miss Temple, and the destruction of the world of the primitive frontier, symbolized in the death of Indian John and the exile of Natty Bumppo. Oliver is Rumppo's friend and protege and is rescued by him, with Miss Temple, from the climactic forest fire. Rudd Bumppo's conflict with Judge Temple is unrelated to that which divides the Temples and the Effinghams. Bumppo wishes to live by the laws of the Indian and the hunter, killing meat for use only, unlike the settlers, but doing that whenever the spirit moves and in despite of game laws. The central conflict in the novel is, in effect, between two different modes of perception, that which regards Bumppo's conflict with Temple as the most significant struggle in the town, and that which regards the Effingham Temple misunderstanding as most crucial. In the context of the Indian mythology which Cooper employs to characterize Natty and Indian John, the former is of ultimate significance. In the context of the conventions of the historical romance, the second is of more pertinent interest. The conflict between these modes of perception is introduced in the lengthy tavern scene. Cooper paints the scene carefully, setting the reader. 487. Within a group of townsfolk of various conditions and types in the convivial glow of the inn fire. When the scene has been well set, Leatherstocking enters, and then Indian John. The theme of the scene is established by the discussion of the Indian's name. Bumppo calls him by his Indian name Chingachgook, or Big Serpent, the name he won through subtlety and valor on the battlefield. The others call him John Mohegan, the Christian name given him by the Moravian missionaries who banked the fires of his heart and converted his spirit, after the death of all his tribe and his son had broken it. From Christians he has also learned the use of rum, and his lust for this white man's poison wars with his knowledge that it unmans him, makes him unable to play the Indian's part of a hunter and warrior. In Chingachgook the mythologies of the Indian and the Christian are at war, and the final resolution of that conflict is the catastrophe of the narrative portion of the novel. The conflict reveals itself as the scene unfolds. Bumppo sounds its first note when he replies to Judge Temple's advocacy of laws restricting hunting and woodcutting. "You may make your laws, Judge, but who will you find to watch the mountains through the long summer days, or the lakes at night? Game is game, and he who finds may kill, that has been the law in these mountains. And I think one old law is worth two new ones." 11. The context of the remark is crucial. Temple has just been talking of the Jacobin excesses in France, the lawlessness of the mob and the killing of the king. Bumppo's defiance in one sense associates him with the Jacobins as a revolutionary. From Bumppo's point of view, however, it is Temple who is the lawbreaker. Moreover, Temple and his like have killed the true king of America, Chingachgook, chief of the Delawares, whose spirit is drowned in a rum bottle. The host calls for drinks, and a song is struck up, but the color and sound are thin concealments of the gulf of violence, strife, and revolutionary overturn that has been revealed. In proof of this, the Indian spirit of Chingachgook begins to rise, and as the whites roar out their drinking songs, he begins to sway and chant the song of his miseries, his triumphs, and his passion for revenge. Leatherstocking is the only man who understands what is happening. They offer him drink and call for a song, but he refuses. I have lived to see what I thought eyes could never behold in these hills, and I have no heart left for singing. If he, that has a right to be master and ruler here, is forced to squench his thirst, when a dry, with snow water, it ill becomes them that have lived by his bounty to be making merry, as if there was nothing in the world but sunshine and summer. Ironically, the men mock Leatherstocking as blind and offer him spectacles to see the world more cheerily. 488. They laugh at how old John turns his quavers but pay no attention to the song they cannot understand. 12. As he sings, Chingachgook's manner changes. He ceases to be Indian John, although the others call him so, and begins to chant a song of war and battles. Mohegan was uttering dull, monotonous tones, keeping time by a gentle motion of his head and body. He made use of but few words, and such as he did utter were in his native language, and consequently, only understood by himself and Natty. He continued to sing a wild, melancholy air, that rose, at times, in sudden and quite elevated notes, and then fell again into the low, quavering sounds, that seemed to compose the character of his music. Mohegan continued to sing, while his countenance was becoming vacant, though, coupled with his thick bushy hair, it was assuming an expression very much like brutal ferocity. His notes were gradually growing louder, and soon rose to a height that caused a general cessation in the discourse. 13. At this point Natty breaks in, admonishing him in the Indian language. Suddenly Natty and Mohegan become Hawkeye and Chingachgook, as Leatherstocking cries, "Shed not blood." Then the crisis passes, Chingachgook is again John Mohegan, and Hawkeye is the rustic Bumppo. The play on their names reprises the theme on which the scene began and emphasizes the conflict between the two worlds or modes of perception. In the Indian world the two are heroes of renown, Hawkeye and the Serpent. In the world of Judge Temple they are ignorant, undisciplined backwoodsmen, John Mohegan and Natty Bumppo. The different modes of perception derive from different mythological views of history. To the Christian Temple, the settlement of Templeton and the conversion or destruction of the Indians are part of a providential plan, figured in the creation of man by Jehovah and in the commandments to replenish the earth and to gather the souls of men into Christ's church. To the Indian, the settlement of Templeton is a breach in nature, a violation of natural law that must culminate in tragedy. The Delaware creation myth is the tale of a quest and an initiation, not a fall from grace. The law inherent in that creation is the law of the hunter. The woods and its animals are free for all, owned by none. Any man may seek his God or his prey there, checked only by the limitations of his own skill and discipline and the direct action of God through nature. Temple's law converts the hunting land to tillage and the savage hunter to the Christian farmer and merchant, who wring profit from the soil through speculation as much as husbandry. Hawkeye's law ordains, not the conversion of the land, but the 489 adjustment of man to the land, not the breaking of the forest to man's will, but the submission of human will to the laws inherent in nature. Temple, to preserve valuable game, would forbid shooting does out of season. Hawkeye, moved by love and respect for the creatures of his world and a desire to see their species perpetuated, would withhold his fire voluntarily, without the check of law. These differences derive from the polarity of their inherited modes of perception. Hawkeye and the Indians understand and can live independently by natural law because it is native to them. Temple and the settlers are from a different world and, since they lack the perceptions that would keep them obedient to natural law, must fabricate artificial laws to accomplish the same ends. Both Leatherstocking and Temple want to preserve the game, but their means and their motives differ. Where Temple urges economy in hunting out of a passion for regulated moderation in all things, Leatherstocking hunts both for food and for the spiritual satisfaction of participating in the necessary, ennobling rite of the kill. Thus when Temple concurs with Leatherstocking in disapproval of the townspeople's wasteful slaughter of the lake fish, the hunter denies the implied alliance with the judge. No, no, we are not much of one mind, judge, or you'd never turn good hunting grounds into stumpy pastures. And you fish and hunt out of rule, but to me, the flesh is sweeter, where the Creator has some chance for its life. 14. The depth of their difference is revealed through scenes in which each acts out his mythic heritage in an almost ceremonial fashion. Natty's last hunt precipitates the conflict between him and Temple and brings about the combined ending of the narrative and the plot. Natty, young Effingham, and Chingachgook have been sitting at their fire reminiscing, and Natty speaks of a view from a mountaintop overlooking the Hudson. The warmth with which he reports the scene recalls that of Filson's Boone, and Effingham remarks, as many did of Boone, that he has a remarkable sensitivity to nature. At that moment their reverie is broken by the baying of the hounds, who have started a deer. Dogs and deer explode out of the bushes, race through the camp, and plunge into the lake at its side. Although the game laws forbid hunting at that season, the Indian and the old hunter are so moved by the beauty and size of the beast that they cannot control the passion to hunt it, and they push off after it in a canoe. The hunt is long and arduous, Hawkeye and Chingachgook moving with the deer, adjusting their movements to his until they can feel the hunt as the deer feels it and so anticipate his movements. Then Effingham, whose screw 490 pies have been overcome by the excitement of the chase, slips a noose over the beast's head, and Leatherstocking reaches into the water to grapple the deer and slit its throat in the middle of the lake. There is a ceremonial quality about the strange circumstances of this killing that gives it a mysterious and mythical air. The origin of the scene is in fact mythological, drawn from Heckewelder's account of the creation myth of the Delawares, Chingachgook's tribe. The people, according to this legend, lived under a lake until one of their hunters discovered a hole through which he saw a deer. He hunted the deer, killed and ate it, tasted in its flesh the sweetness of earth and the goodness of the goddess of nature, and brought his tribe out to people the earth. Leatherstocking and Chingachgook live in the world of this myth, acting out a primitive ritual of creation and the perpetuation of life in defiance of the white Christian's law. Judge Temple, however, sees in this rite the unchecked expression of personal will and passion, and he sees in the free expression of Bumppo's and John Mohegan's nature a threat to order and moderation. In the context of European Christian mythology, the lake hunt takes on far different significance. The legend of the hunting priest, or wicked hunter with roots in Norse mythology or even in the Greek myths of Actaeon and Orion portrays the hunter as a man who deserts religious discipline for the grossly materialistic, sex-linked passion of the hunt. According to the legend, a priest or abbot who had a love of the chase was saying mass when his dogs bayed a deer, and the priest left the Holy Eucharist to partake of the savage Eucharist of the hunt. His punishment was to run an endless chase, whirling across the plains behind his howling dogs, never to run down the quarry he so bootlessly pursues. The hunter is, in this view, guilty of falling away from the center, from passive contemplation of the spiritual truth of a transcendent God, to a passion for mere transitory phenomena. 15. This is precisely the end Temple imposes on Leatherstocking, and in the final scene the old hunter vanishes into the west, surrounded by his baying hounds, in fruitless pursuit of an unrealizable dream. The Christian society lives by control of the passions and bridling of the will, not, like the Indian society, by their expression. The deer in the lake excites passion in the hunter, as in the fire hunt legend of Boone's marriage. In Jungian terms, the deer is like the anima, the feminine principle which the masculine mind has lost and which it seeks both within the mind and in the objective world. The water of the lake is both real and symbolic, the liquid element in which the desired object really appears and the symbolic element of the unconscious, the inward ocean. To the Indian, the hunting ritual is his initiation into a symbolic marriage with the spirits. 491. Of his world, the source of his procreative power. To the judge, this ritual of creation is, like the eating of the apple in Genesis, a type of fall from grace. Thus Temple presides at the rite of trial in which Natty Bumppo is condemned to be exhibited in the stocks and publicly humiliated for his pride in setting self above society. The punishment demonstrates that the two worlds are irreconcilable. What is humility and reverence to Leatherstocking is pride and disobedience to Temple, and the latter is compelled by his belief in a fallen world and a Christian law to impose humility on the unregenerate hunter. The climax of the tale comes on a hill called, significantly, the Vision. Bumppo, escaped from jail, rescues Temple's daughter from a forest fire and thus makes possible both the happy resolution of the Temple-Effingham plot and the catastrophe of the mythic narrative of the Indians' creation and doom. The deer hunt has also been fatal to the aged Chingachgook. He has suffered a mysterious hurt, some invisible internal damage, in the course of the deer slaying. He sits atop the Vision, looking on the ruined wilderness and the prospect of the distant village, immersed in thoughts of death. The strange slaying of the deer has for him a ritual significance. In the archetypal myth, when the king of the woods, the male partner to the goddess in the ritual procreation or marriage, becomes impotent through age or disease, his land suffers with him. Only if the king surrenders his blood to the soil in sacrifice and passes his power to a successor can the homeopathic relationship between the people and their land be profitably maintained. Chingachgook has lost the power and dignity of his kingship, his sons and daughters are dead, and he is unable to produce another heir, since all the worthy women of his tribe have vanished. As the fire consumes the hill on which he sits, Chingachgook casts off the vestiges of Christianity and submits to his mutilation and sacrifice. But his blood is without an heir. Cooper invests each event in the process of his dying with a ritual aura. The chief, with Effingham and Miss Temple, sits in a stone grotto by a pool with fire rising around him, looking into the womb of futurity. The pool recalls the mythic function of the lake as a symbol of the creative essence of nature and is here explicitly associated with a feminine presiding spirit. The image of the womb of futurity reminds us of the possibility of sacred marriage between king and goddess which, for Chingachgook, has been foreclosed. Young Effingham reinforces our perception of the chief's impotence, his inability to engage in the sacred marriage, by recalling the chief's decayed physical condition and the mysterious hidden wound he received during the last hunt, which has seriously impaired his 402 vigor. He considers this as the happiest moment of his life. He is past 70, and has been decaying rapidly for some time. He received some injury chasing that unlucky deer, too, on the lake. Oh, Miss Temple, that was an unlucky chase indeed. 16 Chingachgook regards as happy a chance which Effingham regards as unlucky, because the Indian is immersed in the world defined by primitive myths of the sacred marriage and the sacrifice of the king. According to the morality implicit in those myths, the king whose vigor declines toward impotence must be ritually sacrificed to the goddess so that the natural world he has ruled will not follow him into death. For Chingachgook, the death by fire is a consummation analogous to the death in love of sexual orgasm and the sacred marriage. However, to the Christian Effingham, who dreams of marriage to the chaste Miss Temple, the situation is appalling. At this crisis Effingham, who has been torn between love of civilization and the love of the solitudes which he shares with Bumppo and Chingachgook, makes his decision for society. But Chingachgook chooses the ways of his fathers, and for him the pain of death is nothing. Indeed, he revels in his torment as in the clasp of a beloved pleasure because his ability to bear the pain proves his manhood and gives value to his sacrifice. Through the flames Effingham and Miss Temple see as in a vision the figure of Judge Temple, innocent of impending disaster, standing in his pastoral fields lost in contemplation, the embodiment of the virtues they have temporarily deserted in seeking the hunters on the mountain. Chingachgook sees another vision, that of his dead tribesmen calling to him from beyond the grave, their red faces appearing through the white faces that obscure his vision of the land like smoke. Even as Bumppo arrives to rescue the young couple, a powder horn explodes between Chingachgook's legs. Such sexual mutilation was a part of king sacrifice rituals in primitive cultures. 1-7 Here it serves as symbolic confirmation of the termination of Chingachgook's kingly powers and the passing of the power of the soil to a new and better lord, Oliver Edward/Effingham. The final confrontation between the two worlds comes at the moment of Chingachgook's death. The minister asks John to make his confession of sin and humble himself before his judge and redeemer. Chingachgook replies with an Indian death song, a chant in praise of his own mighty deeds. The divine is shocked, may heaven avert such self-righteousness from his heart. Humility and penitence are the seals of Christianity. But the minister speaks with a vision of death far different from the Indians. Chingachgook sees in his death a return to the world of his youth, before the white man came, when Indians were the people of that place and 493. When game was plentiful. In death his strength will be renewed, and he will be a king again, exercising a king's power in a new and better realm. Thus he sings of his deeds of blood and battle, not of his failings or his deeds of charity. His chant alternates with the irrelevant queries of the minister, what says he, Nathaniel, does he recall the promises of the mediation, and trust his salvation to the Rock of Ages? 18 Now it is Leatherstocking who is torn between the Indian and the Christian visions. Where Chingachgook believes wholeheartedly in an afterlife where he is to be young Aegean, and to hunt, and be happy till the end of eternity, Leatherstocking is uncertain. He knows that such a heaven is not appropriate to a member of the white race, yet he might wish for a heaven very like that of Chingachgook. 19 It is clear that for him neither myth is wholly satisfactory, that he is sui generis, neither white nor Indian, though he partakes of the nature of both. Chingachgook's end is signaled by a crash of thunder and lightning, and he dies in his homeland, looking into the setting sun. Leatherstocking has no home and, like the cursed abbot, is doomed to wander until his end on a fruitless quest for a faith and identity like those of Temple and Chingachgook. This, at least, is how the ending must be viewed under the aspect of the European Christian tradition. By the end of the Leatherstocking cycle, however, Natty has become young again. Thus from the viewpoint of Cooper writing the tales, or his first audience reading them, Natty would seem to have achieved an Indian heaven. Cooper's ultimate concern in the Leatherstocking tales is the problematic character of the frontiersman, the troubling blend of European, American, and Indian elements that made him both a figure of promise and a nightmare to Cooper's contemporaries. The problem of vision that confronts Leatherstocking at the moment of Chingachgook's death is Cooper's way of portraying the psychological consequences of the white Indian character of the frontier hero. It was not, like Wilder's image of a degenerated boon, a means of answering the problem, but of posing it. Cooper devoted the rest of the cycle to attempting to resolve the problem. Leatherstocking's obsession with the question of his racial loyalties becomes increasingly pronounced. In The Last of the Mohicans, 1826, he describes himself as a man without a cross, 20 meaning that his blood is unmixed with Indian blood. The phrase, however, is ambiguous, since he is not a Christian and has no conception of being a member of a fallen race. Hence he neither identifies with the cross nor bears the cross of guilt, punishment, or expiation. Although Cooper never does resolve the problem, his attempts exercise a curious power over his writing, causing him to focus 494 more intently on Leatherstocking, to de-emphasize the stock characters from the genre of the historical romance, and to clarify and emphasize the mythological elements in the career of his hero. The mythic function of the ocean, sea, or lake, for example, becomes progressively more clear in each nove half the cycle. In The Pioneers, the lake is the source of the wilderness's teeming life, the refuge of its once innumerable birds and fish. The exploitation and depletion of the lake by the Templeton settlers dramatizes the role they play in destroying the sources of the natural, Indian life of the woods. Natty Bumppo and Chingachgook, by contrast, know how to appreciate and utilize the dark, fecund life force inherent in the lake. They fish it in the appropriate manner, they sacrifice a deer in it, and Bumppo even resurrects the half-drowned body of Benjamin from it, thus converting near death into a baptism to renewed life. Benjamin later becomes fast friend and emulator of the hunter. In The Last of the Mohicans, the lake functions in the archetypal role of an inward ocean, the subconscious of the human mind. It is from the lake that Megwa emerges to seduce the weakly Christian Montcalm to his plan of betrayal and blood. Still more significant is the reference of the Delawares to the real ocean, from whose shores they have been driven by the white men. The withering of the tribal seed and the untimely death of the heir of Chingachgook are seen by Tamenund and Chingachgook as consequences of the Indians being cut off from the primal life source. In The Prairie, Cooper's concept of the significance of the ocean is still clearer. Here all the elements of landscape and situation that were present in the pioneers are exaggerated and abstracted, that is, reduced to their simplest archetypal forms. The forests, solitudes and lakes and the scattered clearings of the pioneers have become an oceanic desert with islands of rock scattered across its heaving level. The transformation of lake into ocean and of settlement into islands simplifies and enlarges them so that they resemble the landscapes of primitive myth. These images also serve to link the story with the early dreams and discoveries of America, when the New World was conceived as a group of strange islands in a barren sea. The wagons of the Bush clan that move across it are prairie schooners. Thus both universal archetypes and the archetypal patterns in the American experience are invoked in the prairie. Leatherstocking himself has grown to suit the landscape. In the pioneers he was a decaying old man, in The Last of the Mohicans, a somewhat uncouth and bumpkinly subordinate to the romantic hero of the piece. In the prairie he appears as a protean figure, larger than life, alternately hidden and revealed by the 495 landscape, materializing mysteriously as if out of the sun itself before the dazzled eyes of the half-dreaming bushes. The sun had fallen below the crest of the nearest wave of the prairie, leaving the usual rich and glowing train on its track. In the center of this flood of fiery light a human form appeared, drawn against the gilded background as distinctly, and seemingly as palpable, as though it would come within the grasp of any extended hand. The figure was colossal, the attitude musing and melancholy. But embedded, as it were, in its setting of garish light, it was impossible to distinguish its just proportions or true character. 21. The Bush clan represent in an equally exaggerated form the values of the townspeople in Templeton, although not, presumably, of the good judge. They come fleeing from the consequences of crime and ill husbandry in the East. They are clannish, destructive, and bound by a rigid Old Testament code of vengeance that is little different from the Indian vendetta code. They are strongly associated with the Indian villains of the captivity myth, since they carry with them, as a prisoner and captive, a girl-woman who represents the Christian virtues of passivity, meekness, and gentility. She too, however, is an exaggerated type of the captive. Like the woman in Greenoff's rescue group, her size is disproportionately, perhaps preternaturally, diminutive. She is almost a freak of nature. The girl is, of course, rescued by Leatherstocking and her noble lover, and the Bushes are suffered to wreak their savage justice on one another. But the marriage of the captive and her lover, the Christian reconciliation that ought to climax the romantic plot, takes place offstage. The ideal and just world of the paternal god temple is nowhere present in this latter vision of the West, it is not one of the alternatives open to the hero. Offered a choice between the Bushes and the Indians, Leatherstocking's choice is not very difficult. His one regret is that the Christian world is no longer an alternative for him, but he is resigned to the fact. He disappears as he entered the novel, in a death scene not unlike that of Chingachgook. Having materialized from the life-giving sun at the novel's start, he gives up his ghost to the sun as it sets in the west at the novel's end. Yet the riddle remains. He says as he dies that, unlike Chingachgook and Temple, he has never been a chief or king, and that he dies without children or heirs, the last of his race. He has no idea of the life beyond as firm as either Temple's or Chingachgook's. there is a hint that a portion of his spirit is bequeathed to the Indian and white heroes, Hard Heart and Captain Middleton, suggesting that through him there is ground for a kind of reconciliation between the two worlds. Hard Heart suggests that his 496 death may have the power of a king's sacrifice when he hails him as just chief of the Pale Faces. With this bare suggestion of a conclusion, Cooper leaves the Leatherstocking tales, only to return compulsively to the theme 13 years later in The Pathfinder and the Deerslayer. These intervening years are of crucial importance for our understanding of the relationships between Cooper, his sources, and his public, that is, the connection between the artist and the popular myths which inform his works, and the effect which the artist himself has on the mythogenetic mind of his audience. In the 1820s, Cooper had been an explorer of sources. By the time he returned to the wilderness with the Pathfinder, the character he had created had entered directly into the popular mythology of the South and West. In the South, Sims and Byrd had written frontier novels that were responses, highly critical ones, to Cooper's statement of his vision. McClung, the popular Western anthologist who rebuked Boone for his flowery Filsonian rhetoric, offered a vision of the Westerner as man of pure action and instinct, which was likewise an answer to Cooper's portrait of the Westerner as rustic philosopher and mystic. James Hall's romanticized stories of the frontier, in particular The Backwoodsman, owed their characterization of the frontier hero to natty bumppo, wry humor, cool courage, sentiment, and their plot lines to The Last of the Mohicans, an alternation of captivities and rescues. Even Timothy Flint's characterization of Boone as the hunter-poet or hunter-priest can be seen as a development to its logical conclusion of Cooper's hunter. The artist, having drawn on the mythology of his people for his materials, makes a contribution to his culture's myth history, and when next he turns to his mythic sources, he meets, among other realities, his own creations coming back toward him. The natty bumppo of the later novels reflects not only Cooper's own development of his original conception but also the light thrown on it by others who had built on the suggestions of his earlier novels. In The Deerslayer, Cooper returns to the sources of his hero's character and values in another attempt to resolve the ethical and racial dilemmas that make his hero's nature and destiny so problematical. The novel recounts Leatherstocking's initiation into the world of manhood, his moral testing and awakening. Again, the conflict is between the worlds of Indian myth and of Christian European myth, and the success and consequences of the young hero's initiation are measured against the standards of value inherent in both mythologies. The setting contains in developed form the same archetypal elements that dominated the pioneers and the prairie. The action centers on a lake in the distant wilderness, an ocean within an 497 ocean, in the center of which is a man-made, stockade island called the castle. In the castle live the hunter's old Tom, a former pirate, and his foster daughters, Judith and Hetty. Judith is passionate, headstrong, and sensual. Hetty is chaste, pure, and Christian, with an innocence of nature that seems born of a retarded intellect. Natty Bumppo, called Deerslayer, Chingachgook, and their friend Hurry Harry March come to the lake to warn the hunters of an impending Indian war, but their quest also involves them with the hunter girls in a romantic, ritualized round of captivities and rescues. As in the pioneers, the object of Deerslayer's hunt or quest is found in the middle of a lake, this time in a woman's shape rather than an animal's. As in the Indian creation myth, Deerslayer's hunt involves him in the possibility of marriage to the lady of the lake and forest. The success of his quest, in terms of the Indian myth, depends on the success of his romance with Judith. To emphasize this, Cooper mirrors Natty's situation in a subplot dealing with the romance of Chingachgook, the king who has come seeking his proper queen and destined mother of his heirs. Deerslayer's quest is complicated by the fact that he knows himself to be neither a king nor an Indian by birth, but rather a Christian and a white man. The tensions within the Hunter family create problems for this side of Deerslayer's nature and complicate his desire to achieve manhood according to Indian standards. As their surname indicates, the Hunters naming their home the castle smacks of a desire to climb above their appointed station in life. This overweening pride is embodied in the darkly beautiful and passionate Judith, who is contemptuous of her father's pretensions and seeks to rise above him by becoming the wife or mistress of an officer at a British fort. By so doing she breaks the moral and social laws that are embodied in the meek and sympathetic Hetty. She, however, is a rather weak spokesman for the values she represents, since her Christianity depends on the utter innocence of her mind. Deerslayer's problem, that of discovering or molding his own character or identity, is posed as a choice between myths. The Indian myth, represented by Chingachgook, if followed to its normal conclusion, would impel him to marry Judith. The values inherent in the European Christian myth, represented by Hetty, would demand that he reject Judith because of the moral impurity of her nature and the fact that she has sinned with her British lover. The choice of Chingachgook's way is complicated by Deerslayer's discovery that the Indian's values are not completely his own, that the Indian's conscience sanctions scalping and the killing of women and children, while his own cannot. The choice of Hetty's way is complete. 498. Kate by the facts that she is a near idiot and that her recommendations for action violate both the instincts and the experience of the hunter. The values by which Deerslayer judges each of the alternative myths are not assumed a priori but are achieved by him through his initiation ordeals. He remains unaware of his gifts, of the character of his conscience and the nature of his passions, and of the limitations of his own nature, until he has passed through the test of experience. Deerslayer is portrayed as a man consciously seeking to create his own character through his deeds as a hunter. The quest involves him in the creation of a personal myth, a conception of his own character and destined role which sustains him like a religious faith and which, as Cooper frequently points out, makes him a myth hero to American society at large. This last perception of Cooper's is an important one, since it touches the source of the American mythology of the hunter. The initiation experience of Deerslayer, set in the physical and moral isolation of the wilderness and in the psychological isolation of the hero's mind, is a paradigm of the historical experience of the whole nation in its acculturation to the Indians' America. Americans' response to their situation, as we have seen, was to create a myth, an intellectual construct charged with religious emotion that would explain and justify their situation. Filson and other writers of the colonial period had created such myths without being conscious that the tremendous urge to create them was itself a primary characteristic of the historical experience of their culture. Cooper is aware of this and therefore makes his hero an initiate not only as a hunter but also into the art of myth-making. Deerslayer, Cooper tells us, will fulfill the promise suggested in Flint's portrait of Boone. He will be a poet whose words are deeds, whose poems are the deaths of sacred beasts. The evolution of this character is conveyed in terms appropriate to the Indian and pagan rather than the Christian mythology. By emphasizing that the Indian mythology establishes the context for Deerslayer's action, Cooper strengthens the force and applicability of the Indian evaluation of Deerslayer's quest. His ultimate rejection of Judith, for reasons that are both Indian and European Christian, thus appears as a profound revelation of the fatal limitations of Deerslayer's character. He will never wed, never consummate a union in either the Indian or the Christian myth of marriage, and thus will never attain the final prize of heroism, which is to become a divine king, or the founder of a people or dynasty. The stages of Deerslayer's initiation are marked by the changes in his name and totem animal, for as the noble traits of his character develop and reveal themselves, Natty Bumppo becomes worthy of killing increasingly higher forms. 499. Of animals. The metaphor of the hunt as a marriage of man and beast applies here, since the hunter becomes one with his prey at the moment of the kill, he must prepare himself to be a fit and equal opponent for it. In the kill itself, he assumes the powers of the thing he has dominated and slain and therefore takes his new name and character from his victim. Each new name thus reflects a newly revealed or achieved quality of character and is closer to being the true or authentic name that will express the initiate's whole and ultimate character. Deerslayer himself clarifies the meaning of this motif in talks with Judith and Hetty. Judith asks him the English translation of Chingachgook's name and is told, Big Sarpent so called for his wisdom and cunning, Uncas is his Ral name, all his family being called Uncas, until they get a title that has been earned by deeds. The deeds by which Deerslayer has earned his name were acts of violence and physical prowess. As his skill in violence progressively revealed itself, the Delawares among whom he was raised gave him the names of new totem animals. As he tells Hetty, who wants to know all his names, his original name was Natty Bumppo, a humble name of simple, industrious, Christian people, which symbolizes his white heredity. The Delawares first named him Straight Tongue for his honesty, then Pigeon for his fleetness, and then Lapeer for his skill as a tracker. When he became a man and owned his own rifle, he took his name from the animal he killed and was called Deerslayer. 22 Part of Deerslayer's inner conflict is expressed in his attitude toward his names. If Uncas is Chingachgook's real name because he was born with it, then Bumppo is Deerslayer's real name, and that which he earns by deeds is less expressive of his nature. In The Pioneers, the minister asked Natty if he and Chingachgook believed in the efficacy of works to change and convert a man's sinful natural being to that of a savable Christian. All the Christian learning of John Mohegan did not prevent his becoming Chingachgook at the crisis. Much the same question is at issue here: to what extent do the Indian deeds of Natty Bumppo make him an Indian? Is he really the mythic hero Deerslayer and Hawkeye, or the low-class bumpkin Bumppo? The problem is the same as that in Big Bear of Arkansas: is the hero clownish Jim Doggett, or the man who has by hunting acquired the name and powers of the Big Bear itself? Most of the events of Deerslayer's initiation seem to point toward his acceptance of his role under the aspect of the Indian myth. As Cooper describes him, he is a kind of priest of the woodlands, a figure out of primitive mythology or out of Flint's portrait of Boone as the hunter-acolyte of the forest, whose deeds of violence are contained by a moral spirit that 500 forms them into acts of devotion. The development of this religious discipline is one of the chief signs of Deerslayer's maturation through the experiences recounted in the novel. Cooper emphasizes this innate quality in the opening scenes of the book, in which the appearance of Deerslayer is contrasted with that of Hurry Harry. After noting the Indian source of the custom of assigning sobriquets, Cooper describes the dress and manner of the two men. Hurry Harry's arms and equipment are worn in a careless, slovenly manner, reflecting his indifference to the figure he cuts before Indians and wild animals. Deerslayer, on the other hand, has arranged his appearance with some attention to smartness and the picturesque, as if the wearer were attempting to measure up to some ideal standard of his own. His rifle was in perfect condition, the handle of his hunting knife was neatly carved, his powder horn ornamented with suitable devices lightly cut into the material, and his shot pouch was decorated with wampum. 23 These are the outward signs of a profound difference in their moral makeup, which is revealed through their subsequent actions in the book. Deerslayer is rigorously moral throughout, adhering firmly to his own code of honor in the teeth of the disapproval of his friends among both whites and Indians. Hurry Harry is honorable only so long as it is to his interest. When Judith Hutter rejects his suit, he deserts the Hutters. Deerslayer never contemplates deserting the imperiled family, even though he initially dislikes both Thomas and Judith Hutter. In an early encounter with a deer, Deerslayer reprimands Hurry for attempting to kill the beast out of season, when they were in no need of food. Hurry, who delights in killing for the joy of it, fails to understand Deerslayer's moral standard. The fullness of this moral standard is only gradually revealed to the reader and to Deerslayer himself through the unfolding events of the novel. The incident of the deer and Deerslayer's refusal to accompany Hurry and Hutter in a raid against the Indian women and children are preludes to the most crucial episode of the narrative. In mortal combat with an Indian enemy, Deerslayer proves himself worthy to kill his fellow man and receives the name that is to become as renowned as many a hero of classical mythology. Just as his earlier name was taken from the thing he killed, so his new name, Hawkeye, is given him by his dying foe. The scene thus parallels the fire hunt myth, in which Boone's goddess Rebecca metamorphosed into a deer named Boone Painter or Panther after the ritual-like hunting incident has been completed. The Indian, Le Servier, or the lynx, fires at Deerslayer from ambush. Deerslayer, following the Indian practice of warfare, plays dead until the enemy exposes 501 himself. But Deerslayer must remain true to his white gifts, and he refuses to shoot from ambush. 24 Instead he stalks the Indian, tricks him into leaving cover, then announces his presence and calls for a peaceful parley. When the Indian breaks the truce and fires from a second ambush, Deerslayer's quickness of sight enables him to shoot through the concealing bushes and hit the invisible body of the Indian. Still true to his white gifts, he brings water to his fallen foe and refuses to take the scalp. "Good," ejaculated the Indian. "Good, young head, young heart, too. Old heart tough, no shed tear. Hear Indian when he die, and no want to lie what he call him. Deerslayer is the name I bear now, though the Delawares have said that when I get back from this warpath, I shall have a more manly title, providing I can earn one. That good name for boy, poor name for warrior. He get better quick. No fear they're tapping Deerslayer's heart. I sartain finger lightning aim, death great warrior soon. No Deerslayer Hawkeye Hawkeye Hawkeye. Shake hand." 25. Other ordeals test Hawkeye's new identity and further develop its strength. After being threatened by his Mingo captors with torture and then let off on a temporary parole, he is tempted to flee the area. His refusal to succumb to this weakness rises from that same vigorously stoic Indian morality that restrains him from shedding blood heedlessly. His successful passage of this moral ordeal gains him another totemistic emblem of his new manhood. Judith Hutter gives him Killdeer, a rifle of simple perfection in design and a myth-like reputation for accuracy. Just as the possession of his first rifle marked his attainment of the station of hunter and the estate of manhood, the gift of this mythic weapon marks his achievement of heroic stature, much as the armor of Hephaestus was given to Achilles on the eve of his heroic battle with Hector. In describing the weapon and the act of gift, Cooper underlines the symbolic significance of the act in terminology which strangely anticipates that used by Fraser in his discussion of the Divine King, or King of the Woods, myths in the Golden Bough. Hawkeye admires the rifle. But this is a lordly piece, and would make a steady hand and quick eye the King of the Woods. Then keep it, Deerslayer, and become King of the Woods, said Judith. 26. Other analogies from pagan and early Christian myths are suggested by the scene, particularly the Arthurian legends of hero kings and knights receiving their legendary weapons from the Lady in the Lake. The origin of these 502 myths is identical with that of the hunter myth, in which the hero seeks the anima, the quality of soul that will complete his half-formed identity and realize his potential for worldly power, spiritual attainment, and self-perpetuation through a dynasty of heirs. Measured by her actions in the novel, Judith is a redemptive woman. Her courage saves the Ark from the Indians. She offers herself to Deerslayer to entice him to violate his parole and refuse to return to face death at the hands of the Indians, and she goes herself to the Indian camp, disguised as a goddess, to rescue him. The whole strain of this archetypal myth is toward some form of sexual union between the male and female principles. The gift of the weapon itself signifies that the woman's function is to enable the predatory male to play the man's part. The problem that confronts the Deerslayer's emerging moral character is therefore couched in terms of the marriage metaphor. The psychological and emotional urges embodied in the archetypes of primitive myth, which inform our expectations of the life experience, seem to demand his marriage to Judith, his union with the anima. Indeed, she would make an ideal wife in the Indian sense of the term, since she is strong and courageous in her own right and can deal with hardship and danger. But given the logic of the American frontier myth, as it had evolved from the captivity era through the boon era, Leatherstocking's celibacy and impotence are inevitable. His stature as an American hero depends on his uniting the characters of the hunter and the captive, since the captivity and the hunter myths together constitute the national myth of the frontier, and had done so since Filson at least. Leatherstocking's submission to captivities in the pioneers, the prairie, and the Deerslayer is always a method of expiating the Indian sinfulness of his profession of hunter. It is a way of ameliorating his masculine force as a predator, of domesticating or at least restraining it within the moral bounds set by the feminine symbols of civilized culture. In 77 JE Pioneers it is the killing of the deer that Natty expiates in temple stocks. In the deer slayer his killing of the eagle, a wanton act motivated by pride in his own prowess, produces in himself a moral revulsion that determines him to submit to Indian captivity, and it is this submission which finally breaks the eternal round of the novel, in which captivity and rescue alternate relentlessly. At the same time, the conflicting demands of the hunter's mystique and the captive's morality neutralize Leatherstocking and render him impotent, incapable of choice or marriage. The conclusion of the novel reveals that although his blending of Indian and Christian qualities makes him a hero and a kind of saint, it ultimately prevents him from playing his proper role in either the Indian or 503. The Christian frame of reference. His rejection of Judith in his final ordeal firmly establishes the moral foundations of his character that will make him a myth hero. However, it also dooms him to childlessness, just as does Reuben born's expiatory slaying of his son, and thus constitutes a kind of self-mutilation, especially since Judith is the lady of the lake who has given him his manly weapon. Under the aspect of primitive myth, Hawkeye's act of renunciation can be seen as a sacrifice to his goddess, although a futile and ultimately self-defeating one, with ritual rather than practical significance. There is a version of the myth of sacred marriage in which the partner of the goddess is destroyed, immolated, or mutilated. Its structure is based, presumably, on the traditional conception of the blending of the sexes in sexual orgasm as a figurative death in love. Such a conclusion is, in terms of Indian mythology, as appropriate an ending for the hunter's quest as Boone's achieved marriage to the deer woman. A legend of the Lakota or Sioux is relevant to this point. The legend recounts the means by which the calumet, or peace pipe, was given by the goddess of the earth to the people. The pipe itself symbolizes the unity of man with all the spirits of the earth, his blood relationship with the animals, the four directions and seasons, the maternal earth and paternal sky. It is both a weapon and a symbol of peace, an agent of destruction and a phallic symbol of fertility, in which a burnt offering of bark and herbs is made and consumed in a Eucharistic manner by the worshipper. 4 ribbons hang from the stem, symbolizing the quarters of the universe, the seasons, and the 4 aspects of natural divinity. A black ribbon for the west, source of angry thunder and fertilizing rain, red for the east, source of wisdom and the morning, white for the north, whose winds cleanse and purify the land, and yellow for the south, source of the summer heat that makes things grow. An eagle feather symbolizes the one spirit, who is the unity of all spirits, the all-fathering sky. It is also an admonition to the people that their thoughts should be as high as eagle's flight and the mind of their maker. A patch of buffalo hide symbolizes the earth and the brotherhood of man with all living wild things. According to legend, the pipe was received from a mysterious white woman who appeared to 2 braves as they hunted for bison. One brave had lustful thoughts about her, while the other regarded her as sacred. To the first she said, "You do not know me, but if you want to do as you think, you may come." Delighted, the foolish one went, but just as he stood before her, there was a white cloud that came and covered them. And the beautiful young woman came out of that cloud, and when it blew away the 504 foolish man was a skeleton covered with worms. The goddess turns from the body of the lover she has consumed and instructs the other brave to tell the tribe of her coming and of her gift, which, she says, will enable the tribe to walk always in righteousness, cleave to a law that will make them strong, and be the source of a fecundity that will make them multiply and be a good nation. She gives her gift, the calumet, and then turns into a white bison and flees across the prairie. Thus she reveals that she is the bison goddess, goddess of the earth, and that her gift is a sacred object, weapon, scepter, and sacrament that will make her chiefs true kings, her braves men, her women perfect mothers. But the necessary prelude to the gift is that moment of sexual union and sacrifice, in which the foolish young man gives life and manhood to the goddess, uniting her with mankind and enabling her to give her people the child and nation-making gift. 27 Deerslayer's renunciation of sexuality is not preceded by any such prelude and thus ends in sterility rather than renewal of the life spirit. Part of Hawkeye's motivation in refusing Judith's proposal of marriage is the mystical love of the wilderness that makes him seem a potential king of the woods, and that, for him, is stronger than the urgings of the heart or passion for any human woman. Part of it, however, is simple Christian priggishness. Judith asks him if his decision is based on his belief in the aspersions cast on her character by Hurry Harry, and Deerslayer in part affirms this, yet to the reader Harry's judgment of any person seems gravely suspect. Although Judith may have succumbed to her vanity, although she may actually have fallen, she has been a redemptive figure, a would-be rescuer and life-saver throughout the action. And she has certainly proved her ability to overcome pride and her repentance of sin by her humble proposition to the hunter. It is his concept of class distinction that divides them, and his refusal dooms her to a life of sin as Worley's mistress, while he goes on to live a life of legendary purity and integrity. This moral ambiguity renders the conclusion problematic and suggests that the apparently simple legend is quite complex. How are we to reconcile Hawkeye's reverence for all natural life, as evinced in his regret for killing the eagle out of pride, 28, with his treatment of Judith? Cooper does not answer the question, but his manner of posing it opens new roads for interpretation. Hawkeye's ideas of race are similarly problematic. In the earlier Leatherstocking novels, Cooper was careful to have Natty distinguish himself as white. In the Deerslayer, the insistence that his original name, Bumppo, is white echoes the racial distinction. Indeed, as Deerslayer discovers his true character, he becomes progressively more conscious of his 505. Racial distinction, his white gifts. This concept of racial difference, which the Romantics of Europe and America used as the basis of literary symbolism, had been a key element in the Indian war literature of the past. The opposition between civilization and the wilderness had of necessity been couched in terms of racial antagonism between Indian and white, and the degeneration of the white frontiersman was symbolized by his amalgamation with the Indians, his adoption of Indian traits. As a racial purist, Hawkeye is not given to the idea of marrying a redskin. On the other hand, his way of life and his moral values make even white women unsuitable as mates. Their natures are either too high for his manner of life or too low, in Judith's case, for his respect. 29. Thus he dies childless, like Reuben Rerne and like Chateaubriand's Shaktas and René. The code of the wilderness is also problematic. The hunter's violence, markedly sexual in its symbolic character, brings him into communion with the goddess of this world, the wilderness. Yet the violence itself and the consequent initiation into another identity violate the norms of European culture and of Christian morality and moralized sexuality. To accept wholeheartedly the wilderness marriage and Eucharist is to lose one's white soul, to hold back is to fail in America as an American. Leatherstocking's rationalizations save his purity but unsex him, render him permanently celibate. He is a purist in the related matters of morals and race. He will not mingle his blood with the Indians or with a woman whose character he sees as dark or morally compromised. He wishes to remain, what he calls himself at several points in the cycle of the novels, a man without a cross. 30. To him this means in part a man without a crossing of Indian blood in his ancestry and with no desire to cross bloods in the future. It also implies his desire to preserve his pristine innocence. He is a man without a cross of sin to bear, a man exempted from the fall, a new Adam. Yet he is also, implicitly, a man beyond the pale of Christianity, a man without the cross to guide him. In the Deerslayer, Cooper seems more aware of the irony in this racial attitude than he was in his earlier books. When Deerslayer muses on his white Christian racial gifts while tending the dying Lucervier, the Indian's attitude is resentful, and Cooper seems sympathetic to that resentment. My gifts are white, as I've told you, and I hope my conduct will be white also. Could looks have conveyed all they meant, it is probable that Deerslayer's innocent vanity on the subject of color would have been rebuked a little, but he comprehended the gratitude that was expressed. 506. In the eyes of the dying savage, without in the least detecting the bitter sarcasm that struggled with the better feeling. 31. Thus even the spirit of innocence, so admired by romantics of Cooper's own stamp, is put to the question by the artist in his pursuit of his hero's character. Cooper's portrayal of the American character in the Deer Slasher reduces that character to a series of artistically heightened, symbolic figures which are embodiments of ambivalences or problems, rather than of clear and simple truths. The Big Sarpent is wise, honorable, and cunning, brave in battle and admirable in rescuing his beloved from the Mingos, yet there is some doubt as to his Indian gift for marriage, and he may turn out as callous toward his squaw as the rest of his race. Although Judith Hunter has succumbed to the sin of pride and desired above her station, her ultimate fall is as much the result of Deerslayer's perverse purity as of her own weakness of character. Even the innocent Hetty Hunter is not a conventional ingenue, her virtue is the result of feebleness of mind, which renders her incapable of imposing her biblical morality on those around her. She is innocence reduced to impotence and near idiocy. Interestingly enough, Cooper pointedly contrasts her to Deerslayer by distinguishing between her civilized heart and her wilderness head. Deerslayer is spoken of as having a wilderness heart and a head in which the reasoned discipline of civilization prevails. 32 Both are amalgamations of incompatible absolutes, and their innocence is doomed to ultimate impotence. It is worth noting that this imagery reverses the French convention of Chenier, in which the tender heart is the product of civilized nurture and the hard head is the result of wilderness experience. Still, it is clear from the novel that the career and myth of Natty Bumppo, and by implication, the career of his mythic ancestor, Filson's Boone, has something to offer to civilized man, a set of values which is a result of long experience in the American wilderness. Supreme among these values is that of reverence for all life, which in Deerslayer's religion lies at the basis of all moral action. More significant is the fact that this value is derived from experience rather than from theory, for Deerslayer points out on a number of occasions his complete ignorance of the Bible. Moreover, the experience from which this basic principle has been derived is one that includes strife and violence, cruelty and hardship, loneliness and exile. Innocence, in the idiom of the Boone Bumppo myth, is the prerequisite for deriving moral value from the wilderness ordeal, and this innocence consists in a completely receptive, open state of mind, a naivete. 507. An absence of preconception in one's approach to experience. Moral truth emerges only when the hero totally immerses himself in his wilderness environment, forgetting, however briefly, his other ties and even his concepts of the differences between races and sexes, between body and soul, between man and God. Through this trusting immersion he discovers truths about himself and his world that were hitherto hidden to him. His discriminations are now more just, less the result of habit. In solitude and isolation his acts of war and hunting awaken him to his kinship with creation, to a sense of reality and of religious and social duty. His heart is cleansed of evil impulses, and his reason is clarified, strengthened, more dominant over his passions. This concept of the central drama of human experience is repeated throughout American literature and American culture, in the pietistic concept of conversion and the literary method of the Indian war personal narrative tradition, as well as in Thoreau's experiment at Walden Pond and Whitman's journey through the jungle of myself. It is, at the same time, one of the universal themes of human literature. William Sims's Southern treatment of the Boone legend follows a distinctly different pattern. Like Cooper, Sims began by attempting to set the frontier hero in his proper place in the context of 19th-century society, but where Cooper increasingly plumbed the problematic nature of his characters, Sims's characters became more rigid sectional stereotypes. In the romantic novel Guy Rivers, 1834, he created Mark Forrester, a cool-headed woodsman who serves as the rescuer and advisor of Ralph Culleton, Sims's romantic hero. Forrester's character, like that of the Leatherstocking of 1823-27, is fundamentally decent but has been somewhat corrupted by 2 lengthy sojourns among the Indians. A better heart, or more honorable spirit lived not, and in spite of an erring and neglected education of evil associations and sometimes evil pursuits he was still a worthy specimen of ranhood. Sims is at pains to define Forrester's sectional identity, to present him as a type of Southern character, a beneficiary of the Southerners' racial advantages and spiritual gifts, despite his Indian-like mode of living. His face was finely Southern. His features were frank and fearless, moderately intelligent, and well marked, the tout ensemble showing an active vitality, strong, and usually just feelings, and a good-natured freedom of character. With a giant's powers, he was seldom so far borne forward by his impulses as to permit of their wanton or improper use. 33. Yet despite his good qualities, Forrester is not a true Southern nobleman. 508. He lacks, like the Indian, a sentimental regard for the female. Ralph Culleton has nearly laid down his life for his love, but Forrester's one love is a light rifle of the choicest bore, which in time the hunter learns to love with a passion almost comparable to his love of a woman. 34. Where Cooper turned from Leatherstocking's manners to a greater preoccupation with the larger implications of his character and values, Sims continued to work out the problem of the frontiersman's place in a social hierarchy. In The Kinsman, 1841, later called The Scout, he created supple Jack Bannister, a vivid and realistic frontiersman who steals the reader's interest from the romantic plot. Like Leatherstocking in the earlier books, Bannister is intended as the foil, assistant, and advisor to the noble hero. His dialect is heavy, the hero's is refined. Sims thus echoes the European distinction between the romantic nature of aristocratic civilization and the coarseness of frontier American reality. Supple Jack and Mark Forrester assist the romantic hero in his fight against evil members of their common culture, the Tories, the British, or Guy Rivers's outlaws. They do not represent Southern culture in the great confrontation between civilization and the wilderness, between the South and the American frontier. Rather, they serve their noble masters against those forces within the nation at large which opposed the Southern way of life. Thus Sims's use of the frontier hero marks a distinctly Southern departure from the conventions of the Indian War narrative, in which such heroes traditionally stood for Anglo-American civilization against the destructive paganism of the savage. His departure reflects the emergence in the South of a feeling of sectional exclusiveness and alienation from the nation. When Sims did need a hero to represent the South in the traditional Indian War confrontation, he created figures like Lord Craven of the Yamasee, 1835, and the knight-errant Boone of his 1845 sketch. His sources for these figures were the same literary and social conventions that he had followed since Guy Rivers. Unlike Cooper, he did not seek further enlightenment from the literature of Westerners like Flint. His concerns were parochially restricted to the problems of Southern society. The novel form in which he chose TD work depended heavily on the existence of a contemporary audience's consensus on his concepts of social order, racial character, and relations between the upper and lower classes. While his ideas were certainly relevant to the aspirations of the South in his time, changes in social values in the South, as well as the other sections, made his social type seem increasingly dated. Lord Craven, for example, is a plausible portrayal of the ideal Southern gentleman conscious of his birth and in 509. Intellectual superiority, but just and gentle to his inferiors, cultivated and civilized in habits and tastes, but able to hold his own in the rough and tumble of an Indian fight, a lover of tilled fields and the conversation of the towns, but able to live in the forest. His behavior in the novel, however, would have made it difficult for men not of Sims's social and political convictions to accept Craven as a hero. His open consciousness of superiority is distasteful at times, as is Sims's assertion that the common frontiersman wants nothing more than to find, to follow, and to worship such a leader. 35. Sims's frontier heroes were created as final answers to the problem of the frontiersman's social place. Cooper's Leatherstocking, particularly in the later novels, poses more problems than he answers. His perceptions and beliefs question the values of society, and Cooper's tendency over the course of the cycle is to play down easy answers and let these questions stand out strongly. The reader of the Leatherstocking tales can develop an almost unlimited number of interpretations of the frontier hero, of American values, and of civilization in general from Cooper's problematic symbols. Sims's reader is restricted to the authorized interpretation of social type. The same distinction can be drawn between Hawthorne's Tales of the Frontier and R. M. Byrd's Nick of the Woods, although Hawthorne is less flattering than Cooper in his vision of the frontier, and Byrd's Nick is a far more complex vision of frontier character than Sims's Mark Forrester. The significant differences between these four men are, not in their hostility to or love of the wilderness, but in their approaches to the definition of character, the problem of identity. Sims and Byrd approached the problem of identity in terms of the conventions of the romantic novel. Each character represents a social or racial type. The true character of the romantic hero is thinly obscured through the chicanery of a villain or the hero's own deliberate mystification, but both reader and hero are aware of the deception. Thus in Sims's The Amasis, Lord Craven masquerades as Gabriel Harrison, a mysterious man of unknown rank and background whose personal worth makes him the natural leader of men who are unaware of his identity. In Byrd's novel, Roland Forrester, the young knight of the woods, has exiled himself from Virginia after being cheated of his patrimony. During the course of the novel, his rights are vindicated, his identity is proven, and he returns to claim his plantation. The problem of identity for these heroes is an artificial device of romantic fiction, rather than the fictional equivalent of a cultural and universally human problem. Both heroes are completely loyal to the social values of their class and culture, their triumph over ad. 510. Versity is a vindication of these values. They never seriously question the validity of their assumptions, and their moral judgments tend toward the simplistic. There is not much that either Craven or Sims can say for a character like the villainous Richard Chorley. He is simply a white renegade. The morbid passions of the young frontiersman Grayson, whose jealousy of Craven's success with the heroine Bess Matthews nearly drives him to outlawry, are attributed to his neglect of husbandry for the brooding solitudes of the forest. Only two subordinate characters, Byrd's Nathan Slaughter and Sims's Conestoga, stand out against the conventionalized structure of these novels. Both are men torn between cultural standards, between opposed loyalties. Their character or identity is a very real problem for them, and their problem parallels the cultural problem of defining a national or sectional identity. The necessity for dealing with the problems posed by these characters brought out the artist in Sims and Byrd. It stimulated them to touch on the profound doubts and questions that undergulfed the thin structure of social and literary convention. Conestoga is the tragic son of Chief Sanoti of the Amasis. He is torn between his love for his father and his Indian heritage, on the one hand, and his admiration of the stronger, more advanced culture of the whites, on the other. As an Indian, he is intellectually unequipped to analyze the source of the white culture's strength, and he succumbs to its evils before he can fully appreciate its true virtues. He becomes a disgraceful drunkard, aids English land grabbers against his own tribe, and is therefore banished by Sanoti. Yet beneath this maudlin drunkard's self-pity there remains a spark of honor, a desire to serve his ideals. Conestoga's dilemma lies in his inability to reconcile the opposing ideals represented by the two aristocratic rulers, Craven and Sanoti. Unfortunately for the novel, Conestoga dies before the potential implications of his problem have been worked out. A more promising work, and hence a more tragic failure, is Robert M. Byrd's Nick of the Woods, 1837. Byrd's Nathan Slaughter is, potentially at least, a critical revision of the concept of the frontier hero as developed by Filson, his imitators in America and Europe, and Cooper. In the character of Nathan Slaughter, the Boone-like Quaker turned killer, Byrd makes a profound comment on the Puritan character and the psychological consequences of the captivity mythology. As a Southerner sharing his section's deep involvement with the psychology and symbolism of racism, he had a unique opportunity to shed an emotionally intensified light on the idea of the Western character as a blend of Indian and white racial elements and 511. On the consequences of that blending. Although he partly realizes this opportunity, he is fatally limited by the literary heritage of the South and the conventions of his chosen form. Like Cooper, his story is divided into a romantic plot and a subplot dealing with the problem of the frontier hero, but where Cooper shifted his focus to the more significant problem, Bird's analysis of Nick of the Woods remains a subordinate, tangential theme in the romantic story of Roland Forrester. Bird apparently availed himself of most of the available source material on the settlement of Kentucky as preparation for his novel. He seems to have drawn on Western popular fiction and on New England fiction in the captivity vein for many of the character types and attitudes employed in the novel. Filson was also an important source, and Boone's description of Kentucky from the commanding ridge is quoted with approval on the first page of the novel. Like Cooper, Bird was artist enough to make an original and perceptive synthesis of his sources in the character of Nathan Slaughter. Nathan is a Quaker, whose family has been murdered by Indians. The overwhelming grief he experienced has converted the pietistic passion of his radical Puritan sect into a fiery and implacable hatred of Indians. He becomes a hunter of Indians, murdering them by stealth, and mutilating their corpses by carving a cross on their breasts. Curtis Dahl, in a modern edition of Bird, reports two antecedents for the character: James Hall's account of the Indian hater, 1832, and N. M. Hence's Thaddeus the last king of the Lenape, 1825. 36 Hall's account, used by Melville in The Confidence Man, defines a classic type of the frontiersman and border ruffian, with the same motivation as Nathan. Hence's hero is a Quaker whose family has apparently been slain by Indians. In his passion for peace, the Quaker attempts to prove that the real murderers were white Indians and not Delawares. Hence's work, published in Boston, thus reflects the traditional symbolism of his section. The Quaker and the Indian chief Thaddeus represent the virtues of racial purity and self-restraint, the villains are renegades, and even the Indianator who assists the hero is regarded as a debased form of the species. Bird's originality lies in his synthesis of the Western Indian hater and the Quaker Puritan, and in his perception that within the rhetoric of Christian self-abnegation, which characterized Puritan and later New England writing about the captivities, lay the seeds of an overwhelming and barbarous retaliatory violence exemplified in New England history by the massacres of the Pequot Ford, 1638, the Swamp Fight, 1676, and Norridgewock, 1725. Boone had long since been portrayed, as his birth justified, as a Quaker hunter and Quaker warrior. Bird, who drew extensively on the 512 literature relating to Boone, exaggerates the halves of this conventional character, heightening them into a conflict between the violently ambivalent inclinations of Nathan's nature. Bird admits, in the preface to the 1853 edition of his novel, that it was written partly in response to the romantic portraits of the West which Cooper and Chateaubriand had popularized. Cooper's contemporaries had seen his Natty Bumppo as a parallel for Daniel Boone, an heroic type of mediating figure linking the white and Indian worlds. Francis Parkman wrote admiringly of Leatherstocking and noted that the portrait accurately portrayed one of the best types of Western character. There is something admirably felicitous in the conception of this hybrid offspring of civilization and barbarism, in whom uprightness, kindliness, innate philosophy, and the truest moral perceptions are joined with the wandering instincts and hatred of restraint which stamp the Indian or the Bedouin. Nor is the character in the least unnatural. Men as true, generous, and kindly as Leatherstocking may still be found among the perilous solitudes of the West. The quiet, unostentatious courage of Cooper's hero had its counterpart in the character of Daniel Boone, and the latter had the same unaffected love of nature which forms so pleasing a feature in the mind of Leatherstocking. 37. In Cooper's and Parkman's eyes, Leatherstocking is a blend of essential Puritan or at least New England virtues with those of the Indian. His sensitivity to landscape and care of captive women reflect this blending of traits. To Bird, he is a blend of all that is perilous in both Yankee Puritanism and the Indian solitudes of the wilderness. Not Nathaniel Bumppo but Nathaniel Slaughter is his proper name. Bird rejected Cooper's reading of Filson's Boone and adopted his own, which in most respects resembles the later portrait by Sims. Like Cooper and Parkman, Bird was struck by Boone's sensitivity to landscape and took it as a sign of his possession of the highest faculties of civilized man. These he naturally equated with the virtues of his own section, which he employed in creating his own conception of the frontier hero. The standards by which Bird judges a character's viability as a hero emerge in his discussion of Indian character in the 1853 preface. He dismisses the conceptions of Attila and Uncas as beautiful unrealities and fictions merely, as imaginary and contrary to nature as the shepherd swains of the old pastoral school of rhyme and romance, figures that were in fact their literary progenitors. In Bird's vocabulary, human virtue in its highest forms is expressed in the term gentleman. The Indian is doubtless a 513 gentleman, but he is a gentleman who wears a very dirty shirt, and lives a very miserable life, having nothing to employ him or keep him alive except the pleasures of the chase and of the scalp hunt, which we dignify with the name of war. 38 Bird's own hero is a gentleman born, but he has been sent into exile through the chicanery of a scheming relative, one whose red inclinations lead him, characteristically, into a renegade's relationship with the hostile Indians who are harrying Bird's Kentucky. His name, Roland Forrester, suggests his character as Roland of the Forest, a knight-errant of the wilderness, whose ultimate desire is to prove his title to the family manor in Virginia and return there as its rightful lord. To do this he must overcome public doubts about his true identity. The revelation of his established character, as in the Yamasee, rather than the creation of a new character, as in the Deerslayer, is the point of the plot. Subordinate to Forrester are Ralph Stackpole, an Indian hater and braggart of the Mike Fink Davy Crockett variety, and Colonel Bruce, commander of the frontier station that is the focus of the action. Bruce is Boone with the hunter's glamour removed, a man who would have been like a Nimrod had nature not extinguished the race of demigods and heroic hunters. Although he dresses in Boone's buckskins, he is otherwise a plain yeoman, endowed with gifts of mind appropriate to his station. He speaks in the coarse dialect of the frontier but knows his place relative to the quality. 39 He is Boone domesticated, made a farmer, as a class type, from Filson's portrait of the hunter-husbandman. Forrester likewise is an embodiment of the highest values of mind and blood, the soul and moving spirit of civilization. He is an abstraction of the qualities of poet and philosopher in the character of Filson's Boone. In the portraits of Forrester and Bruce, social and literary conventions lead Bird to split the character of the Filsonian hero into two parts, one genteel and intellectual and the other common and action-oriented. Where the Boone image symbolically reconciled the antitheses of the democratic barbaric wilderness and stratified refined civilization, Bird's novel restates the antithesis in terms of social stereotypes. The Forrester-Bruce pairing establishes an idealized microcosm of Southern society in the wilderness, in which the natural aristocrat is the man of good birth and breeding and the man of lately achieved power is his natural subordinate. But in the character of Nathan Slaughter, Bird has abstracted the Indian-like qualities of Filson's hero, and in so doing, he has involved himself with psychological rather than social relationships and problems, with the consequences of 514. Solitude rather than those of society. Like the Puritans, Nathan blames himself for exposing his family to the wilderness. He seeks to exorcise a personal demon that haunts him in the shape of an Indian, Wenonga, and until he finally grapples with his arch-foe, he contents himself with killing his avatars, any others of his race that may be hunted out. He kills his victims with peculiar cruelty and violence, hacking their skulls with his axe, scalping them, and carving a cross in their chests with his knife. Nathan is the product of two solitudes. First is the psychological solitude of the Puritan believer, who stands always alone and unaided in the eye of God, humble and abnegatory before the light. Even as a Quaker, believing in an inner light rather than the cold light of a transcendent, inhuman Jehovah, Nathan is alone with his God and his conscience, suffering no figures or institutions to mediate the relationship. The second solitude is that of the wilderness, a solitude deepened and made more agonizing by the slaughter of his family and the years of lonely pursuit of his vengeance. Nathan appears in society dressed in the Indian-like garb of the hunter, a sign that he has become like the thing he hunts but with the mien of a Quaker. His self-abnegation, in the context of a brawling frontier station, seems almost pathological to the viewer, and indeed it ultimately proves so. In society, the force of Nathan's religion, with its passion for restraining and suppressing passion, comes violently to the fore, in reaction to his memory of the deeds he has been committing upon the bodies of his foes. In solitude, extreme abnegation reverts to extreme ferocity. The captive and victim becomes the bloody avenger. Nathan becomes more savage than the Indians. In contrast to Leatherstocking, Cooper's man without a cross, Bird makes it plain that Nathan bears a cross and also exhibits by his behavior a psychological cross between Indian and Christian. Both these crosses are figured in the one he carves in the flesh of his victims. Nathan Slaughter is called Nick of the Woods because he has become like the wilderness devil of the New England nightmares, Old Nick himself. Bird deftly turns the Puritan belief that the wilderness brings out the devil in man against the Puritan captivity mythology. By conceiving of themselves as being purely victims of the Indians, rather than the agents of their own troubles, the Puritans put the onus of their morally questionable acts on the Indians and justified their extermination of them. Nathan Slaughter's self-pity leads him into a similar moral barbarism, giving partial justification to a revenge that expresses the suppressed dark passion for violence inherent in all men. In Bird's novel, as in Sims's, the literary and psychological insights that led to the creation of this problematic and significant character are b. 515. Trade by the social values and literary affectations inherent in Southern social philosophy and the conventions of the historical romance. Both Cooper and Hawthorne begin with a problem in the psychology of an individual which corresponds to the social and archetypal dilemmas faced, according to the tradition, by men in the wildernesses of the Western world. But they work away from the conventions of the historical romance and toward an involvement in the psychological, racial, and mythical concerns of the American, Indian War, personal narrative tradition. This is not to imply that either Cooper or Hawthorne was necessarily more realistic in his portrayal of details of frontier life or more daring in his concept of the frontier character than Bird or Sims. Bird's Nick of the Woods is more complex than any of Cooper's heroes, more intensely divided within himself, and hence more dramatically interesting, and Sims's portrayal of Indian torture scenes and ceremonies is often more vivid and convincing than Cooper's. What sets Cooper and Hawthorne apart is their presentation of the wilderness experience as a search for values and identity, not merely as an occasion for exhibiting the superiority of certain cultural assumptions and class types. This approach to characterization led them into extensive exploration of the central metaphor in the myths of America since pre-colonization times, the association of the New World wilderness with the terrors and delights of the hidden mind. It also meant that their heroes' quest for salvation through self-integration would recapitulate in dramatically convincing form the experience of acculturation and change of character undergone by American emigrants since 1620. Their method also led them to use archetypal myths as well as paradigmatic American experiences and to examine the consequences of both the American experience and the American adoption of certain myths as their own. This last element, the power to shed light on the consequences of the psychology represented by the American mythology, is lacking in Sims and deficient in Bird, since their most pointed commentary is devoted to defending the premises of the artificial arrangements of Southern society, rather than examining the psychological grounds of those premises. Cooper, on the other hand, tends more and more to abstract Leatherstocking and his world from social reality, to use the Leatherstocking world as a refuge from reality, where issues might be resolved on a psychological and symbolic plane that could not be resolved in fact, at least not in the way Cooper wished them to be resolved. Cooper notwithstanding, the American hunter was not a man without a cross, independent of the past history, present context, and future. 516. Consequences of his character and his acts. The year 1776 marked, not simply the birth of a new nation, but a new stage in a process of mythogenesis that reached back into the primitive dreams of the West, which motivated explorers and colonists, and into the psychological tensions which broke to the surface in the witchcraft delusion and in the mad massacres of the Pequots and the Narragansetts. American literature would have to come to terms with both its psychology and its history if it was to achieve and promulgate a more truthful vision of the American experience than Cooper, Byrd, or Sims had done. For this purpose, the literature of personal narrative, derived from the Puritans, offered better models than the formulaic historical romances of Scott. Moreover, if the mythic hero was to retain a permanent viability in American culture and to keep pace with his audience's increased experiences and perceptions of their situation in America, the knowledge or fear of these crosses and consequences would have to be incorporated in the figure of the hero. Chapter. He turned back to the Indians. It is the saving gesture, but a gesture of despair. But this primitive ordeal, created by a peculiar condition of destiny, the implantation of an already partly cultured race on a wild continent, has a plant in its purpose, in its lusts, as gorgeous as Montezuma's garden of birds, wild beasts, and albino natives in wooden cages. But he who will grow from that basis must sink first. However hopeless it may seem, we have no other choice. We must go back to the beginning. It must all be done over. Everything that is must be destroyed. William Carlos Williams, in The American Grain. Sam Croft. The Hunter. A lean man of medium height, but he held himself so erectly he appeared tall. His narrow triangular face was utterly without expression. There seemed nothing wasted in his hard small jaw, gaunt firm cheeks and straight short nose. His gelid eyes were very blue. He hated weakness and he loved practically nothing. There was a crude unformed vision in his soul, but he was rarely conscious of it. His ancestors pushed and labored and strained, drove their oxen, sweated their women, and moved 1,000 miles. He pushed and labored inside himself and smoldered with an endless hatred. You're all a bunch of fucking whores, you're all a bunch of dogs, you're all dear to track, I hate everything, which is not in myself. Norman Mailer, The Naked and the Dead. Great literature is at once the apprentice and the master of myth. Its sources are mythic, for its statements refer to the ultimate questions of 518. Human consciousness and human existence, and it employs metaphors appropriate to the experience of the writer and his audience, his culture and his people. But the literary artist employs myth to probe both the bases of myth, that is, the psychology and history which gave birth to a specific myth, and the ultimate consequences of the acceptance of myth. The myth of the hunter, in the hands of second and third rank literary intelligences, became an informing structure in the popular literature and thought of the United States. But the ultimate test of its meaning as a conception of the American experience and as a basis for prophetic visions of national character and destiny lay outside the bounds of popular literature. Writers in subsequent years would not turn to Cooper, Sims, Byrd, Timothy Flint, or T.B. Thorpe for their visions of the universe or their artistic models. They would look, rather, to writers who were less widely known and appreciated during their lifetimes, writers whose perceptions and manner of expression passed by a wider margin the bounds set by the norms of the popular vision. Although the fact is recorded in no contemporary journal, Thoreau and Melville completed the work Cooper had begun. Thoreau by describing an ethical system based on Deerslayer's experience of the wilderness, Melville by forging, at last, the American epic. Melville and Thoreau are set apart from the other writers in this mythic vein by the superior quality of their literary talent and the greater depth of their intelligence and emotional sensitivity. But beyond these personal qualities, Thoreau and Melville share the advantage of a particular literary situation. Their predecessor Cooper had blazed several important trails for them, uncovered and employed many important sources of the hunter myth, and assimilated them into the metaphoric structure of his novels. Melville and Thoreau, although they employed many of the same sources, had the advantage of not being wholly dependent on them. Cooper had recognized the mythic function of popular treatments of the frontier and had made his consciousness of the mythic nature of his subject explicit in the prairie and the deer slayer. Melville and Thoreau could take Cooper's clouded vision of the archetypes and proceed to clarify them further and to develop hidden significances in their content that Cooper may have been blind to. Thoreau, the writer as captive and hunter. The affinities between Thoreau's usual persona and Leatherstocking are particularly striking. George Eliot, in an early British review of Walden, sees Thoreau in terms of the conventional European image of the Nat. 519. Urally wise but undomesticated backwoodsman. Indeed, she conceives the Walden experiment as a Leatherstocking-like return to the Indian mode of life, a deliberate choice by Thoreau to become a stoic of the woods. One Emerson, in his eulogy of Thoreau, cites as typical of the man his jealousy of cities and their refinements and artifices. Most significantly, he recalls Thoreau's Boone-like disgust that the axe was always destroying his forest. Emerson echoes, knowingly or unknowingly, the thoughts of Leatherstocking in The Pioneers and the Prairie when he quotes Thoreau as saying, "Thank God they cannot cut down the clouds." 2. Emerson carries the analogy further, recalling that Thoreau expressed an Indian sensibility in his attitude toward nature, identifying himself with the beasts of prey or with the Indian hunters themselves. His impulse to the study of nature was, by Emerson's and his own account, a sublimation of the hunting passion. His determination on natural history was organic. He confessed that he sometimes felt like a hound or a panther, and, if born among Indians, would have been a fell hunter. But, restrained by his Massachusetts culture, he played out the game in this mild form of botany and ichthyology. His intimacy with animals suggested that either he had told the bees things or the bees told him. Snakes coiled around his leg, the fishes swam into his hand. He took the foxes under his protection from the hunters. 3. Thoreau conceived his life, as Flint conceived Boone's, as an extended initiation into the profession and art of the hunter. Flint declared that Boone's act of slaying a beast was a kind of religious devotion and a form of poetry, an artistic act symbolic of a world vision. For Thoreau the act of observation, the perception and assimilation of fact, was a kind of sublimated hunt, and the record of observed facts was a kind of symbolic poetry containing the seeds of a moral imperative. Before going to Walden, he had developed the germs of a system of values and a method of stalking life. In the microcosmic wilderness of Walden he tested and cultivated these and created for himself a symbolic vocabulary, in which the facts of observation could be identified with values and truths. After his return from the solitude of Walden, this vocabulary became the basis of his assault on the values and behaviors of society, a weapon and a talisman of vision like the Indian Calumet, Boone's vision of the New Eden, and Deerslayer's killdeer. The informing metaphor of Thoreau's vision is the struggle between two modes of perception, that of the hunter and that of the farmer. Thoreau's farmer, unlike Crevecoeur's, is the materialist, bound forever to the 520 routine of plowing and profiting, getting and spending. His soul is plowed under for compost. The hunter and the poet are free souls, whose purpose in life is neither to sow nor to reap but to perceive and to respond to all of life. To perfect their perceptions is their only ambition, to increase the depth and significance of their response is their only profit. These two kinds of vision correspond to the divided vision of the Leatherstocking tales, in which the Indian and the Christian, the mythopoeic and the rational or civilized modes of perception are opposed. In Thoreau, however, the conflict is more purely internal and psychological. The proponents of the civilized or farmer's vision have to meet Thoreau on his own ground, the tangled wilderness of the mind where their superior numbers, industry, wealth, and instruments of cultivation and destruction are of little use. Before going to Walden, he writes, "I must not lose any of my freedom by being a farmer and a landholder. When the right wind blows or a star calls, I can leave this arable and grass ground, without making a will or settling my estate." For at Walden Thoreau recreates the experience of the Puritan and the Western pioneer, the solitary hunter and sometime husbandman living on the frontier of civilization, the verge of absolute nature. Wildness and wilderness, he says in Walking, are the essence of the West, and the West is the symbol of that which is essentially American. If the settled country of the East is still in essence American, a man should be able to play the pioneer there within the shadow of Athenian Boston. Thoreau's preliminary explorations of this symbolism, its implications, and its role in his own perceptions and experiences are recorded in the book he wrote at Walden, a retrospective account of a journey taken some years before, a week on the Concord and Merrimack rivers. The relived journey takes him through the districts of Massachusetts that had been harried frontier communities during the Indian Wars of 1675 to 1745. As he passes down the rivers, two streams of perception are generated, one by the observed natural phenomena in the present moment of the journey, the other by the area's literary and historical past, embodied in the old narratives of the captives, Indian fighters, and Indian missionaries. Thoreau seems especially well acquainted with the narratives of Indian missionary Daniel Gookin, with Cotton Mather's captivity tales, and with the entertaining passages of that hunter of men, Benjamin Church, all of which are referred to, directly or obliquely, in Thoreau's book. As the two streams, that of immediate perception and that of memory or historical cultural tradition, begin to merge, Thoreau achieves the expression of a crucial metaphor for his whole mission at Walden, his A.P. A Pyramid of Skulk 521. Approach to reality, his mode of perception. In the Thursday chapter, he equates the inspired perception of the poet and the disciplined perception of the naturalist and surveyor with the perceptions imposed on the mind of the frontiersman and hunter by his situation on the verge of the wilderness. In our agrarians' and land speculators' passion for expansion, we have thrust our borders where we will on the surface of things, even to the Pacific. But the lives of men, though more extended laterally in their range, are still as shallow as ever. The old frontiersmen have scratched the surface of the New World with plow marks from coast to coast, leaving behind them a society marred by the evil of chattel slavery, the slavery of social and financial ambition, and the imposition of a socially conventionalized husk over the creative organs of perception. We do not avoid evil by fleeing before it, by moving laterally away from it as Leatherstocking does, but by rising above or diving below its plane. 5. The new frontiers are within the present geographical bounds of American society, within the mind of man. They must be approached as the frontier hunter approached the wilderness, not in terms of civilized conventions, but as an unknown reality to be plumbed by total self-immersion in direct, simple, and unanticipated experience. The frontiers are not east or west, north or south, but wherever a man fronts a fact, though that fact be his neighbor, there is an unsettled wilderness between him and Canada, between him and the setting sun, or, farther still, between him and it. Let him build himself a log house with the bark on where he is, fronting it, and wage there an old French war for 7 or 70 years, with Indians and Rangers, or whatever else may come between him and the reality, and save his scalp if he can. 6. Thoreau's approach to discovering truth in the ambiguities of reality is that of the Indian hunter in his hunting of a sacred beast. He submits himself wholly to the necessity imposed on him by the nature of his environment, risking his scalp and life to the power of the wilderness. In response, the spirits of the wilderness may reciprocally risk something of their own life. They may relinquish something of their power and knowledge by permitting him success and unanticipated revelations in the consummation of his hunt. Thoreau converts this hunting doctrine into an aesthetic theory. The true poet is he who writes from an absolute and undeniable necessity, like the hunter who, in Leatherstocking's manner, hunts only for the satisfaction of the body's and the soul's hunger. There are two classes of men called poets. The one cultivates life, the other art. One seeks food for nutriment, the other for flavor. 1. 522. Satisfies hunger, the other gratifies the palate. There are two kinds of writing, both great and rare, one that of genius, or the inspired, the other of intellect and taste, in the intervals of inspiration. The former is above criticism, always correct, giving the law to criticism. It vibrates and pulsates with life forever. It is sacred, and to be read with reverence, as the works of nature are studied. 7. The literary method of the solitary and the hunter is the root of sacred literature. It is spontaneous and wild, of the nature of the poet's soul, not of his socially formed, socially oriented reason. It is also a dangerous activity, requiring a foray into a reality whose potentials of meaning cannot be anticipated. Therefore we can never safely exceed the actual facts in our narratives. 8. In proof of his method, Thoreau offers an improvement of Cotton Mather's account of Hannah Duston's captivity and escape from the Indians. Mather had mined the account for all the symbolism and typological data it might possibly contain. He had approached it as a man composing a sermon on humiliation and deliverance, and his perception of it was limited by his method of approach. Thoreau begins with facts, reconstructing the events of the narrative carefully and objectively. Where Mather luridly recounted the advent of the raging demons and the horrid cruelties which their devilish nature led them to perpetrate, Thoreau reports simply that the Indians forced her to rise from childbed and go with them, that her husband and children had fled but she knew not where, and that she had seen her infant's brains dashed out against an apple tree. 9. The apple tree is Thoreau's own subtle addition to the tale, a seed of metaphor and myth planted among apparently stable, established facts. The rest of the tale is told with equal economy. The Indians threaten Hannah and her female companion with being stripped naked and made to run the gauntlet. The women, stirred to resolution, rise secretly in the night, brain their captors with their own axes, and flee in terror. Then, with the return of reason, they return to the scene of slaughter to scalp their enemies as evidence of the deed. They reach home in safety and are awarded the bounty of £50. At this point Mather cried out at the justice of the retribution and pleaded for his parishioners to turn from pagan to more Christian ways. Thoreau makes no such obvious appeal for us to identify ourselves with the drama of Hannah Duston, nor does he assert his own valuation of the meaning of her actions. According to the historian, they escaped as by a miracle all roving bands of Indians, and reached their homes in safety, with their trophies, for which the general court paid them £50. The family of J. Ramad of Skulls 523. Hannah Duston sick all assembled alive once more, except the infant whose brains were dashed out against the apple tree, and there have been many who in later times have lived to say that they had eaten of the fruit of that apple tree. 10. The last sentence, for all its Spartan adherence to simple statements of fact, touches a tangled and complex mystery in the tale of Hannah Duston. It begins with an image of the typical ending of the captivity narrative, the sundered family group reunited. The only missing member of the family is the infant, murdered on an apple tree, a permanent and abiding sacrifice to the wilderness. In the same sentence, however, we are told that people have lived to say that they had eaten of the fruit of that apple tree. The fruit of the tree, in a figurative sense, is the sacrificed infant whose broken skull is the image most strongly associated here with the tree. The eating of the fruit of the tree thus seems a kind of Indian cannibal Eucharist. The specification of the apple tree, reminiscent of the Eden tree, of man's knowledge and death, reinforces this impression. Interpreted with the most intense concern for symbolism, the infant is a type of Christ, the tree, the cross on which the little God is hanged, and the eating of the fruit, a sacrament that ties the living family group to its sacrificed, divine child. Thus the sacrament mythologically completes the reunion of the family required by the captivity narrative genre. Moreover, it serves to link the present dwellers in the land to the reality of that bloody revelation of wilderness by means of a sacrament in which the symbolic fruit is perceived as a scant covering, an insignificant palliation or sublimation, of the reality of infant blood and torment. It is a Eucharist, with real rather than figurative flesh and blood, a revision of the Eden myth in which the eating of the apple of knowledge is a sacrament rather than a sin. Thoreau seems aware of the sacramental quality of this sympathetic reliving of the Duston captivity. It leads him first into contemplation of the mythology of woman, the great archetypes of the feminine principle, mother goddess, and anima. The history of the world, he reflects, is embodied in 60 generations of old women, including Columbus's nurse, the Virgin, the Sibyl, Queen Semiramis, and Mother Eve. 1. The captivity and the exploration of the landscape thus illuminate two symbolic archetypes, woman and the wilderness. These two in conjunction symbolize a third component of divinity, the human unconscious, source of poetic genius and abiding place of the Spirit of God in man. The unconsciousness of man is the consciousness of God. To merge with this consciousness by sinking into the unconscious is the quietest mystic's path to sainthood. For Thoreau, however, the act of creation is, not a passive sinking into the 5 to the power of fourth. Conscious, but a conscious hunter's foray into the wilderness of the mind. The talent of composition is very dangerous, the striking out the heart of life at a blow, as the Indian takes off a scalp. I feel as if my life had grown more outward when I can express it. 12. He might as well have identified himself with the Indian who created the child God by seizing him and dashing him against the tree. This insight emerges from a critical exfoliation of the narrative facts with which Thoreau begins. Nor is the sequence of ideas that follows the narrative unified by a structure of logical or narrative connectives. Like the narrative itself, the ideas generated by the narrative are offered as facts, as events for the reader to perceive. No explanation, no explicit justification or illumination of the underlying symbolism of the tale or of the associational logic of the exposition is given. The reader is left to make his own foray into the wilderness of Thoreau's intention, to make his own discovery and take his own scalps. The words on the page are as enigmatic and full of possibility as the events themselves. The symbolism we read into them, like the meanings Thoreau sees in Dustin's tale, may be an illusion imposed on reality by our own sensibilities. On the other hand, there may in fact be some truth inherent in the very nature of the objects or events. The poet is the man of most prowess in such hunts, surprising truth in her cabin, capturing her, and forcing her to run naked the gauntlet of his intelligence. This grotesque image seems valid, since for Thoreau the Indian symbolizes the wild, spontaneous quality of poetic genius in the mind. To the civilized white man are left the lesser functions of the understanding material calculation, experience rather than innocence of mind, and recognition of rational limitations rather than acceptance of the infinite possibilities of the mind and the passions. The white man comes, pale as the dawn, with a load of thought, with a slumbering intelligence as a fire raked up, knowing well what he knows, not guessing but calculating, strong in community, yielding obedience to authority, of experienced race, of wonderful common sense, dull but capable, slow but persevering, severe but just, of little humor but genuine, a laboring man, despising game and sport, building a house that endures, a framed house. 1-3. The Indian, who does not bind his genius to the soil by a plow, retains a transcendent buoyance of genius. He does not entail himself to the gods and the soil like the white man, but retains the wary independence and aloofness of his dim forest life and thus preserves his intercourse with his native gods, and is admitted from time to time to a rare and peculiar society with nature. 14. These flashes of communion with nature come to him. 525. Because his relation to nature has remained free and spontaneous, he neither breaks his spirit to nature nor seeks to break nature's spirit to his own desires. Perception, rather than domination or calculation, is his forte. He has glances of starry recognition to which our salons are strangers. It is true, there are the innocent pleasures of country life, and it is sometimes pleasant to make the earth yield her increase, and gather the fruits in their season, but the heroic spirit will not fail to dream of remoter retirements and more rugged paths. We would not always be soothing and taming nature, breaking the horse and the ox, but sometimes ride the horse wild and chase the buffalo. The Indian's intercourse with nature is at least such as admits of the greatest independence of each. 1-5. The Indian's aloofness from his beloved nature permits him, in Thoreau's vision, a kind of transcendental and chaste relationship with his mistress. Like the Indian, Thoreau wishes to have garden plots elsewhere than on earth, and gather nuts and berries by the way for subsistence, or orchard fruits with such heedlessness as berries. 16. Thoreau reverses the 17th and 18th century convention in regard to the degeneration of hunters into savages through the overexcitement of their sexual passion for the goddess. In Thoreau's vision, it is the farmer whose sexual relationship to the earth is obscenely intimate, and it is agriculture which leads to human degeneration. If the Indian is somewhat of a stranger in nature's midst, the gardener is too much of a familiar. There is something vulgar and foul in the latter's closeness to his mistress, something noble and cleanly in the former's distance. In civilization, man degenerates at length, and yields to the incursion of more northern tribes. 1-7. Civilized poetry is degenerate because it is removed from the wild, spontaneous sources of poetry in the natural, uninhibited genius. There are other, savager, and more primeval aspects of nature than our poets have sung. It is only white man's poetry. Homer and Ossian even can never revive in London or Boston. And yet, behold how these cities are refreshed by the mere tradition, or the imperfectly transmitted fragrance and flavor of these wild fruits. If we could listen but for an instant to the chant of the Indian muse, we should understand why he will not exchange his savageness for civilization. 1-8. Thus his hoeing in the bean field of Walden is not the farming of mere property but rather an exploit, not unlike Deerslayer's killing of his name animal. Thoreau says he hoes to learn, and so dominate or assimilate, the essential character, special power, of the plant, so that he may convert it into the stuff of tropes and parables. 526. In Walden, written after his sojourn there, Thoreau applies this Indian literary method to an extended and complex examination of his own experience in the literary medium. The original title of the work, Walden, or A Life in the Woods, reveals Thoreau's conception of the meaning of his experience. It was a systematic attempt to live by the methods and in the manner of the hunter-poet, to place himself on the frontier between society and solitude, art and nature, civilized and primitive, written record and live observation, and to submit himself absolutely to the natural necessities imposed on man by unmediated nature. As in a weak, immediate experience and literary memory are his alternative means of grappling with reality. In Walden, however, the two are more closely interdependent, the literary allusions more fully assimilated to the free and natural perceptions of the observer, surveyor, and fisherman. The literary antecedents of Walden are concealed rather than exhibited. Walden, a unique synthesis of several genres of colonial writing, transforms the conventions of those genres into the basis of a myth and a symbolic language. The book is certainly in the vein of the personal narrative of conversion, since Thoreau's experience is that of awakening. At the same time it is a discovery narrative, complete with the traditional paraphernalia of surveyors' measurements and lists of plants and animals. These, however, become the sources of the light that awakens Thoreau. The objects, plants and animals, that Thoreau names become the word symbols in the vocabulary of the awakened mind, not bare emblems of value, like beasts in a fable, but the living incarnation and expression of the values themselves. They require observation and depiction, in contrast to the usual imposition upon objects of the conventional vocabulary of symbols. Like the captivity and hunter tales, Walden frames Thoreau's conversion or awakening as a sojourn or expedition into the solitude of the wilderness. Finally, it is a handbook or manual, detailing the methods and materials necessary to living the good life at Walden Pond. The initial chapters on economy and what I lived for establish the scheme of values that Thoreau proves at Walden. They serve the same purpose as the prefaces and apologies attached by Puritan writers to their emigration tracts. These chapters also sound the first note of a thematic conflict which informs the structure of the book and unifies it. The conflict is that between the visions of the farmer and the hunter, of the man of society and the man of solitude, of the Christian and the Indian. Thoreau begins as a civilized man seeking some unknown awakening in the wilderness. He ends by acquiring the Indian's mode of perception, and this 527 constitutes his awakening. He anticipates the conclusion in his opening paragraph. When I wrote the following pages, I lived alone, in the woods, a mile from any neighbor, in a house which I had built myself, on the shore of Walden Pond, and earned my living by the labor of my hands only. I lived there 2 years and 2 months. At present I am a sojourner in civilized life again. 1-9. This paragraph establishes a tension between the solitude of Walden, where, he reiterates, he lived, and the society of Concord, in which he is merely a sojourner. The implication is that only at Walden did he feel himself fully alive. Subsequent paragraphs develop and extend the theme. I see young men, my townsmen, whose misfortune it is to have inherited farms, houses, barns, cattle, and farming tools, for these are more easily acquired than got rid of. Better if they had been born in the open pasture and suckled by a wolf, that they might have seen with clearer eyes what field they were called to labor in. 20. Man's true task is to perfect himself, soul and body, by the only means available to him, that of his senses. Until he can see clearly, until he can train his perceptions to true vision, he is blind, imperfect, half-created. The poet who sees a farm gains more from it through his vision than the farmer through his toil and investments. The chapter on economy records the first steps of his self-initiation into the wilderness, in which he systematically strips himself of outworn or unnecessary physical and mental gear, an action which he compares to the Indian busk ritual, and prepares to grapple naked with naked truth. He frames this purification ritual as a discourse on business methods, reminding us of the link between the hunter's passion and the entrepreneurial passion exemplified in Davy Crockett. However, for all his talk of such civilized items as profit and loss, it is clear that his risk capital is the totality of his being, his emotions, beliefs, intellectual convictions, and knowledge, all of which are exposed to loss or ruin in the transaction of business at Walden. 21. Each item in the catalogue of necessities is carefully established through rigid analysis and a niggling attention to detail. Yet the very finickiness of that attention has the cumulative effect of investing his economy with the appropriate aura of mystery and ritual purification, preparing us for the revelations that will follow. Opposed to the business metaphor of the first chapter, which characterizes the Walden experience in society's terms, is Thoreau's own, more mysterious postulation of his mission. Anticipating the method of the rest. 528. Of the book, he states his own concept of his purpose obliquely, offering a kind of parable with symbolic animals. The animals, however, are treated like real, extant beasts, and although Thoreau's experience with them smacks of fable, he does not overtly illuminate the symbolism. I long ago lost a hound, a bay horse, and a turtle dove, and am still on their trail. Many are the travelers I have spoken concerning them, describing their tracks and what calls they answered to. I have met with 1 or 2 who heard the sound, and the tramp of the horse, and even seen the dove disappear behind a cloud, and they seemed as anxious to recover them as if they had lost them themselves. 22. The quest is thus described in terms of an Indian-like metaphor, in which the hunter tracks animals who are totems of his own identity. What their true character may be or what they signify he declines to reveal, but he must risk all for them, submit to the necessity, of a dark quest or hunt, and hope at the end of the hunt for epiphany. Increasingly, Thoreau identifies himself with the Indians. Speaking of his relationship to his fellow townsmen, he compares himself to those Indians whose frame of reference was so entirely different from that of the Christians who attempted to convert them that the very essence of Christianity communicated to them only served to make them more themselves. The Jesuits were quite balked by those Indians who, being burned at the stake, suggested new modes of torture to their tormentors. Being superior to physical suffering, it sometimes chanced that they were superior to any consolation which the missionaries could offer, and the law to do as you would be done by fell with less persuasiveness on the ears of those, who, for their part, did not care how they were done by, who loved their enemies after a new fashion, and came very near freely forgiving them all they did. 23. This identification with the Indian involves both a mode of perception and the adoption of a scheme of ethics. While the achievement of the former is of major concern to Thoreau in Walden, the ethical consequences of that perception do appear, as in his acceptance of a brief jail term for civil disobedience, in the chapter called The Village. But the jailing itself is seen as the result of a failure in the townsmen's perception, their blindness, and is offset by the exercise of vision in the following chapter, The Ponds. Here Thoreau's thoughts follow a distinctly Indian-like pattern, moving from the contemplation of immediate phenomena to the vision of their archetypes. Thoreau was not consciously aping the manner of the Indian myths, however, he was re-achieving their mythopoeic mode of consciousness for himself by his own means and from his own motives. 529. In Thoreau's vision, the ponds whose surface and depth he measures become extensions of their oceanic archetypes, totems of ocean itself. Fishing thus becomes a means of linking the archetypal and the phenomenal worlds. I drifted in the gentle night breeze, now and then feeling a slight vibration along the line, indicative of some life prowling about its extremity, of dull uncertain blundering purpose there, and slow to make up its mind. At length you slowly raise, pulling hand over hand, some horned pout squeaking and squirming to the upper air. It was very queer, especially on dark nights, when your thoughts had wandered to vast and cosmogonal themes in other spheres, to feel this faint jerk, which came to interrupt your dreams and link you to nature again. Sky and pond, like heaven and ocean, reflect each other and seem to be a single identity. It seemed as if I might next cast my line upward into the air, as well as downward into this element which was scarcely more dense. Thus I caught two fishes as it were with one hook 24. That is to say, a worldly and a heavenly fish. In Christian mythology Jesus is both the fish and, through Peter, the fisher of men. Like Christ, the hunter-hero moves and mediates between the world of men and the underworld of the gods and is himself a part of both worlds. This movement from finite measurement to the revelation of immeasurable depths and profundities within the finite bounds of Walden characterizes the movement of the whole book. What begins as an account of a private transaction becomes an archetypal experience like those of Filson's and Flintspoon and Cooper's leather stocking. All the elements of the hunter archetype, the oceanic pool, the island solitude of the hunter, the interchanging of human, divine, and animal identities are present. As in the Indian creation myths and Flint's fire hunt legend, the culmination of the hero's experience is the attainment of a creative power. Walden ends with the resurrection of an insect egg from its apparent tomb in a table of post-Edenic applewood, a figurative spring which follows his chapters on winter. As if to emphasize that the seasonal renewal of life is the archetypal expression and essential meaning of his experience, Thoreau has earlier stated that he stayed at Walden another year and has implied that this account of one-year cycle may serve as a model, or archetype, of the whole. 25. The hinge of this year cycle is the sequence of experiences related in the chapters called Baker Farm, Higher Laws, and Brute Neighbors. In the first of these Thoreau visits the farm of an Irish immigrant. 530. The living embodiment of those values Thoreau had come to Walden to escape. Faced with the vision of the farmer's spiritual poverty, Thoreau reverts emphatically to the life of the hunter in Higher Laws. Here he comes up against the central dilemma of the hunter myth, its sensual and erotic basis. The chapter begins with a vivid image of the emotion of the hunter, a passion that so moves Thoreau that he identifies himself with a beast of prey. As I came home through the woods with my string of fish, trailing my pole, it being now quite dark, I caught a glimpse of a woodchuck stealing across my path, and felt a strange thrill of savage delight, and was strongly tempted to seize and devour him raw, not that I was hungry then, except for that wildness which he represented. Once or twice, however, while I lived at the pond, I found myself ranging the woods, like a half-starved hound, with a strange abandonment, seeking some kind of venison which I might devour, and no morsel could have been too savage for me. I found in myself, and still find, an instinct toward a higher, or, as it is named, spiritual life, as do most men, and another towards a primitive rank and savage one, and I reverence them both. 26. The scene closely resembles that of the Delaware creation myth. In the legend, the people at the dawn of time were dwelling in darkness, in a hole under a pond or lake. A hunter, hungry for meat, chased a deer through a hole into the outer world and ate it. In the taste of the wild meat he discovered the goodness of his Mother Earth and consequently led his people forth to populate the land. Thoreau's reverence of his savage lust for the wild meat is of a kind with that of the Indian hero. As Thoreau says, it is not simple hunger that impels him but the desire to imbibe and assimilate the spiritual essence of the animal, its wildness, its at-oneness with the wilderness of nature. He agrees with the Algonquins that, for some ages, hunters are the best men. He himself abjures his fowling piece because he has no need of the flesh of birds and can know their essence better through disciplined observation than through killing them. The motivating impulse, however, is in both cases identical. 27 In this lies the seed of a problem. If, as the title of the chapter postulates, there are higher laws that must be lived by, is not the emotion of the hunter ranked with the low and base? I have found repeatedly, of late years, that I cannot fish without falling a little in self-respect. The hunter's emotion partakes of the sensual, and all sensuality is one, though it takes many forms, all purity is one. It is the same whether a man eat, or drink, or cohabit, or sleep sensually. They are but one appetite. 28 Like 531. Cotton Mather, Thoreau perceives in the hunting of the beast an opportunity for the expression and release of the inner beast. We are conscious of an animal in us, which awakens in proportion as our higher nature slumbers. It is reptile and sensual, and perhaps cannot be wholly expelled, like the worms which, even in life and health, occupy our bodies. Possibly we may withdraw from it, but never change its nature. 29 Yet the sensuality, expressed in lust for the kill or sexual fever, is the source of the generative energy, the creative power of man. To destroy it is to destroy man himself. What, then, is the alternative? For Whitman, working with the same type of perception in Song of Myself, the answer was absolute freedom of expression. For Thoreau the answer is like that of Timothy Flint, the sublimation of the sensual procreative passion, the disciplining and training of it to acts of restrained and creative violence, as in the composition of poetry or the greedy observation of the birds. The generative energy, which, when we are loose, dissipates us and makes us unclean, when we are continent invigorates and inspires us. 30 Chastity, then, is the hunter's salvation for Thoreau as for Cotton Mather and Natty Bumppo, although this means a womanless, childless existence. It also means the renunciation of wild or other meat, the bread of the wilderness Eucharist, since meat eating stimulates dark passion. Ideal chastity, however, is part of the acculturated American's ethic of solitude, as embodied in Leather Stocking. It enables the hero to submit to the Indian dark of the wilderness without becoming debased by sexual amalgamation. It is this aloofness from prolonged sensual intimacy with woman or nature which Thoreau, in a week, had characterized as an Indian virtue. Thoreau's form for partaking of the wilderness Eucharist is a chaste sublimation of the myth of sacred marriage, in which the union is figuratively, rather than overtly, sexual. As in the Indian creation myth, the discovery of this divine principle through the tasting of the wild meat produces both an emigration and a vision of the wilderness spirit, both, however, figurative rather than literal. At the conclusion of the chapter on higher laws, Thoreau affirms his doctrine of chastity and self-restraint, speaking to a figurative and archetypal farmer and calling him to come away from his fields and, as a start, to practice some new austerity, let his mind descend into his body and redeem it. 31 This passage suggests the direction of the next chapter on brute neighbors, as well as echoing the Puritan conception of Christianity's relation to the wilderness. In Brute Neighbors, Thoreau seeks to observe and identify his animal neighbors, especially the loon whom he pursues on the surface of the lake. As the farmer passage suggests, the quest is both in the physical world. 532. And within Thoreau's own mind. The loon is a bird but also an emblem of the wilderness spirit of both the hunter and his goddess. The hunting of the loon, like the hunting of the deer in the lake by the Delaware hero or by Leather Stocking and Chingachgook in the Pioneers, involves the hunter in a mystery. The loon appears and disappears. The hunter attempts to adjust his sympathies and movements to the bird so as to anticipate him, but always the bird surprises expectation. As the hunt wears on, the bird's laughing cry becomes demoniac, and after each triumph over his hunter he uttered a long-drawn, unearthly howl, probably more like that of a wolf than any bird. This was his looning, perhaps the wildest sound that is ever heard here. The loon thus seems to embody the essence of that wildness Thoreau had sought to devour and assimilate. As if to confirm the impression that he is avatar of the antic spirit of his wild goddess, the loon turns the lake against his hunter. At length, he uttered one of those prolonged howls, as if calling on the god of loons to aid him, and immediately there came a wind from the east and rippled the surface, and filled the whole air with a misty rain, and I was impressed as if it were the prayer of the loon answered, and his god was angry with me, and so I left him disappearing far away on the tumultuous surface. 32. Since literal union between the hunter Thoreau and the goddess of the loon is unimaginable, Thoreau's union with that generative energy which brings man to woman and thrusts the insect out of the applewood table must occur in the realm of perception and intellection rather than sexual action. As a psychological hybrid of the woods and the town, Thoreau desires a balance between society and solitude, maintained in equilibrium by chastity. We need the tonic of wildness without which our village life would stagnate. Knowledge of the wild consists in a descent from civilized consciousness to primitive and even animal consciousness. The civilized mind bases behavior on the certainties of its knowledge, but certainty is limiting. We must be refreshed by the sight of inexhaustible vigor, and hence we require something of the loon's and the Indian's vision, in which things are antic, chancy, mysterious, and unexplorable greater than we are, yet of our kind and make. Only by submitting to knowledge of the wildness, mystery, and animality of our world and our persons can we live by our higher laws. Compassion is a very untenable ground. It must be expeditious. Its pleadings will not bear to be stereotyped, as they are amid the conventions of society. The triumph of the hunt at Walden is thus intellectual rather than physical or mythosexual, ending with the acquisition of an Indian-like manner of perception, in which objects, animals, trees, rocks, clouds. 533. Water become totally identified with their archetypes. Like Cotton Mather, Thoreau perceives archetypes in all phenomena. Unlike Mather, he does not rhetorically or metaphysically divorce the archetypal from the phenomenal realm. The loon is not spoken of as the figure of a wild god, but he functions as one. Only at the conclusion of the experience is the vision explicable. Before we can interpret the tale of Hannah Duston and the apple tree as a myth, the story must be plainly told. In his Nature Essays on the Natural History of Massachusetts, Walking, and Wild Apples, description of the natural object comes to embody an inherent, but unstated, interpretation or value. He speaks of this spontaneous, uncerebral, unverbalized expression of the sudden knowledge of the meaning of things as a more perfect Indian wisdom. 33. The essay on wild apples is typical of Thoreau's post-Walden philosophy of chaste intercourse with nature and his new literary method. It also clarifies a symbol that functions importantly in both the Hannah Duston tale in A Week and the insect resurrection in Walden. The apple in both cases can be associated with the Eden tree, although Thoreau is more carefully oblique about the metaphor in Walden. In the Duston tale, the Eden tree that brought sin and death to man is identified with the cross of Christ. The resurrection of the insect from applewood can be seen as a type of man's salvation from the consequences of man's first fruits. In both cases the symbolic interpretation is left dark, a mystery for the reader to discover and illuminate for himself, following the tracks left by the author, as Thoreau followed the tracks of his bay horse, hound, and dove. In the wild apple the apple tree still functions as a type of the natural man, but here Thoreau's concern is to distinguish between various kinds of apple trees, according to their relationship with their American soil. Although he explicitly speaks of indigenous apples and imported varieties, he implicitly speaks of the process by which certain imported varieties have adjusted to the American wilderness. Our wild apple is wild only like myself, perchance, who belong not to the aboriginal race here, but have strayed into the woods from the cultivated stock. More wild than this is the native and aboriginal crabapple, whose fruit is acid but good for rich, intoxicating cider, and whose flowers are remarkable for their delicious odor and beautiful petals of mingled white and rose. This half-fabulous tree he calls indigenous, like the Indians and like them beautiful in form, productive of intoxicating drink, seductive, and primitively noble, but acrid to a civilized palate. 34 Even the Indians are said to have welcomed the emigrant apple, a richer and sweeter fruit, if a less seductively beautiful tree. But the true 534 center of Thoreau's interest lies with those backwoodsmen among the apple trees, which, though descended from cultivated stocks, plant themselves in distant fields and forests, where the soil is favorable to them. These, like Thoreau himself, have a strength naturally acquired through ages of contention with unmediated nature. Its apples are rarer, and it often fails of its fruit. Yet what fruit it does bear is sweeter than any garden-grown apple. This hybrid wilderness farm tree is like Thoreau himself, or like fruitless leather stocking, in its paucity of airs and its plenitude of sweet wisdom and virtue. Chastity begets no children but many poems. Moreover, like poetry and myth, every wild apple shrub excites our expectation. Somewhat as every wild child. It is, perhaps, a prince in disguise, the source of a dynasty of trees bearing celestial fruit. 35 The symbolic language acquired in Walden is thus employed in wild apples to restate poetically the meaning at the heart of the Walden experience, a mythic assessment of Thoreau's own function as a figurative king of the wood, or, rather, of his failure to fulfill the sexual role of the king. Whitman, less cerebral than Thoreau and hence less inclined to maintain his chastity of mind and body, perhaps lived up to some of the implications of Walden better than its author. The sublimated spirits of place in the long hunt for identity in Song of Myself emerge as sexual beings, both male and female, whose mating is the sexual source of a new physical race as well as a new community of intellects, although Whitman also speaks of being aloof from his beloved, as well as absorbed in her. In Walden, Thoreau declares, "I do not propose to write an ode to dejection, but to brag as lustily as Chanticleer in the morning, if only to wake my neighbors up." Chanticleer, Whitman's barbaric yawp, sounding like Indian war cries full of bloodlust and sexual threat over the rooftops of an assaulted town, was perhaps more dramatically effectual as a statement of identification with the Indian character and spirit of the wilderness and the erotic impulses of the subconscious mind. Thoreau did, however, develop in detail the intellectual, ethical, and social implications of his vision. Implicit in the passage about the Jesuits and the Indians in Walden is the notion that when visions clash, philanthropy is useless to palliate the strife. The Jesuits, giving the golden rule to Indians who expected and desired only torment from their captors, simply confirmed them in their uncivilized practices. To the apostles of wildness and freedom, social compromise seemed as tangled and evil as the wilderness did to the men of society. In Walking, written in 1850-51, the thematic opposition between society and wild solitude appears again. This 535 time, however, Thoreau is not an advocate of moderation and mediation between Walden and the village. I wish to speak a word for nature, for absolute freedom and wildness, as contrasted with a freedom and culture merely civil to regard man as an inhabitant, or a part and parcel of nature, rather than a member of society. I wish to make an extreme statement, if so I may make an emphatic one, for there are enough champions of civilization, the minister and the school committee, and every one of you will take care of that. 36. He portrays the hunt for the wild spirit in archetypal terms, recalling the early explorers' dreams of Atlantis, and the islands and gardens of the Hesperides. The sun itself becomes the great Western pioneer. The goal of the quest is release and liberation of the imagination, expanding to take in a grander world as the hunter develops ever-augmenting strength in his search for bigger beasts. Not only does one's understanding broaden, but one's urge to joy increases, the spirit of delight in wildness that is akin to sensual passion. If such things are not realized, To what end does the world go on, and why was America discovered? Under this archetypal aspect, the West of which I speak is but another name for the wild, the archetypal wilderness in which the impulses of the heroic age find expression. Thoreau even dreams that this was the heroic age itself. 37. This assertion of belief in an archetypal West leads to a vision of what manner of man is appropriate to its conquest and how man may become worthy of the task. In essence, the heroic man is seen as a savage, tasting the milk or the blood of wild things, devouring raw flesh. The image of the wild Eucharist is reiterated again and again, in forms ranging from Romulus and Remus being suckled by a wolf to the Indians and Africans devouring raw antelope and reindeer, crunching bones for rich marrow. Give me a wildness whose glands no civilization can endure, as if we lived on the marrow of kutus devoured raw. There are some intervals which border the strain of the wood thrush, to which I would migrate, wild lands where no settler has squatted, to which, methinks, I am already acclimated. Not content with echoing Natty Rumppo, Thoreau extends the association of savage man and animal to the point of identification and, like Whitman, finds the idea of turning to the animals and acquiring a dark skin admirable. The African hunter coming tells us that the skin of the eland emits the most delicious perfume of trees and grass. I would have every man so much like a wild antelope, so much a part and parcel of. 536. Nature, that his very person should thus sweetly advertise our senses of his presence, and remind us of those parts of nature which he most haunts. A tan skin is something more than respectable, and perhaps olive is a fitter color than white for a man a denizen of the woods. The pale white man. I do not wonder that the African pitied him. 38. The essence of this savage life is transferable to all walks of life. As in the case of Davy Crockett, it leads man to a perpetual discontent with things as they are, an immersion in a never-ending process of self-transcendence and renewal or conversion of spirit and fortune. Such a man, in Thoreau's vision, would be the most alive, his life a perpetual hunt along the frontiers between society and nature, past and future, illusion and truth. Life consists with wildness. The most alive is the wildest. Not yet subdued to man, its presence refreshes him. One who pressed forward incessantly and never rested from his labors, who grew fast and made infinite demands on life, would always find himself in a new country or wilderness, and surrounded by the rugged material of life. 39. The consequences of such activity are exhibited in the destructive career of Crockett and his heirs, who treated the woods as raw material for economic development. But Thoreau in his enthusiasm misses the significance of the remark that he himself would be climbing over the prostrate stems of primitive forest trees in the course of his wild progress. 40. Walking, developing the ideas of Walden to their extreme, offers a radical and revolutionary approach to aesthetics, ethics, and politics. The aesthetic doctrine of Whitman, enthusiasm for the sensuous apprehension of nature, even the smells of skinned animals and of hunters and their clothing, love of the tanned and rough over the pale and effete, is anticipated in walking. Implicit in Thoreau's aesthetic of wildness is Whitman's assertion of the primacy of the priapic urge in all things, all men, animals, natural forces, and cycles. In Song of Myself and the Rest of Leaves of Grass, Whitman gives concrete expression to that which Thoreau suggests or implies but, because of his fastidiousness, fails to realize. Even the sharing of identity between Thoreau and the objects of his observation becomes part of the psychological pattern of the leaves, particularly in poems like There Was a Child Went Forth, and Everything He Saw, That Thing He Became. Thoreau himself tried to behave as a living example of the ethical theory implicit in the worship of wildness. The man of solitude does not consult custom or law to know if his actions are moral, he consults nature. 537. And his own nature or conscience, since these are the only guides man is ever given. Hence his civil disobedience, his passive resistance to the demands of a law he believes to be unjust, since law itself is, to the man of solitude, an affectation rather than a necessity. His reaction to law and his motives for resistance are analogous to those of Leatherstocking in the Pioneers. Having no property, no stake in society, he desires no protection of social laws, requiring no protection, he deems himself free of the duty of obedience to those laws. To become a political revolutionary, however, is to exchange solitude for society and accept struggle on society's terms. It is, in effect, to sacrifice the chastity of self-restraint, self-discipline, and self-containment by a passionate involvement in a social rather than a natural wilderness. But like the heroine of the captivity narrative, Thoreau in his act of rebellion remains passive and therefore chaste, doing nothing to rescue himself but permitting himself to be rescued by some unknown and presumably gracious agent, the man who paid his bond and freed him from Concord jail. Thus he is at once spiritually involved in the war with darkness and aloof from its actual swamps and jungles. He descends into the social wilderness, but he does not bide with or marry the darkness. Like Song of Myself and the Leatherstocking Cycle, Walden is an attempt to achieve an American epic, a poem whose images and sequence will recapitulate the experiential and spiritual history of the New World as myth and as personal narrative. Thoreau persistently begs comparison with Homer. So Thoreau in Walden goes, like Boone and Leatherstocking, into a wilderness of the material world and of the soul, seeking a primitive truth. He becomes acculturated to the woods, and he is finally able to bring down truths the way an Indian snatches scalps, to use his own metaphor. However, this thematic affinity with the backwoodsman is offset by the awareness that the wilderness of Walden is second growth, really a backlot of civilization, in which Indians and larger predators are no longer even memories but myths. Around the garden plot and the pond he calls walled in, the 19th century fumes and howls. 41 Like the exponents of America as Arcadia, he inhabits a hortus inclusus in a sea of troubles. Like the Maithryan Puritans, he senses that his wilderness sojourn, which smacks of adventure, may also be seen as an exile, an imprisonment, a captivity. It is at least a sequestration. Thoreau acknowledges the strain of myth as well in his allusion to the night in Concord jail that was the starting point of civil disobedience. In a society where men are slaves, the only place a free man may abide with honor is a prison or a cell. Thoreau's hut at Walden is a metaphorical cell, and it is possible also to see it as a northern equivalent of the slave cabin, just as it is pre. 538. Scented as a substitute for the wigwam. The Cabin and the Wigwam was the title of a book by Sims. Thoreau's American epic is the epic of the captive, in which the adventuring impulse turns inward and becomes a moral and psychological struggle against the forces that imprison the body and against the torpor of mind and spirit that bind the soul to Satan or, to use a term more appropriate to Thoreau, to death and deadness. Moby Dick, the American national epic. Melville's Moby Dick, or The White Whale, likewise attempts the achievement of an American epic, but Melville's direction is outward, and his voyager must go in company with others. Society and human history are inescapable. Representatives of all the races of men inhabit the island universe of the Pequod, and all must participate in the quest for Moby Dick, although some are slaves, some are masters, and some have solitary visions of concord in the crosstrees. Thoreau is spiritually Venturaus in physical captivity or sequestration. Melville's heroes are captives in spirit, even as they prowl the oceans in search of Leviathan. Like Cotton Mather, Melville is a student of mythologies, and through his use of mythic and biblical archetypes, his novel achieves that sense of the unity of the human and the archetypal or divine drama that is the essence of epic. Melville's typology, however, is greater than Mather's because his sources, like his intelligence, are more extensive and profound. He draws his symbols, not only from the Bible and the classics, but from the primitive myths of the Indians and the Pacific Islanders, the lore of whalemen, his own experiences, and from Thoreau's best source, nature itself. He also draws extensively on the mythology nearest to the consciousness of his audience, the myths of the Western pioneers and hunters, Andrew Jackson, Davy Crockett, and Daniel Boone. Where Mather tended to string his tales together, to scatter allusions broadcast and at random, and to tie typological analysis loosely to the framework of his histories, Melville succeeds in unifying and integrating several streams of mythology in a single, internally coherent, dramatic narrative. Mather's people tend to have their own light of character outshone in the superior glow of the archetypes they represent. Melville's heroes are first palpably human, and their symbolic significance is concealed as in reality behind the enigmatic and problematic mask of a human face. Mather's histories are analyses and reductions of events. Melville's narrative is itself a mystery, evoking in the reader a sense of the depth and complexity of life, an urge to seek for some truth or illuminating God's spirit among the tangles. 539. In Moby Dick the American epic takes the form of a colossal hunt. All the elements of the hunter myth are developed to their archetypal extremes. The mythic characterization of the wilderness as a symbol of primal states of nature and of human consciousness had been distilled by Cooper, in the last Leatherstocking tale, and Thoreau into the image of the lake, glimmerglass, or pond, Walden, bodies of water which reflect the features of heroes and contain mysteries in their depths, sources of the forest's life and repositories of death's victims. In Melville's novel Glimmerglass/Walden becomes ocean itself, and Cooper's oceanic prairie and forest become metaphors by which Melville defines the vastness of his ocean and the relatedness of the Pequod's hunt to the mythologized adventures of Boone and Leatherstocking. The object of his quest is likewise magnified. No deer or loon embodies in microcosm the spirit of a natural divinity, but Leviathan himself, a beast like an island or a continent in the middle ocean, a creature sometimes worshipped as the godhead itself. These expansions, which represent the ultimate development of the terms of the hunting myth, in fact restore original elements of the dream of the West that impelled the first discoverers. The dream of the mystic islands in the ocean sea that hold both the possibility of eternal bliss and godlike power and the potential for utter death and damnation. In the end is the beginning. This return to basic archetypal terms, however, does not imply a denial of the changes and developments of the hunter myth in America during the intervening years. Rather, the novel gathers together the variant strands and images of the myth and relates them to one another, to the central myth that underlies them, and to the history that has been shaped by the myth over the previous 2 centuries of American history. The myth of the hunter, as we have seen it develop in America, has centered on the theme of initiation into a new life, a new world, a new stage of manhood. This initiation has been variously imagined as a Puritan religious conversion, or as a cannibal Eucharist unifying the spirit of the white man with that of the Indian wilderness, or as a sacred marriage sexually linking the hero and the woods goddess, or as a novice's or a boy's initiation into the mysteries and skills of the natural powers. Within each of these variants of the initiation theme, characteristic polarities and conflicts exist, centering on the difference between the Christian and the primitive mythopoeic approaches to envisioning the wilderness and living in it. Each of these variants of the myth figures in Melville's novel, as does the central conflict of vision, and each is framed by the story of Ishmael's, the narrator persona's, initiation. 540. Ishmael is a novice at whaling, and the voyage of the Pequod is his initiation into its lore and its arts. The reader is also entered upon a careful initiation into whaling, since Ishmael, like an old hand, carefully and patiently explains both the function and the mythology connected with the activities, gear, and tackle of the whaling trade. However, we are warned at the outset that this double initiation is not simply into the activity of the whaleman's life. Meditation and water are wedded forever, says Ishmael, in the chapter called Loomings, 42, and the whaling voyage opens up for us not only the outward but the inward ocean as well. Before Moby Dick appears on the physical horizon, indeed, before Ishmael has even seen the seacoast or the whaler or heard the name of Moby Dick, the goal of the quest looms mysteriously in his mind. Chief among these motives was the overwhelming idea of the great whale himself. Such a portentous and mysterious monster roused all my curiosity. The great floodgates of the wonder world swung open, and in the wild conceits that swayed me to my purpose, 2 and 2 there floated into my inmost soul, endless processions of the whale, and, mid most of them all, one grand hooded phantom, like a snow hill in the air. 43. Ishmael's mind moves toward this prophetic vision, Melville suggests, by a mental process as instinctual and archetypal as that which draws men and streams down to the ocean that is their source and ending. Intellection is powerless to discover any adequate substitute for the sea hunger. In deciding on a whaling voyage, intellectual curiosity is Ishmael's first motive, as it was Filson's Boone's. But, as with Flint's Boone, even before he has begun to satisfy that curiosity, the mythic form of his object begins to take shape in his mind. His image of the processions of the whale couches that vision in almost Indian terms. The group of creatures, appearing in a reverie, are identified by their species name, not as individual, plural whales, and that species is headed by its archetypal grandfather in the shape of a solitary, unpaired, and unwed whale, the phantom mountain shape he later knows as Moby Dick. Melville draws heavily on the island mythology that characterized both the pre-discovery European myths of the West and the later images of island colonies in the oceanic forest. This imagery is also clarified and heightened by Melville to bring out its last significations. All great continents are but islands in the sea enclosures of light, order, and peace in a dark, fundamental, all-creating, all-dissolving ocean. So the reasoning mind of man is an isolated enclosure amid the chaos of his emotions. Within that mind are ideas that are themselves like islands, offering intellectual refuge. 541. From the daily tragedy of existence the dream remembered, womb-like haven of an innocent childhood, ruled and ordered by a maternal figure, or the dream longed for Tahiti with which the exiled soul stays its hunger for refuge, peace, and completion. To leave the maternal home for the life of a mature man, or to allow the soul to venture out of the secure solitude of the ego's mental Tahiti in search of human love, is to immerse oneself in the destructive element, to expose oneself to passion, degradation, and dissolution, for as this appalling ocean surrounds the verdant land, so in the soul of man there lies one insular Tahiti, full of peace and joy, but encompassed by all the horrors of the half-known life. God keep thee. Push not off from that isle, thou canst never return. 44 Each of the main characters in the novel is an islander of sorts, which is to say, in contradiction to Donne, that each man is an island. Ahab and Starbuck are Nantucketers, Stubb a Cape Codder, nearly an island, Flask a vineyarder, Ishmael from Manhattan, Queek a Polynesian, Tashtego a vineyarder. They were nearly all islanders in the Pequod, I Solitos too. Not acknowledging the common continent of men, but each living on a separate continent of his own. 45 Even the African Dago is an islander, for the continents themselves are but islands in the universal ocean. The whale himself, we are told, is often mistaken for an island. What relationship can island man have with the ocean that sustains or, at a whim, destroys him? Creve Coeur, in his study of Nantucket, suggests that man can farney the physical ocean as he cultivates the land, thus bringing it under the rule of his skill. Creve Coeur offers the island of Nantucket as proof of what reasonable cultivation can produce. Melville, however, sees Nantucket as a product of man's mythically motivated confrontation with the irrational, oceanic forces of nature. Melville's brief history of Nantucket begins with an Indian legend about its discovery, and his Nantucketer is pictured as a man at home only on the sea, an absolute stranger to land, a man whose life and labor embody the island nature of all human life, both mental and metaphysical. So at nightfall, the Nantucketer, out of sight of land, furls his sails, and lays him to his rest, while under his very pillow rush herds of walruses and whales. 46 Not all men can live on such accepting terms with their island nature. The Negro cabin boy, Pip, deserted in the ocean, discovers his island nature with a vengeance. The vast oceanic universe enters his mind and devours it, drowning reason in an all-encompassing, ineluctable experience of cosmic reality. The sea had jeeringly kept his finite body up, but drowned the infinite of his soul. Not drowned entirely, though. Rather carried down. 542. Alive to wondrous depths, where strange shapes of the unwarped primal world glided to and fro before his passive eyes, and the miser Merman, wisdom, revealed his hoarded heaps, and among the joyous, heartless, ever juvenile eternities, Pip saw the multitudinous, omnipresent, coral insects, that out of the firmament of waters heaved the colossal orbs. He saw God's foot upon the treadle of the loom, and spoke it, and therefore his shipmates called him mad. So man's insanity is heaven's sense, and wandering from all mortal reason, man comes at last to that celestial thought, which, to reason, is absurd and frantic, and will or woe, feels then uncompromised, indifferent as his God. 47. Pip, in other words, has been mentally drowned in the primal, archetypal realm, Moira. In that encounter he has perceived and been reconciled to the cosmogonic powers and processes of the natural universe. But the God he beholds is neither man nor demon. Rather, that God is figured in the image of the teeming, non-human, unindividuated multitudes of the coral insects, whose pyramid skeletons piled by blind process, not purpose are the substance of the islands that are the orbs or worlds of the ocean universe. Ahab, a man proud of his Promethean or Faustian reason, cannot be passive in acceptance of reality, as Pip is. Always he seeks to impose his reason by imposing reasons on the blank, unintelligible face of the natural universe or the featureless front of the faceless whale. 48 Only the whale is adjusted to his island nature and able to maintain some integrity of soul in the chaotic sea. Moby Dick is apparently immortal in his solitude. Lesser whales, traveling in herds, build a kind of social order that takes its pattern from the island-sea relationship. The Grand Armada, the whalemen enter the charmed circle at the center of the whale herd, while stricken and angered leviathans rage at the circumference. The cows and calves and the amorous, breeding young swim in an enchanted, enclosed, and protected island pond. Even the bloody whalemen are moved to sympathy. Queek is especially moved to pat the foreheads of the young whales and Starbuck to scratch their backs with his lance. It is a Nantucket vision of the earthly paradise. The stages of Ishmael's initiation offer Melville an opportunity to develop his and his readers' symbolic vocabulary, making the novel as independent of exterior frames of reference as possible, making it an island of a book self-sufficient, self-explaining, and self-justifying like all myth. Through Ishmael's observations, his actions, and his metaphorical descriptions of whaling activities and equipment, an elaborate structure of interlocking mythological and metaphorical systems or thematic streams is es. 543. Tablished, and these are unified in the course of the observer's dual initiation into whaling and wisdom. The American popular mythology forms one such stream of metaphor, unking the hunting of the whale to the mythology of explorers, hunters, and Indian fighters. Ishmael's boon-like approach to the threshold of adventure has already been cited. His subsequent actions also smack of the frontier myth. Of all places to begin his quest, Ishmael chooses Nantucket because it was the primitive source of American whaling, the island from which those aboriginal whalemen, the Red Men, first sallied out in canoes to give chase to Leviathan. 49 The ship Ishmael chooses to voyage in is the Pequod, named for the tribe massacred by the Puritans in 1638 and now the island and vessel of successors of both Puritan and Pagan, united in a mutual quest. The captain of the ship, Ahab, is both Quaker and hunter, like Boone himself and like Bird's Nathan Slaughter. The object of his hunt, Moby Dick, has a forehead like the prairie and a hump like a buffalo. The whale's resemblance to the prairie marks him as the true avatar of the essential spirit of his element, for the sea is also called prairie, meadow, and desert. As his hunter resembles Boone, so is Moby Dick, as chief of the order of solitary bull whales, compared with moss-bearded Daniel Boone. The whalemen snatch their harpoons from the crotch as quickly as a backwoodsman swings his rifle from the wall. The white whale is compared to the white steed in the popular fiction of Western magazines, and your true whale hunter is as much a savage as an Iroquois. 50 The use of this frontier metaphor, however, is not restricted to imagery and motif merely. The central concern of the epic is to illuminate the motives and consequences, the very nature of the archetypal myths that undergulf these American legends. The frontier motif is therefore made to function as a subordinate aspect of the archetypal myths of the Eucharist and the sacred marriage, and of Ishmael's gradual discovery of their presence and power in the world of the Pequod. The marriage metaphor is the more crucial of the two, since the cannibal Eucharist is a ritual sublimation of the mutual sexual absorption of hero and goddess. Both myths are essentially myths of fertility, of the procreation, preservation, perpetuation, and resurrection of human and animal life. Ishmael begins his quest because there is a winter, a November in his soul. He seeks the spring and the resurrection of life through his quest. In his vision the whales appear to him in wedded pairs, and in the first stages of his initiation he finds himself embracing the cannibal king Queek, wielder of a mighty harpoon, as bride embraces husband. The object of their quest is 544. The sperm whale, whose very name suggests a titanic, phallic power of procreation. Queek's rescue of a fallen harpooner from the sperm well of a severed whale's head is described as an act of rebirth, a resurrection of the fallen man from the womb-like well of the whale's ton. One of the most erotic scenes in 19th-century American literature is that in which Ishmael and his fellows bathe their hands in sperm oil to squeeze out impurities and experience an exquisite, sensual melting together of characters and sympathies. The nature and significance of cannibalism is slowly unveiled in a similar manner. The association of cannibalism and whaling seems, in the first marriage of Queek and Ishmael, simply to refer to the primitive basis of the whale or man-hunting instinct. The discovery of the Pequod expands the motif. Her rig and appearance partake of the mysteries of Japan and Gothic Europe. Her decorations of whalebone, however, mark her as worthy of her Indian name. She was a thing of trophies. A cannibal of a craft, tricking herself forth in the chaste bones of her enemies. 51. The Pequot Indians, suppressed by the fathers of these Nantucketers, thus have their final triumph. As the Pequots decked themselves in scalps, so their white heirs, like Benjamin Church, deck their ship in the name of their slaughtered foe and make their ship a cannibal as well. The motif further unfolds its meaning in Stubb's Supper, in which the mate eats a steak from the whale he has killed, imbibing its power with its flesh in the Indian manner. In so doing he associates himself with the sea hounds, the obscene self and fellow-devouring sharks who harry the stricken whales and, in their hunger-lust, pervertedly devour their own entrails when wounded. The marriage and cannibal metaphors, and the mythic strains they represent, provide the context in which the problem of the great hunter Captain Ahab slowly reveals itself. The act of eating and drinking the body and blood in the Eucharist is meant as an act of love, uniting a worshipper with a beloved deity. The sacred marriage that consummates the hunt is likewise meant as a loving consummation. Hunters like Actaeon, Orion, and the unfortunate brave in the Sioux legend of the White Buffalo Woman, those who approach the hunt with lust or hatred in their hearts are destroyed, and the rites of love are thwarted or consummated in annihilation. Ahab's hatred of the thing he hunts violates the ethic of the hunter myth, in which the hunter and the beast are lovingly to share and interchange identities. As in Nick of the Woods, the conflict is between the points of view represented by the captivity mythology of the Puritans and the hunting mythology of the Indians and frontiersmen. In the former man, 545, is either passive victim or agent of vengeance, either Quaker or slaughterer. In the latter he is the lover of the thing he hunts. Ahab and his intended prey are doubles. Both have ribbed brows, wry mouths, and withered or stricken limbs. Both share an apparent spirit of conscious malice that goes beyond the natural, instinctual violence of whalemen like Starbuck and Stubb and of normal whales. The root of malice is in both cases the same. Ahab has been wounded and maimed by the whale, and the whale by whalemen. Both are driven into isolation, away from the normal life of marriage and begetting. Moby Dick is a solitary whale. Ahab leaves wife and babes to pursue his vengeance. Both share a common mystery or ambivalence in their nature. Ahab is both victim and hero, Quaker and killer, Christian and bloodlusting pagan. Moby Dick is similarly enigmatic and mysterious, both animal and spirit, unconscious and conscious in malice, instinctual and intelligent, the exile from the whale herd's charmed circle and the rescuer of hunted females. the victim of men and the destroyer of men. Ahab identifies Moby Dick as being either the principal or the agent of the inscrutable but malicious power that rules the universe. Similarly, in his conversation with Starbuck in the symphony, he identifies his own case in these terms, torn between the idea that he is the principal in the quest and the willful controller of its action, and the contrary idea that he is the agent of some outside force. Is Ahab, is it I, God, or who, that lifts this arm? 52. One thing only divides them. It is possible that the whale is, as Starbuck says, and as Pip's vision implies, a mere beast. Ahab's pursuit of the whale with murderous intent is thus a compounded violation of nature. If there is no reasoning intelligence behind the events of life, then Ahab's quest is the projection of a madman's vision on the neutral face of reality, a denial of that atheism of the natural universe represented by the whiteness of the whale. 53. If the associations that link Ahab and the whale are emblems of their common creaturehood, whether of an integral deity or of the soulless deities of Pip's vision, then the hunt is a symbolic fratricide, and since kinship suggests a fundamental sharing of identity, the hunt is also an act of self-destruction, so that the whale blood Ahab hopes to drink will perversely be his own. The choice that opens before him involves a choice of approaches to the beast. Will he come as a metaphysician madman, a self-willed, self-devouring, perverted hunter-shark, bent on obscenity and evil, or as a worshipper and lover? Melville binds the characters of Ahab and the whale by the cords of mystery, by involving us in the task of unraveling a riddle of appearance. 546. And reality. The chapters on the whale present no definitive view of him, rather, they view him from every conceivable viewpoint, portray him in every conceivable shape, denying none and accepting none. By the time the whale is sighted, his character has been established as protean and many-leveled. Ishmael has shown him to us as agent of God, as avatar of God, as God himself. He has also shown him as he appears to Ahab and to the objective scientist or the fact-minded Starbuck. Is the whale God, or avatar of the gods of the wilderness sea, or simple beast, or projection of Ahab's own mind, avatar of the hunter's own soul? And if he is any of these, what ought Ahab's response to the whale be? If a god or avatar of a god, should Ahab not worship him? If an animal, should he not ignore him? If a projection of his own mind, should he not seek to comprehend and be reconciled to him? The choice that confronts Ahab as the chase nears its end is couched in the terms of the marriage metaphor that has informed the structure of the epic. Under the aspect of this myth, Moby Dick is either an avatar of the nature goddess, embodying a principle of fertility, or else the objective correlative of the anima, the necessary feminine component of Ahab's own mind, or both at once. Ishmael, unfolding some more of his whale lore to the reader, gives us the features of Ahab and his dilemma reflected in the mirror of the whale world. The sperm whale is a creature of schools and societies, a paterfamilias and affectionate mate during his youth. But in his crabbed age, when wounds and years have weakened his procreative powers, thus enforcing the chastity prized by Thoreau and Leatherstocking, and declining vigor and health torment him, he becomes a solitary hermit. Melville expresses this in terms of the boon myth and the myth of the hunter's sacred marriage. Almost universally, a lone whale as a solitary leviathan is called proves an ancient one. Like venerable moss-bearded Daniel Boone, he will have no one near him but nature herself, and her he takes to wife in the wilderness of waters, and the best of wives she is, though she keeps so many moody secrets. 54. The sperm whale at each stage thus has his appropriate mate, the younger in whale society, the older in a more mystical and mythological union with the goddess of nature herself, the earned result of a life spent in perfect accordance with the gifts of nature. Ahab, by this standard, is guilty of violating natural law. An aged, crabbed man, he has taken a young woman to wife, solacing himself for his time-bound decline in vigor as King David did, by taking young virgins to bed. Even so, she is a more appropriate wife for him than the whale or god or goddess he seeks, and his leaving her widowed when he still might be a true husband is a crime. 547. Equivalent to a paternal whale's deserting his harem. Enforced chastity, through age or isolation, or perversely motivated chastity converts Thoreau's saving virtue into corruption and destruction of the loving motives that should underlie the hunter's acts. Ahab seeks only to be wedded to Moby Dick by the binding cord of the harpoon line, but hate drives him, and he is fleeing from his true haven behind. He wants no communion with unknowable divine mystery, no wife with moody secrets. His purpose is to dispel mystery with cruel and metallic analysis, to strike through the mask of the whale and murder its symbolic essence. He has been wounded by the whale as by time, and his response to both wounds, both diminutions of his vigor, is violence, hatred, and repudiation rather than love. When, on the eve of the sighting of Moby Dick, Starbuck offers Ahab the choice between the image of his proper love, his wife, and the image of his hatred, Ahab hesitates. Then, looking into the mirroring sea, meditation and water are wedded forever, to behold his own features, he declares for vengeance and destruction rather than love. All around him, sky and sea marry in a unity which, as Melville describes it, is a coitus of cosmic sexual principles. The whale can be the source of either salvation or damnation to Ahab. As an avatar of the goddess of nature and the double of Ahab, Moby Dick mediates between the man and the divine. Ahab rejects the hope of a mediator and puts his faith in the direct confrontation of man and God in mortal strife, with salvation and immortality as the stake. The identity of the whale, at which Ishmael has been hinting, is suddenly revealed. The whale appears to Ahab and the crew as the very vision and embodiment of the god and goddess of wilderness nature and of the dreams of the subconscious mind, which the Puritans so feared to release, express, or give opportunity to escape. The whale is at once masculine and feminine, a phallus and an odalisque, enticing and overwhelmingly erotic, recalling the fertility myths of the Greeks in which beast gods mate with human virgins. A gentle joyousness, a mighty mildness of repose in swiftness, invested the gliding whale. Not the white bull Jupiter swimming away with ravished Europa clinging to his graceful borns, his lovely, leering eyes sideways intent upon the maid, with smooth bewitching fleetness, rippling straight for the nuptial bower in Crete, not Jove, not that great majesty supreme. Did surpass the glorified white whale as he so divinely swam. 55. 3 times Ahab, seduced by this vision, assails the whale to kill it. On the third try the whale ceases to restrain its power and reveals its full 548. Majesty to destroy Ahab, ship, men, and all in universal catastrophe. On each day of the chase the alternative choice is renewed to Ahab to cease his hatred of the whale, to lovingly accept and worship its power and the power it represents, and to give over the chase and return to his proper wife. Each day he declines that choice, seeing in the whale only the embodiment of the darker impulses of man and of nature of Ahab and Ahab's God that he wishes to obliterate. His response to the spirit of nature is that of the Puritan: he is either its captive and victim or the agent of a transcendent power that destroys it. He worships, not the whale or the god, but the wound they gave him, and he does not seek healing so much as vengeance. As a Puritan he perverts the hunter myth, thwarts its ritual purpose. For Ahab there is no consummation. Like the hunting priest, he follows the whale forever, accompanied by the sea hounds, the sharks, who follow his boat on the last day of the chase and pursue him as he is towed behind the whale from the noose made of his own harpoon line. Ahab sets himself against the current of the informing myths of nature and so destroys himself. But the Ahab impulse, the Puritan impulse, is as natural and inevitable a part of the nature of things as the hunter archetype itself. Ahab Puritanism seems unnatural under the aspect of primitive religion because it violates an ethic which, to the primitive mind, is inherent in nature. Such a judgment is equivalent to Cotton Mather's judgment on the unnatural behavior of the Indians, who violated the natural law inherent in the Christian view of the cosmos. Mather delighted in Captain Church's murder of that great Leviathan Philip, in his History of the Pequot and King Philip Wars, but Melville takes no similar delight in the whale's triumph over Ahab. The passion that drives Ahab, as Melville perceives, is as much and as natural a part of the human makeup as its opposite, the spirit that acquiesces in the fulfillment of mythic function. The cannibals, Indians, islanders, and savages of the Pequod, the novice Ishmael, the Quaker Starbuck, the sensual Stubb, and the aggressive Flask are not alternatives to Ahab, as Cotton Mather is to King Philip, but rather specialized extensions of himself. Only Queek, and perhaps Mad Pip, stands as a possible alternative. Queek respects and loves whales and enjoys a relationship with them that conforms to the fertility mythology. Like Ahab, he bears a king's name and mind. Like Ahab, he is the double of the whale, for the fish is his totem signature and the tattooed sign of kingship that appears on his breast. The tattoos that cover his body are likened to the hieroglyphics that marble the skins of whales. Like Ahab, he is the agent of the gods, the giver of divine gifts. But where Ahab's deeds or gifts are of death and violence, Queek's are of love and kind. 549. Ness. Ahab makes corpses out of the whales. Queek, rescuing the Indian Tashtigo, dives into the spermy basin of the whale's head to bring a renewed and resurrected life out of that figurative womb. Yet even Queek is subordinated to the will of Ahab, not by compulsion after long antagonism but by Ahab's touching of a common chord in the nature of Queek as in all his fellows. My cogged circle fits into all their various wheels, and they revolve. 56. Queek's active principle of love, like Starbuck's of dutiful, passive non-action and Pip's mystical acceptance, is an element of Ahab's character, not an alternative to his character. Ahab himself is the best and fullest expression of the totality of the crew he binds to his will. In this he is the true American hero, worthy to be captain of a ship whose wood could only be American, 57 whose name could only be Indian. Like the American pioneer, he has bound men of God and men of nature, Christians and pagans, captives and captors, Chingachgook and Simon Girty, Boone and Mather, Mary Rowlandson and King Philip within the framework of a single, purposeful endeavor, a quest fraught with complex ironies. Indian and white, materialist and idealist, natural and artificial, passionate and intellectual, Stoic and Platonist, Prometheus and Faust have all been amalgamated in a single vessel, bound into the wilderness of the world and of the human mind, to seek out and murder the very spirit and essence of world, mind, and wilderness. For it is the essence of the real that Ahab seeks to destroy, devour, assimilate to himself, replace with his own being and intelligence. He speaks always of a reasoning thing, a thing therefore like himself, behind the mask that is Moby Dick, behind the veil that hides the true face of nature's God. Moby Dick's name may refer us to Hamlet's Gertrude, the masked or mobled queen, 2.2.506-8, who seems a loving wife and mother and may be a murderous jade. Yet, as Pip's vision tells us, this reasoning thing may be merely the wish of maddened Ahab, not a true vision, for the God that Pip beholds is indifferent, insentient, compacted of an infinitude of depths, just as the orbs or islands of the ocean are fabrications of the meaningless, redundant, undifferentiated, time-extended deaths of billions of coral insects, which is to say that God is indistinguishable from the non-human, unreasoning processes of the world as it is. When Ahab confronts that reality in the blank forehead of the faceless whale, he and his ship are cracked like lice, or like bodies fallen at random into the heart of a huge dynamo. Ahab's Promethean satanic dreams and all the individuated existences so carefully accumulated in the foregoing chapters drop in a moment into the shapeless maw of the undifferentiating sea. The whale swims. 550. Off, marked a bit more with obscure hieroglyphics, but with no recognition or memory of his victim's peculiar aims and identities. Then all collapsed, and the great shroud of the sea rolled on as it rolled 5,000 years ago. Nothing has changed of the eternal, divine processes of the world, but all that man has been here has collapsed, vanished in an apocalyptic holocaust, leaving only one mind to remember and carry the tale to us. Literary myth as prophecy. The relationship of Moby Dick to the popular myth literature of the American 19th century is that of the consummatory myth to the romantic, or conventionalized, myth. In creating his epic, Melville re-envisioned the traditional myths of his culture, bringing their implicit structures of symbol and value to consciousness by extending and expanding the symbolic elements and by providing new contexts for and therefore new perspectives on the central themes of the hunter's adventure. Unlike the works of Flint, Cooper, and Filson or even the narrative of Mrs. Rowlandson, Melville's presentation of mythic materials did not evoke a response of recognition or identification from the contemporary audience. Not until the early years of the 20th century was the profundity of the novel's vision recognized and accepted. This suggests that what a mass audience expects from popular literature is a reflection of the images and symbols that are the outer emblems of its collective mythology, rather than a painful analysis or probing of the depths beneath the surface. Popular mythology serves as a gloss for the painful or troubling aspects of a people's history, providing an illusory solution of real difficulties through the interplay of sacred, or at least familiar and accepted, symbols and character types. What Moby Dick provides is a prophetic extrapolation of future history from the evidence of motivation and purpose inherent in national myths. Hence its recognition by critics like D.H. Lawrence in the 1920s as a vision of the doom of white civilization brought about by the Western theology of idealism, by our devotion to material progress, and by our exploitation or repression of natural and human, particularly sexual, forces and impulses. Given the realization in history of certain of the possible meanings of Melville's novel, one can feel in reading Moby Dick a sense of recognition similar to that felt by the readers of Mrs. Rowlandson or Filson or Cooper. Moreover, works such as this also provide us with the kind of moral perspective on our mythology that the skills of popular mythologizers of the Filson or the Crockett type are exercised to obfuscate or avoid. 551. The hero of the hunter myth is the representative of that spirit in us which demands that the frontiers of our knowledge and our control, the two go together, be ever extended into the unknown wilderness of the natural world, of the yet unrealized possibilities of our destiny. His starting point is the commandity world, that part of reality which we know well and over which we have established our dominion and power. This world and its values are symbolized by the family, whose presiding deities are the paternal law of society and the maternal spirit of religion and Christian sentiment, represented by the white woman, wife or mother. In leaving this familial universe of order and safety, the hero implicitly or explicitly calls its values into question, and his action suggests that the lure of the unknown and the forbidden has more appeal to him than the social and religious affections. His adventure is an initiation and a conversion in which he achieves communion with the powers that rule the universe beyond the frontiers and acquires a new moral character, a new set of powers or gifts, a new identity. The spirit that rules the wilderness is embodied in the native persons and animals of the wilderness, but it also is latent within the hero himself. Something below the level of his consciousness responds to the wilderness, recognizing an aspect of his own dream life in the lives of the wilderness creatures. The hero's mode of interaction with these beings is that of the hunt. He tracks them, learns from them the secrets of their skill, and brings to the surface that latent sympathy or consonance of spirit that connects him with his prey. But his intention is always to use the acquired skill against the teachers, to kill or assert his dominance over them. The consummation of his hunting quest in the killing of the quarry confirms him in his new and higher character and gives him full possession of the powers of the wilderness. Through the ordeal and discipline of the hunt and its culmination in violence, the hero has achieved a regeneration of the spirit akin to the Puritan conversion experience as expressed in the earliest American myth, that of the Indian captivity. The captivity myth, however, originated as a preventive for the diseases of the spirit: Faustian ambition, impatience of social restraint, spiritual pride, which the Puritan colonists associated with the wilderness goers, the hunters, and the individualistic pioneers. Since the Puritan fear of the frontier and the frontiersmen persisted, although with changing ideological biases, the values inherent in the captivity myth likewise persisted. The captive enters the wilderness unwillingly, passively. Her purpose is to resist the temptations of the forest and prepare for her rescue by divine providence. Although bound to the wilderness, her spirit dwells on. 552. The perfection of order and sanctity that is society. Although she is aware of her unworthiness in the eyes of God, she at least has not been guilty of breaking, by her own act, the circle of social order and sentiment that is represented by the family. Measured by captivity myth standards, the hunter, in achieving his quest, runs grave moral risks. He has broken the family circle by his own act. He becomes partly assimilated to the world whose ways he is learning, the world of the Indian, and he may partake so much of the flesh of wild, hunted things that he becomes like them. Or he may so delight in the exercise of his newly acquired skills and powers that his pursuit of them becomes a calling or profession, an activity that he regards as self-justifying or as a substitute for civil religion. To avoid the moral disaster which threatens him, the hunter-hero relies on his own natural moral code or conscience and on the inevitable intrusion of white females as settlers and as captives in the wilderness. Of the two, the hunter's own code is the weaker. The basis of the code is pragmatism. Action is valuable only insofar as it is a useful response to real conditions. From Benjamin Church to Simon Suggs, moral abstractions which do not conform to reality as the hunter experiences it, or which do not further the ends he has chosen, are treated satirically. What nominally prevents this code from becoming merely a glorification of egotistical opportunism is the ethic of self-restraint that accompanies it. The hunter possesses a natural humility, a reverence for something greater than himself, God, nature, that checks the full expression of his will. He will kill only when and only so much as practical necessity requires. Yet this check is a precarious one, and even a paragon of self-restraint like Leatherstocking can occasionally kill an animal to test his own skill. As Lawrence says, patient and gentle as he is self-effacing, self-forgetting, still he is a killer. 58 More certain salvation for the hunter is gained through his participation in the ritual drama of the captivity myth. As the rescuer of white women captured by the Indians, the hunter reaffiliates himself with the world of familial order which he had previously deserted. But participation in the captivity myth alters his relationship to the wilderness. For the sake of the captive and the values of society and Christianity which she represents, the hunter must exterminate the Indians who have taught him his skill and establish a safe refuge for the captive by opening the wilderness to settlement. He may not merge his identity with the wilderness so far that he is truly of it. Hence his acquisition of the powers of the wilderness creatures has disastrous consequences. He will use those powers, not to sustain the wilderness world, but to destroy it in the name of something. 553. Higher. At best, from the viewpoint of the wilderness, he will allow those powers and the vision that goes with them to die with himself by refusing to marry a woman of the wilderness and so to pass the powers down to a successor. The rescue of the captive and the extension of civilization beyond the frontiers presents the hero with a dilemma. In saving the captive he has destroyed the conditions of life that made him a hero. Beyond this paradox lies the problem of how the hero truly values the different phases of his adventure and the different powers and beings with whom he interacts. If the ethic of the white woman is finally the only acceptable one, the impulse that originally led the hunter to seek the dark female spirit of the wilderness must be corrupt. The ethic of the white woman is the ethic of self-restraint and abnegation, that of the wilderness is self-realization and aggrandizement. The Indian is the human expression of the natural powers that rule the wilderness, and his character in the myth embodies the traits of the libido, sexual and conceptual energy, filled at once with creative and destructive potentialities. Is acculturation to the Indian's way of life consistent with defense of the moral principles of self-repression and self-denial? The hunter myth resolves these dilemmas in the symbolic action of the killing of the beast. This is the moment at which all of the hunters from Benjamin Church, through Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett, to Jim Doggett, Reuben Bourne and Ahab ultimately realize their identity and achieve their power to dominate events. In that moment there is an exchange of identities or an acknowledgement of kinship between hunter and prey which symbolically reconciles them. This exchange of identities has been imagined in various ways. For Cotton Mather it took the form of the possession of the soul by the demonic forces of the heathen wild. For Benjamin Church the confrontation produced a literal exchange of costumes and roles with the slain Philip, signifying the assimilation of the Indians' powers by the white conqueror. For Jim Doggett, the exchange is something never to be understood, an inexplicable reversal of roles between man and prey that leads him to say that he loves the bear like a brother and that he will kill him, die, or go to Texas. For each of these heroes, as for Cooper's leather stocking, the communion with the avatar of the wilderness spirit ends in the killing of that spirit. And although the hero takes his character in mythology from the deed, as Deerslayer gets the name Hawkeye from the Indian he kills, the deed itself makes inevitable the destruction of the hero's universe and the conditions that gave him his identity. Only in the fire hunt legend of Flint Spoon is the outcome temporar. 554. Highly different, for in that instance the hunter restrains himself and the prey metamorphoses into a white woman. It is this image of the hunter's self-restraint that is the most perplexing aspect of the myth. Certainly it is the most significant trait of Leatherstocking, the quality which keeps him from succumbing to the darker impulses of wilderness life. Yet there is a conflict between the ethic of self-restraint that he speaks for when he insists on remaining true to his gifts, when he refuses to marry Judith Hutter, and the idealized state of self-indulgence and escape from social order that his freedom from marriage bonds and social obligation or position and his association with Indians represent. As Lawrence notes, Cooper pays lip service to the ideals represented by the white woman but is most strongly attracted by the Leatherstocking Chingachgook relationship in The Freedom of the Woods. Mobichdik suggests that the conflicts so charmingly resolved by the Leatherstocking tales and the fire hunt myth are not so easily resolvable in actuality. Whatever gloss of spirituality, self-restraint, or sacred marriage the myth may cast over the scene, the fact remains that the hunter myth imagines the relationship between man and nature, or man and God, as that of hunter to prey, and the final expression of such a relationship is the domination, destruction, and absorption of one by the other. Only if there is true marriage between the two principles, that is, a mutual absorption and acceptance of each by the other, in which neither is destroyed, is the murderous quality of the hunter's communion purged. And the ethic implicit in the captivity myth demands that the wilderness be destroyed so that it can be made safe for the white woman and the civilization she represents. Hence the hunts that are undertaken in the service of this myth can end only in the exorcism or the destructive assimilation of the wilderness spirit. The marriage of the hunter and his prey is unrealizable as such because the defense of the captive requires that the wilderness spirit be rejected or repudiated. For Cotton Mather the rejection is explicit and takes the form of ritual exorcism. For Cooper and Thoreau the repudiation is implicit, expressed in the idea of the hunter's chastity, his withholding at the last, the final resignation of himself and his social conscience to the mystery and power of the wilderness. The hunter myth provided an active justification for the process by which the wilderness was to be expropriated and exploited. It did so by seeing that process in terms of heroic adventure, of the initiation of a hero into a new way of life and a higher state of being. Harrington addresses himself to this function of the myth in his discussion of Davy Crockett. 555. Whose true lineaments were concealed behind the shoddy romance of his myth. The real Davy was very far from romantic. It was a slovenly world, and Davy was pretty much of a sloven. Crude and unlovely in its familiar details, with its primitive courtships and shiftless removals, its brutal Indian campaign and fierce hunting sprees, its rough equality, its unscrupulous politics, its elections carried by sheer impudence and whiskey, the autobiography reveals the backwoods Anglo-Irishman as uncivilized animal. Yet with a certain rough vigor of character. Wastefulness was in the frontier blood, and Davy was a true frontier wastrel. In the course of several removals he traversed the length of Tennessee, drinking, hunting, talking, speculating, begetting children, scratching a few acres of land to make his crap, yet living for the most part off the country, and his last squatting place was as primitive as the first. He was a hunter rather than a farmer, and the lust of killing was in his blood. With his pack of hounds he slaughtered with amazing efficiency. His 105 bears in a single season, his 6 deer shot in one day while pursuing other game serve to explain why the rich hunting grounds of the Indians were swept so quickly bare of game by the white invaders. Davy was but one of the thousands who were wasting the resources of the inland empire, destroying forests, skinning the land, slaughtering the deer and bear, the swarms of pigeons, the vast buffalo herds. 59. It is this reality that the fiction of the deer slayer, who kills only at need, served to conceal, when writers like Flint chose to wrap the Western hunter in the mantle of Daniel Boone. Two mythic associations made the Crockett figure acceptable as a symbol of American values: his association with the image of the self-restrained, professional hunter Boone through the invocation of hunting as his characteristic activity, and his association with the values of civilization, represented by the white woman and her male associate, the farmer, who together bring civilized value and progress into the wilderness. As Parrington says, Crockett is no farmer, no cultivator or improver of the soil, yet that is certainly what he pretends to be, and the pretense is supported by the mythic linkage of the hunter and the farmer as joint redeemers of the wilderness. But it is the hunter quality that sets the hero apart from the yeomantic herd and makes him the hero. Not the cultivator, but the conquistador is the American Aeneas. This confounding of the figures of the hunter wastrel and the farmer cultivator has had disastrous social consequences. It enables us to exploit and lay waste the land as a means of transforming and improving it and converting it into the ideal world of our dreams. It enables us to express 556. Our love of the land and its potential by destroying it. The key term is improvement. Mather improves the narrative of Hannah Duston because the history, in its primitive human form, is useless to him. If he is to assimilate it, appropriate it for his own, either the story must be altered or he himself must be. The same term is used to describe what settlers must do to the wilderness if they are to achieve clear title to the land. Thus Boone and the Indians lose their land for failing to improve it, for enjoying it in its natural state. Crockett and his farmer speculators, on the other hand, who planted one field of corn for 1 year that they might reap specie when they sold out the next, gained the absolute right to the property because they had demonstrably increased its value in money. To a certain degree, the hunter myth sanctifies the activities of a Crockett as ends in themselves, independent of their function as part of the progressive extension of civilization and progress. Flint invests Boone's professionalization as a hunter, his love of the chase for its own sake and the sake of exercising his skills, with an aura of religious sanctity. Crockett and Doggett likewise see their hunting as a self-expressing and therefore as a self-validating activity. It is not the pelt money nor even the manufactured furred hats that prove the hunter's worth, but the killing of the animal. Such a hunter is not concerned with producing carcasses of beasts for the use of the population, whether for food or clothing. The sole uses of the creatures are as occasions for the exercise of his hunting passion and prowess, for it is this exercise that proves him a man. Thus Crockett is the progenitor of Dreiser's Titan and financier, Frank Cooper Wood, for whom predatory business habits and the sexual exploitation of his victims' wives and daughters go hand in hand. It was Crockett's spirit that Tocqueville saw when he remarked the prevalence of ambition and the paucity of great or lofty designs in American society. In a democracy based on the social equality of the upwardly mobile, perpetual motion is as important a sign of social importance as the possession of an established fortune. Indeed, the former is of more value, since stagnant or inherited wealth is, by the hunter's standards, a sign of lost vigor. The myth of the hunter, as seen by the Indians and by writers like Flint and Cooper, is one of self-renewal or self-creation through acts of violence. What becomes of the new self, once the initiatory hunt is over? If the good life is defined in terms of the hunter myth, there is only another hunt succeeding the first one. Thus Boone ultimately departs from Boonesborough, the cycles of departure and return continuing beyond the conclusion of the first, Filsonian hunts. Crockett, having failed in Tennessee, hunts for new animals, new enemies, new voters, and a new fortune in 557. Texas, only to die at the Alamo. The consequences are those suggested in the European myths of the accursed hunter. The abbot and his dogs, like the Greek Orion and Melville's Ahab, are doomed to pursue an ultimately unassimilable, unhuntable prey on the periphery of the cosmic round till the end of time. They do not escape the European heritage to achieve an Indian world in which the hunt completes the hoop of the world and joins man forever to the God of nature. Believing in the myth of regeneration through the violence of the hunt, the American hunters eventually destroyed the natural conditions that had made possible their economic and social freedom, their democracy of social mobility. Yet the mythology and the value system it supported remained even after the objective conditions that had justified it had vanished. We have, I think, continued to associate democracy and progress with perpetual social mobility, both horizontal and vertical, and with the continual expansion of our power into new fields or new levels of exploitation. Under the aspect of this myth, our economic, social, and spiritual fife is taken to be a series of initiations, of stages in a movement outward and upward toward some transcendent goal. We have traditionally associated this form of aspiring initiation with the self-transcendence achieved by hunters through acts of predation. The forces of the environment and the hidden or dark sources of our personal and collective past factors which limit our power to aspire and transcend become the things which, as hunters, we triumph over, control, and transcend. They become, under the aspect of the myth, enemies and opponents, who captivate and victimize us and against whom we must be revenged. Leatherstocking refers to himself as a man without a cross, meaning that his blood is unmixed with Indian blood and implying his new Adamic innocence. The literary efforts to create an image of the American character, which tended to express that character in terms of the hunter myth, had since 1785 emphasized the idea that Americans were a new race of people, independent of the sin-darkened heritage of man, seeking a totally new and original relationship to pure nature as hunters, explorers, pioneers, and seekers. In fact, as we have seen, the American was far from being a man without a cross. His peculiar versions of the hunter myth revealed both the crossing of his consciousness with that of the Indian and the heavy cross of his Europeans and emigrants' heritage of anxiety. The consequences of his myth and the psychology that produced it led him, like Boone initialing trees or Nick of the Woods mutilating Indians, to carve the sign of his cross on all nature, all hunted beasts, all captive men. The seeds of many American tragedies are planted in the captive and hunter. 558. Myth, the myth of. Although communion with God and nature is the goal of the religious hunter, the passion for the hunt itself and the opportunity it offers to express suppressed urges and desires subvert and confuse the hunter's quest. Fear of those urges, intruding on the consciousness as Natty Bumppo's fear of marrying an Indian or becoming too like Chingachgook, leads the hunter-seeker to abhor the natural spirit he seeks as dark and evil. It thus converts the marriage hunt into an act of murder, violation, repudiation, or exorcism. It converts the initiation into a fall. The archetypal enemy of the American hero is the Red Indian, and to some degree all groups or nations which threaten us are seen in terms derived from our early myths. Rebellious urban blacks, hippies, and the youth culture are recent examples. For most of our history, our most significant conflicts were the campaigns against the Indians, and most American wars against European or Mexican powers until 1898 were accompanied by wars with the Indians. The Indian Wars were in many ways the characterizing event of American history, bringing into dramatic focus the forces contending for mastery of the opening continent. In the mythology derived from the literature of the Indian Wars, the Indian is the representative of a culture and a social order that offer a radical alternative to the established order of Euro-American society. His very existence, even as a symbol, poses the fundamental question, why should we order our lives in this way, since there is clearly an alternative? In this guise he appeared to the Puritans who suppressed Thomas Morton and to the fearful conservatives of the 1790s and the 1830s, who associated his savagery with Jacobinism and the Philistine radicalism of the Jacksonian Westerner. The Sons of Liberty who adopted Indian garb to dump the tea in Boston Harbor and the Westerners who identified their own prowess and independence with the Indian held similar ideas about Indian character, although their response was one of temporary identification rather than repudiation. So in the 1970s the Indian is chosen by the media and by young people in rebellion as a revolutionary symbol of the exploited poor of America and the Third World, and as a symbol of a utopian vision of a new, more natural political economy, a freer and more expressive form of love and worship. Yet both the repudiators of and the identifiers with the symbolic Indian are dealing with myths of the Indian rather than with realities. The demise of the Indians is in part attributable to the compatibility of their hunting mythology with the economics of the fur trade, the buffalo hide trade, and territorial ambition, which led many of them to aid the whites in 559. Exploiting the resources of the land and displacing hostile tribes. Tashtigo serves Ahab too. What differentiated the Indian hunter from Davy Crockett was, not a racial antipathy for capitalism and trade, but a sense of belonging to the world one exploited. In creative mythology, Joseph Campbell speaks of the conflict between the mythology of the hunter and that of the shaman. The former provides the cosmology and ethic for a religion of world heroes, dominators, rulers, exploiters. The latter is the mythology of the saint and seer, the mystic adventurer in consciousness, who experiences and suffers the universe, mastering it through sympathy rather than power. The power of figures like Daniel Boone and the Hayawantha of Iroquois legend lies in their combining the traits of hunter and shaman. Boone is a Quaker as well as a killer. Hayawantha had been a cannibal warrior but was converted to a belief in human solidarity and universal peace by the mystic Diganoida. In the Indian cultures of the eastern woodlands, a precarious balance between the visions of the shaman and the hunter had been achieved, in which the ideals, rituals, and poetry of the former sanctified the necessary activities of the latter. Thus the Indian hunter mourned the death of the animal he killed as he would that of a relative, and he thanked the creature's kin for serving his dire necessity. Believing a common life spirit to be immanent in all things, he could learn to respect and conform to the balance of natural relationships which sustains life. The Euro-American, having no such connection with the earth he possessed, destroyed the balanced world in an attempt to remake it in the image of something else, and among the balances he destroyed was that which sustained the Indian in his universe. The appeal of trade goods led the Indian to seek profit through the sort of exploitative hunting and land transactions that destroyed the game and squandered the soil on which he lived. The white mythology of the Indian dimly recognized that the Indian's feeling for nature was of a different quality from that of the colonist. Yet the mythology insisted that the Indian's essential character was that of the hunter who exploits the land, and that he was by nature opposed to the spirit of the farmer who cultivates it. In fact, no such dichotomy existed for the woodland Indians, who were sometime farmers and who in any case envisioned hunting as an appreciative cultivation of certain spirits inherent in nature. Beyond this inaccurate appreciation of the Indian's economy, the mythology misconceived the nature of Indian society. The white hunter heroes of the myth who are identified are men of solitude, men whose intense privacy sets them temporarily or permanently against the social order. The wilderness for them is an alternative to the obligation/protect. 560. Restrictions of civilization. They are, as Lawrence says, integral souls venturing outward in space and backward or forward in history, or as Melville puts it, isolatos, fleeing from all havens astern. This image of the solitary hunter is, however, an imposition of a colonial vision of social conflict on the Indian. For the tribesman, wilderness life, notwithstanding its requirement of hunting, was one of community rather than solitude. For the Indian the wilderness was home, the locus of the tribe that was the center of his metaphysical universe as well as his social existence. Even in moments of physical solitude, on a long hunt or a vision quest, the world community about him remained intact, for the gods and the wild animals were his fellows and his kin. The border of tribal solidarity extended out from the village center to the edges of creation. The white hunter was an alien, paradoxically achieving a sense of relation to the world through an ordeal of profound physical, moral, and psychological isolation from society. His destiny was personal rather than tribal, his moral obligation was to himself, his gifts, and his racial character, rather than to his fellows and his environment. In psychological terms, the Indian in our mythology functions as the image or symbol of the American libido, the primitive source of sexual, conceptual, and creative energy that lies below the level of psychological consciousness and is, according to Jung, the root of creative, religious, and erotic inspiration. In the myth of the hunter, this libido is variously symbolized as a brother or second, and darker, self, Chingachgook, a bride, anima, Magawisksa, Boone's deer/woman, Ishmael's queek, Judith Hutter, a male antagonist, animus, Church's Philip, Ahab's Moby Dick, and an ambivalent blending of two or more of these elements, Church's Anawan, Deerslayer's Lucervier, Jim Doggett's bear. Against these symbols of the power of the libido and of the non-conscious aspect of the psyche are ranged the powers of the conscious mind, reason, the power of will, the socially formed conscience. Conscience and reason are the attributes of the white woman of the captivity myth, and it is her function to turn the heroic will from its pursuit of the symbols of the libido and the unconscious to the service of society and society's God. The attitude toward the libido and the unconscious expressed in the myth is ambivalent. On the one hand, it recognizes in the symbols of the libido the source of creative life energy and of power in and over the natural wilderness. It dreamingly depicts the integration of the non-conscious with the conscious elements of the psyche in the various unions of anima and animus figures. Yet, at the same time, the myth recognizes that the full resignation of consciousness and will to the powers of the libido and the 561. Conscious would threaten the safety and integrity of the conscious mind, the ego, and the will. If the will and conscience, formed to facilitate the progressive thrust and the moral order of society, are thus turned from their proper social objects and concerns, social disintegration may follow. The symbol of the Indian expresses this deep-seated fear of the powers of the libido and the unconscious and, at the same time, historicizes it, relates it directly to the central problem of American colonization and expansion. In America, the tension between the two aspects of the psyche surfaces in the political reality of cultural conflict between Indian and European civilization. 60 Thus the Indian is alternately the symbol of humanity's childhood and of the golden age of man's solidarity with God and creation, and the lustful, cruel violator of American pastoral peace. He is both the victim, of the hunter, and the violator, of the captive. His character in the myth changes as the psychological requirements of the myth's audience alter with time and social change. The terms of the hunter and the captive myth serve to conceal the reality of painful or perplexing historical situations and to provide illusory but emotionally satisfying solutions for real problems. Occasionally reality imposes a vision of itself in spite of all that mythology can do to conceal it. But in the case of the racial antagonists of white America, initially the Indians, later the blacks, it has been possible for us during most of our history to impose our vision on reality, to behave in accordance with our myths without suffering unduly for it. The most desperate consequences of the mythology were suffered by those who figured in it as useful symbols. The captivity mythology, for example, provided Harriet Beecher Stowe with a profound basis for appealing to the sensibilities of New Englanders on behalf of the captive black slaves. But the terms of that mythology required that the protagonist be essentially feminine in spirit, passive and ideally Christian. This image of the black slave may well have created false expectations among those who later interested themselves in the lot of the freedmen and limited their capacity to deal with the reality of the post-Civil War South. Moreover, the captivity mythology could, during and after Reconstruction, be brought to bear with equal and perhaps greater power on behalf of the re-establishment of lily-white rule. The vision of Reconstruction pervaded in novels like Thomas Dixon's The Klansman, later made into the film Birth of a Nation, and in the Democratic papers of the 1870s had much to do with the termination of Reconstruction and the undoing of its reforms. That vision which shaped our image of the period at least until the 1930s is one of the white South, embodied in an aristocratic woman, captive in the hands of savage, lustful blacks and corrupt. 562. Carpetbaggers and scalawags, the King Philips and Simon Gertys of their time and place. Myth may do more than distort analysis of a given set of social or historical circumstances. Since it is a vision which combines both an appreciation of a putative reality and a value structure, myth provides a scenario for response to events whenever it is successfully invoked as, for example, by Mather in the case of Mercy Short. Recent history suggests that a favorite occasion for invocation of the hunter and captive myths is that of the imperialistic adventure. The Indian wars of the post-Civil War period, particularly the war on the southern plains in 1867–69, were provoked, often deliberately and officially, by the whites in order to justify the expropriation of Indian lands for use by the railroads and their associated land companies. The essentially economic basis of the conflict was concealed behind a rhetoric which emphasized the need to rescue white captives, particularly women, from the brutal rapists of the plains. 61 Similarly, the Spanish-American War was presented as a vengeance for the massacre of the sinking of the Maine and for the rescue of American filibusters and Cuban guerrillas from Spanish concentration camps. The expedition to China in the Boxer Rebellion that won us our share of the Chinese market was nominally a mission to rescue the families of traders and diplomats besieged by maddened Oriental fanatics in the international city. The most recent employment of the myth has been on behalf of escalating the war in Vietnam. 62 President Johnson, in his Johns Hopkins Address of 1965, invoked the characteristic imagery of the captivity myth, in which the family symbolic embodiment of social order, centering on the figure of the mother and child and associated with the cultivation of the soil, is assaulted by dark and savage forces from beyond the borders, aided by local renegades. First and most important is the simple fact that South Vietnam, a member of the Free World family, is striving to preserve its independence from communist attack. Of course, some of the people of South Vietnam are participating in this attack on their own government. But Hanoi is the heartbeat of the war. And it is a war of unparalleled brutality. Simple farmers are the targets of assassination and kidnapping. Women and children are strangled in the night because their men are loyal to the government. And helpless villages are ravaged by sneak attacks. 63. Or, as John Filson put it, the innocent husbandman was shot down, while busily cultivating the soil for his family's supply. 64. 563. Implicit in the myth is the rescue of the captive by the hunter, who will fight the enemy on his own terms and in his own manner, becoming in the process a reflection or a double of his dark opponent. Only self-restraint, self-abnegation, and a devotion to the concept of opening the forest to higher cultivation will save him from his fate. Thus President Johnson went on to emphasize that the war was undertaken not for worldly gain but for the rescue of the helpless and to offer a super TVA-type development of the Mekong Delta as a vision of the regeneration that might follow peace on American terms. 65 It is clear that this widely, if never universally, persuasive invocation of myths obscured both the nature of the conflict and the character of our participation in it, with grave military and social consequences. One officer aptly, and without irony, remarked at the time of the Tet Offensive in 1968, "We destroyed the city in order to save it." As Whitman says in Song of the Broad Axe, we are indeed one of the lands of the make of the axe and of its companion weapon tool, the rifle. The orgiastic outbursting of creative energy which he imagines in that poem expresses itself in orgiastic destruction, by which trees are converted to lumber, or to metal, and primitive conditions into an image of the great city. The love we have for the things of the world, the delight we take in them, goes hand in hand with our destruction and conversion of them, perhaps because the act of destruction itself somehow makes us believe in our manhood and godhood, our Ahab's power to dominate life and to perpetuate and extend ourselves and our power. The mythopoeic mode of reconciling historical paradoxes enables us to glory in this role, on the one hand, and to take the curse off our axe and gun work, on the other, by allowing us to identify with what is wounded or destroyed. In the captivity myth, the unfilial emigrant is reconciled with his family by identification with the suffering of the female captive and by his recognition that his masculine will to achieve in the wilderness world is the true cause of her suffering. But the vicarious suffering obtained through the captivity myth atones for the sin and permits the continuance of the emigrant's career. In the hunter myth, The emigrant's sense of guilt for having broken the family circle by his departure is seen as the grounds for establishing a spiritual kinship with the Indians. But this kinship is justified in that it makes the hunter more effective as the destroyer of the Indian, as the exorcist of the wilderness's darkness. He comes to know the Indian only in the act of destroying him. Beyond this exorcism, there is further expiation in the fact that the destruction of the Indian makes the hunter obsolete. His final atonement with society may take the form of a voluntary exile, as in 564. The Pioneers, or a marriage with a white woman. With the Indian's vanishment, the dialectic of the hero's history ends, and the masculine rifle is hung on the wall above the feminine hearth. But the cycle of the myth never really ends. The animal skins on the wall, the tree stumps in the yard, the scalp bounty money in the bank, and the pervasive smell of burning are proofs of what we have been, and they suggest that we still will play, in concept or action, the same role in dialectical opposition to a new Indian, a new social or political antithesis. As the captivities of Mary Rowlandson and Mercy Short suggest, rescue from dark events is never complete. Physical combat with and captivity to the dark forces, whether they are really dark or only imagined to be so, infects the mind itself with darkness. The hunters and the redeemed captives return from the forest to find the people still only restively pacified, still mourning the passing of a golden age of complacency, still anticipating new captivities and rescues. The struggle turns inward. Indians are discovered lurking in subversive forces within society itself, in the independence and aspiration of one's own children, in the recesses of one's own mind. A new captivity, a new hunt, and a new ceremony of exorcism repeat the myth scenario on progressively deeper, more internal levels. Wars are followed by witch hunts. Moby Dick is both a creature of external reality and an aspect of his hunters' minds. It has been said that men make a wasteland and call it peace, and the desert is not simply that of a savaged landscape but of a tortured mind. Our heroes and their narratives are an index to our character and conception of our role in the universe. Whitman's woodchopper, gaining mythic stature through the reduction of wilderness to planks and blocks, in the service of civilization and the soul, Ahab and the Pequod furnished in the chaste bones of their prey, Benjamin Church decked in the scalps and royalties of the slain Philip, Leatherstocking accepting a mythic name from his slain Indian enemy, Davy Crockett grinning by a mountain of 105 bear hides, Boone, whose rifle shots are prayer and poetry, an acolyte perpetually sacrificing to his god. The heroism in these figures consists for us in their method of achieving their goal. The trophies they are perpetually garnering have no material value, their sanctity derives from their function as visual and concrete proofs of the self-justifying acts of violent self-transcendence and regeneration that produced them. So the Indians, no less American than Crockett, garnered trophies as proofs and reminders of their battle valor and as kernels around which to build their names and the myth tales of the tribe. In Vietnam it was called the body count. Under the aspect of mythology and historical distance, the axe and 565. Motives of the woodchopper, the whale and bear hunter, the Indian fighter, and the deer slayer have an air of simplicity and purity that makes them seem finely heroic expressions of an admirable quality of the human spirit. They seem to stand on a commanding ridge, while we are still tangled in the complexities of the world and the wilderness. But their apparent independence of time and consequence is an illusion. A closely woven chain of time and consequence binds their world to ours. Set the statuesque figures and their piled trophies in motion through space and time, and a more familiar landscape emerges. The whale, buffalo, and bear hunted to the verge of extinction for pleasure in killing and scalped for fame, and the profit in hides by men like Buffalo Bill, the buffalo meat left to rot, till acres of prairie were covered with heaps of whitening bones, and the bones then ground for fertilizer, the Indian debased, impoverished, and killed in return for his gifts, the land and its people, its dark people especially, economically exploited and wasted, the warfare between man and nature, between race and race, exalted as a kind of heroic ideal, the piles of wrecked and rusted cars, heaped like Tartar pyramids of death-cracked, weather-browned, rain-rotted skulls, to signify our passage through the land.